Okay ka na?
Oo, basta ko sisundan ko lang yun. Kaya lang pumasok. Kung kailangan.
Dan.
Fishing season. Supply ng frozen sa yung
The committee hearing of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability is now called to order. Let us all stand up for the invocation to be led by the committee secretary.
Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with humble hearts as we begin this congressional investigation. We ask for your guidance and wisdom as we seek the truth and uphold the values of transparency, justice, and accountability in governance. Bless each member of this committee with clarity of mind and integrity of spirit, and a sincere dedication to the common good. Grant us the courage to ask the right questions, the patience to listen with discernment, and the wisdom to act in ways that honor the trust of the people we serve. Lord, we lift up to you our nation and all those who are affected by the deliberations that we will hold today. May this hearing be a step towards restoring confidence in public institutions and ensuring that the governance remains a tool for the welfare and progress of all. Guide us, O Lord, so that in all we do, your will be done and your justice be reflected in all our actions. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, now and forever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of our national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok. Alok sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng wataw at mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhatit pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please be seated. Let us now proceed to the calling of the roll. Do I hear a motion to dispense with the calling of a roll?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Akop.
I respectfully move that we dispense with the calling of the roll. So move, Mr. Chair.
Is there second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. We will now proceed to the acknowledgement of members and the recognition of guests, as well as the source person and witnesses. May I request the Secretariat to please recognize our distinguished members and acknowledge resource persons and guests.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we recognize the following House members. Honorable David J.J.C. Suarez, Deputy Speaker from the 2nd District of Quezon. Honorable Francisco Paulo Ortega V from the 1st District of La Union. Honorable Rolando M. Valeriano from the 2nd District of Manila. Honorable Jervil Jinky Beatrix B. Luistro from the 2nd District of Batangas. Honorable Arlene D. Brosas from Gabriela Party List. Honorable Romeo M. Aco, Vice Chairperson from the 2nd District of Antipolo City. Honorable Jefferson F. Conghun, Vice Chairperson from the 1st District of Zambales. Honorable Raul Angelo Jill D. Bongalon from Ako Bicol Party List. Honorable Dan S. Fernandez from the Lone District of Santa Rosa City. Honorable Patrick Michael Vargas from the 5th District of Quezon City. Honorable Yasser Alonto Balindong, Deputy Speaker from the 2nd District of Lanao del Sur. Honorable Franz L. Castro, Deputy Minority Leader from ACT Teachers Party List. Honorable Lawrence R. Defensor, Deputy Majority Leader from the 3rd District of Iloilo. Honorable Joseph Stephen Caraps S. Paduano from Abong Lingkod Party List. Honorable Drixie May S. Cardema from Duterte Youth Party List. Honorable Dordante D. Marcoleta from Sagip Party List. Honorable Ronald V. Singson from the 1st District of Ilocos Sur. Your Honors, may I also recognize the presence of our Sergeant-at-Arms, Napoleon M. Taas, and our House Secretary General, Honorable Reginald S. Velasco. Moving on to our invited witnesses, resource persons, and guests. From the Office of the Vice President, we have present today Mr. Edward D. Fajarda with the OVP and former SDO or Special Dispersing Officer of DepEd. Attorney Sunshine Chari A. Fajarda, former Assistant Secretary of DepEd and now with the Office of the Vice President. Mr. Lemuel G. Artonio, Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff. Ms. Winnie G. Diego, Chief of Public Assistance Division. Attorney Rosaline L. Sanchez, Director for Administrative and Financial Services. Mr. Norman B. Baloro, Director for Operations Office. Mr. Chris G. Sorongon, Lead Panay and Negros Island Satellite Office. Ms. Regina Rosa D. Texon, Lead Davao Satellite Office. Mr. Alan P. Tanhuacchio, Lead Eastern Visaya Satellite Office. Ms. Gina F. Acosta, Special Disbursing Officer. Ms. Julieta Villa del Rey, Chief Accountant. Mr. Kelvin Jerome El Tenido, Chief Administrative Officer. Maria Edeline A. Rabago, OIC, Budget Division. May I also request the counsel of the four, Mr. Otonio, Attorney Fajarda, Mr. Fajarda, and Ms. Gina F. Acosta, to please make your entry of appearance.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable members of this committee. I am Attorney Anel Martin Antero and I represent Assistant Secretary Lemuel Ortonio and Ms. Gina Acosta. Apart from that, I also represent Attorney Lynn Sanchez and Ms. Julieta Villa del Rey, Your Honors. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the House, Your Honors. I'm Attorney Jocelyn Jeriel Gabriel. I am representing Mr. Edward Fajarda and Attorney Sunshine Fajarda.
Thank you. May I continue with the Office of the Vice President, Attorney Ino Trinidad, Attorney Leandro Resurrección IV, Mr. Chester I. Tajonera, Ms. Maria Rowena M. Corpus, Mr. Ian Christopher M. Cruz, Ms. Kimberly Ann S. Palacio, Ms. Jaira Mara Lagdameo Madrona, Ms. Judesa Salindato. From the Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group, may I recognize Colonel Raymond Dante La Chica. May I please request the Counsel of Colonel La Chica to please make your entry of appearance.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. I'm Attorney James Mark Padrone Ciudadano as entering my appearance as counsel for Colonel La Chica. Thank you.
Thank you. May I recognize Honorable Marie Bernadette G. Escudero from the 1st District of Sorsogon. Moving on to the Commission on Audit, we have here Attorney Gloria A. Camora, Attorney 5 from ICFAO, Ms. Silene May L. Del Campo, State Auditor from ICFAO, Mr. Fahad bin Abdul Mawik Tumawi, State Auditor for OVP, Ms. Zara Jane M. Fagalan, State Auditor, NGAS, Attorney Erwin E. Lapitan, Ms. Imelda G. Celso, Ms. Melinda Estorillo, Ms. Melanie Julie R. Salazar, and Attorney Douglas Michael N. Malilin, Director for ICFAO. For DepEd, we have here present Undersecretary Gerard L. Chan, Undersecretary for Procurement, Retired Major General Nolasco Mempin, former Undersecretary, Brigadier General Noel Baluyan, Attorney Reynold Monsayak, Ms. Maria Teresa Fulgar, Chief Administrative Officer of Procurement, Ms. Cristina G. Altea, Administrative Officer for Contract Management Division, Attorney Michael Wesley T. Poa, former Spokesperson and Head of Procuring Entity, Mr. Janier T. Datukan, Assistant Secretary for Curriculum and Teaching, Ms. Nerys Ann B. Casitas, Attorney Thea Jane Merin. From the Bureau of Immigration, Attorney Vicente G. Oncad. From the Land Bank, Assistant Vice President Nenita Camposano, Ms. Jean Abaya, Acting Department Manager of the Shaw Boulevard Branch, Ms. Prince Queen Star B. Andal, Teller, Shaw Boulevard Branch, Ms. Joji Gamay, Teller for the DepEd Branch, Mr. Crisanto Lorena, Guard for the DepEd Branch, Ms. Violeta Constantino, former Branch Manager and retired of the Shaw Boulevard Branch, and Mr. Nino Bora, Head Guard. May I also recognize Your Honor, Honorable Micaela Angela B. Swansing from the 1st District of Nueva Ecija. That is it. If there are any resource persons who have not been recognized, please go to the mic and recognize yourself and include your agency and designation. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Comsec. We will now proceed to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. Moving on, we have the minutes of the November 11, 2024 meeting. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Acop.
may I move that we dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting and consider it as approved. So moved, Mr. Chair. Again.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Your Honor, may I also request the counsel of Mr. Kelvin Tenido to please make your entry of appearance.
Counsel?
Good morning, Your Honors. I am Attorney Catherine Nicolsi, representing Kelvin Tenido and Edeline Rabosga. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Moving on.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Marcoleta.
may I respectfully seek guidance from the Chair?
Yes, please.
Earlier, Mr. Chair, my staff, I instructed my staff to include my name in the list of interpellators, and the COMSEC said that it is not possible that my name be included. She was asked whether there is some basis for this in our rules. What is the basis of the COMSEC's answer, Mr. Chair?
I will include you, Congressman Marcoleta. Don't
Thank
worry.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Before we continue with our inquiry, nais ko po balikan ng kaunti ang mga pangyayari mula sa ating huling pagrinig dito noong nakaraang araw. Maalala po natin na sa ating nakaraang hearing, nagkaroon po ng resolusyon ng ating committee na patawan ng contempt si Attorney Zulaika T. Lopez, Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President, on the ground po that she has unduly interfered with the conduct of these proceedings. While Attorney Lopez presented herself as respectful or courteous, nakita po ng committee na ang kanyang mga sagot at mga pagkilos mula nang mag-umpisa ang inquiry na to ay evasive, uncooperative, and untruthful. Ang suma total at kabuuan ng kanyang mga acts and responses ultimately convinced the committee that Attorney Lopez was guilty of interfering in and frustrating Congress' exercise of its power of legislative inquiry. Halimbawa, isolated incident. Isolated incident lang raw ang kanyang pagtanggal kay Yusek Gloria Mercado sa DepEd. Subalit napaamin rin siya kalaunan na may mga iba pa siyang mga tinanggal na opisyal sa DepEd kahit na hindi siya opisyal nito. Paulit-ulit din pong sinasabi ni Attorney Lopez na wala siyang alam sa utilization ng confi funds ng OVP. Paulit-ulit ito na sagot, subalit may mga dokumento at ebidensya kagaya na lamang ng mga sulat sa COA at testimonya mismo ng iba pa nating resource persons na nagtuturo kay Attorney Lopez bilang involved hindi lang sa pag-request ng confidential funds, kundi pati na rin sa utilization at liquidation nito. Inamin ni Attorney Lopez na sila ng kanyang assistant COS na si Limuel Ortoño ang nakalagda sa sulat ng COA patungkol sa liquidation ng confidential funds. Inamin niya rin na nag-issue siya ng isa pang sulat na tinatangkang pigilin ang COA sa pag-comply ng isang subpoena mula sa kongresong ito. Ilang beses rin pong nakatanggap ang komite ng mga iba pang sulat mula kay Attorney Lopez na tumatangging humarap sa komite on the basis of the same grounds na kanyang inilahad sa sulat ng COA. Kung titignan po ang totality of Attorney Lopez acts, malinaw na mayroong clear, persistent, and willful attempt to interfere, frustrate, and defeat the inquiry undertaken by the committee. At dahil dito ay nahatulan siya ng contempt under Section 11F of our Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. Ngunit, it seems na ginamit ang pagkakataon na ito upang i-distract at i-divert ang atensyon ng publiko palihis sa mga issue na tinatalakay natin. Mula Miyerkules hanggang Linggo, wala po tayong narinig na kahit na ano pang pagtugon sa mga findings noong nakaraang pagdrinig natin. Sadya pong pilit na tabunan ang mga tanong ng taong bayan ukol sa magkaibang pirma ni Kokoy Villamin mula sa acknowledgement receipts ng DepEd at OVP, pati na rin sa mala Superman na paglipad ni Edward Fajarda sa 27 lugar sa Pilipinas sa loob lamang ng isang araw. Imbis na sagutin ang ating mga katanungan, ay nag-stage po ng malasige sa loob ng Kongreso at nagpaunlak ng kung ano-anong kwento ukol sa pag-detain kay Attorney Lopez. Let me set the record straight. After Attorney Lopez was taken into custody by our Sergeant at Arms, madami po tayong in-extend na concession sa kanya at sa Vice Presidente. Humingi sila ng extension sa visiting hours kay Attorney Lopez. Pinagbigyan po natin. Kahit lagpas alas 7 ng gabi, dumating ang Vice Presidente noong Huwebes. Hinayaan po natin bumisita kahit hindi na visiting hours. Noong sinabi nila na may medical concern raw si Attorney Lopez, pinatingnan po natin ito kaagad sa medical director ng Kongreso para ma-ensure na physically stable si Attorney Lopez. Nung nag-request si Attorney Lopez na payagan siyang umattend sa kanyang physical therapy session para sa frozen shoulder, pumayag po tayo. Sabi natin, bigyan niya lang tayo ng schedule nito at sasamahan siya ng security personnel under kay Sergeant at Arms. Nag-request ulit si Attorney Lopez, magpapasama raw siya ng companion sa kanyang silid. Ang sagot po natin, okay, pwede kasamahan ng isang miyembro ng pamilya mo. Gusto raw po ni Attorney Lopez ng additional security personnel. Pinagbigyan din po natin. May request pa si Attorney Lopez, pwede raw po ba payagan ang personal physician niya na bumisita sa kanyang araw-araw? Sabi po natin, okay. Sundin lang po ang guidelines ng ating Office of the Sergeant at Arms dahil ang opisina nila ang umaasikaso sa seguridad sa loob ng Batasang Complex. Kahit na hindi visiting day ang Sunday, nung nag-request po si Attorney Lopez na payagan ang council at OVP staff niya na bisitahin siya ng linggo, hindi po natin tinanggihan ito. Ngunit nilagay nila sa security risk ang buong Kongreso sa pagpupumilit ng Vice Presidente na manirahan sa loob. May notice pa po tayong natanggap noong Biyernes, mag-walking exercise raw si Vice Presidente sa loob ng Batasang Complex. Bandang hapon ng November 22, siguro noong naging malinaw sa OSAA na mananatili ulit ang Vice Presidente sa loob ng Batasan for that night, nakatanggap po ang ating committee ng report mula sa OSAA reiterating that the continued presence of the Vice President in the House of Representative Complex has disrupted its normal operations and has jeopardized security. Dahil po sa urgency ng concern ng OSAA, nagpatawag ako ng special meeting of the committee in accordance with Section 37 of the Rules of House of Representative, which states that special meetings may be held by the committee, which may be called by the chairperson or by 1/4 of all its members, provided that the members shall be notified in writing or through electronic mail or instant messaging, indicating therein the date, time, place, and agenda of the meeting. Sa special meeting na yon, this committee unanimously resolved to transfer Attorney Lopez from the House of Representatives Detention Center to the Women's Correctional Facility in Mandaluyong. Para sa hindi pamilyar sa ating rules, nakasaad po sa Section 11 na nasa discretion po ng committee kung saan i-detain ang isang tao na nahaltulan ng contempt. The rule states that upon order of the committee, a person cited in contempt shall be detained in such place as the chairperson or acting chairperson may designate. Sa tanong kung bakit napagdesisyonan ito at ng committee na ilipat si Attorney Lopez, ang primary consideration po rito ay ang seguridad ng complex and to alleviate the strain caused to the staff by the continued presence of the Vice President and her contingent sa loob ng complex. Lalong-lalo na po ang mga security personnel natin sa OSAA. may breach of security protocols and guidelines of the House of Representatives on the conduct of visits to detained individuals. Kahit na ilang beses po tayo nanawagan sa Vice Presidente, patuloy pa rin po ang kanyang disregard and brazen non-compliance of the office orders prohibiting visitors from staying overnight in the premises of the House of Representatives. Today po sa hearing na ito, nirequest ko rin po ang Sergeant at Arms, retired PM General Taas, to be present and report on what really transpired sa transfer kay Attorney Lopez. Pero wag nating kalimutan na hanggang ngayon ay wala tayong natatanggap na malinaw na paliwanag kung bakit binudol ang mga kawani ng AFP na maglabas ng mga sertifikasyon na gagamitin pala ng DepEd sa pag-justify ng kanilang paggamit ng confidential funds, kahit na wala namang natatanggap na pera ang AFP mula sa DepEd confidential funds. At oo, isang misteryoso pa rin para sa taong bayan ang pagkatao nitong si Mary Grace Piatos. Sa bawat pagdinig po natin, patong-patong po ang mga natutuklasang kababalaghan sa nangyayari sa 612.5 million na confidential funds ng OVP at DepEd. At panawagan ko po sa taong bayan na huwag po natin hayaan na ibaon ang ating mga katanungan gamit ang mga diversionary tactics. Now we continue our legislative inquiry on the matter, so we may ask the most important question. Ang pinaka-importante po sa tanong, saan po talaga napunta ang 612.5 million pesos na pera ng bayan? Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Defensor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we confirm kung pang-ilang hearing na po ito ng Committee on Good Government?
Ang pito na po ito ngayon.
This is the 7th hearing of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. Mr. Chairman, will you agree with me if I said that if only all the resource persons attended and told the truth, it would take this committee only one hearing to conclude its inquiry on what happened to the funds of DepEd and OVP? Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
I totally agree, Congressman Defensor.
Mr. Chairman, tama rin po bang sabihin na kung naipaliwanag lang ng mga resource person ng mabuti kung ano ang ginawa sa mahigit 600 million na intelligence and confidential funds, instead of evading and not attending, ay may closure na sana at hindi na humaba ng ganito ang ating hearing at hindi na nagkaroon ng ganitong insidente. Tama po ba, Mr. Chairman?
Tama po.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope that this serves as an example na kung hindi sila dumadalo, lalo pang tatagal at hindi po titigil ang chairman ng committee ito sa paghahanap ng katotohanan kung ano ang ginawa nila sa pondo ng bayan.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr.
I now call on the committee secretary to provide the committee an update on the invitations, requests, correspondences, submissions, and compliance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Prior to that, may I recognize Honorable Raul Daniel A. Manuel from Kabataan Party List, Honorable Christopher Son M. Yap from the 2nd District of Southern Leyte. Present with us today is Ms. Cholita Tiong, Director for Finance from DepEd, Ms. Annalyn M. Sevilla, Undersecretary for DepEd, Ms. Yaruna Catalan, Chief Accountant of the Department of Education. Your Honor, may I also call on the legal counsel for another legal counsel for Mr. Tenido and Ms. Leagogo to please enter his appearance, Attorney Ino. Not present. Thank you, Your Honor. Moving on, Your Honor, we have here some of the resource persons sent their excuse letters. For Attorney Zulaika, she is not present today. However, she is confined in the Veterans Medical Memorial Center. May I read the contents of her letter?
Yes, please, Comsec.
Okay. Your Honor, she wrote, I write in the matter of This is a letter dated November 24, 2024. I write in the matter of the privileged speech and the motu proprio inquiry, and in specific relation to the subpoena ad testificandum scheduled for November 25, 2024 at 10 in the morning. As you may have been made aware yesterday, November 23, 2024, I was admitted and confined in the Veterans Memorial Medical Center and was subsequently diagnosed with acute stress disorder following the series of incidents leading to my eventual transfer to the said government facility. In connection with the same, I am sincerely and humbly hoping for the kind consideration of this honorable committee in excusing my appearance for tomorrow's hearing. I have attached here with a copy of the Certificate of Confinement dated November 24, 2024, issued by VMMC. Thank you. Signed by Attorney Zulaika T. Lopez. On the second page, Your Honor, there's a Certificate of Confinement. It's signed by Drs. Eloisa S. De Guia, Dr. Attorney Mario L. De Castro, Dr. Joan May G. Perez Rifarael, and Dr. Maria Antoinette Gabua. It states that she is being managed for acute stress disorder after presenting with difficulty in sleeping, anxiety, and intrusive symptoms in the form of nightmares, flashbacks, and avoidance, alongside with the diagnosis of musculoskeletal strain of both shoulders to consider chronic adhesive capsulitis, spinal asymmetry of the thoracic spine, lumbar spondylosis, and after presenting with shoulder pain with limited range of motion and back pain. This certification is issued at the request of the patient and is not intended for use in any medico-legal context of proceedings, Your Honor.
Thank you.
For, Your Honor, yes. For the other submissions, Your Honor, there are 5 actions from the previous hearing. We have issued a subpoena duces tecum for the COA to submit the documents on the Davao City confidential funds. They asked for 5 calendar days for compliance due to voluminous documents, Your Honor. There was also a request for the submission of the acknowledgement receipts, voluminous in amount, to the NBI for forensic examination of handwriting and signatures, and to the PSA for verification of the existence of the names. It is being requested, Your Honor, in process. As to the detention order and contempt order, we have with us here present Mr. Ortonio, Attorney Fajarda, Mr. Fajarda, and Ms. Acosta. As to the submission of the OVP of the special order to the SDOs to attend the programs of the OVP in the various satellite offices, the reason why the others were not present in the previous hearing, and to submit the program activities attended by said SDOs, none have been submitted to the Secretariat, Your Honor. As to the show cause order of Attorney Rosel and Abella, she submitted the certificate of appearance issued by Makati RTC Branch 60 on the said date, Your Honors. That's it for the administrative matters.
Is Attorney Abella present?
No, Your Honor.
She's still absent?
No, not present today, Your Honor. Not I'm aware of. Can you please take your seat, ma'am? I would like to recognize the presence of Attorney Rosel and Abella, Counsel of the Office of the Vice President.
Thank you. The Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Senior Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Don Gonzales.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr.
Congressman Luistro, you're
May I
recognized.
just inquire whether the 3 others who were separated from the DepEd, along with Yusek Mercado, were invited for today's hearing?
Your Honor, DepEd provided us with the electronic mail address of Attorney Brady De Castro. We sent an invitation. However, for Attorney Ablan and Mr. Arnuco, we coursed it through the DepEd because we have no information as to how we will give it to them, Your Honor.
I respectfully move, Mr. Chair, that we continue on inviting these resource persons, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comsec, please take note of the manifestation of the Honorable Jinky Luistro. Congressman Mika? Okay, Congressman, with the indulgence of Congressman Mika, the Chair would like to recognize Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking at the certificate of confinement of Attorney Zulaika Lopez. I'm just wondering if the doctors will have certified this certification are around.
Comsec, may you know if the doctor or doctors are present in today's hearing from Veterans Medical Center?
Okay. No, Your Honor.
Or anybody from our medical doctors or medical team who can answer some query from this representation?
I think the Sergeant at Arms, pardon me, Secretary General.
Maybe our in-house doctor.
Because
Can we invite
the reason, Mr. Chairman, that I wanted to ask this because she is being managed for acute stress disorder. So meaning if this is a acute stress disorder, this is a short-term mental health condition. And basically, itong gantong klase ng mga sakit ay hindi masyadong mahaba yung proseso, as I believe on this diagnosis. That's the reason why this representation wanted to ask any medical doctor to confirm to us yung pong yung diagnosis sa kanya. Papunta na.
Comsec?
Para at least we can find out kung hanggang kailan siya will be handled on this diagnosis.
Currently requesting the presence of MDS personnel, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Sige, we'll be asking them in a while,
Later.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, can I also
Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez, you are recognized.
maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, nakasulat din po dito sa Certificate of Confinement na pinirmahan ng 1, 2, 3, 4 na doktor mula sa Veterans Memorial Medical Center. If I may read, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please continue.
This is to certify that Attorney Zulaika Tanglao Lopez, a 50-year-old female patient, is currently admitted at our institution. She is being managed for acute stress disorder after presenting with difficulty in sleeping, anxiety, and intrusive symptoms in the form of nightmares, flashbacks, and avoidance, alongside a diagnosis of musculoskeletal strain on both shoulders, to consider chronic adhesive capsulitis, spinal asymmetry of the thoracic spine, lumbar spondylosis after presenting with shoulder pain with limited range of motion and back pain. This certification is issued at the request of the patient and is not intended for use in any medical, legal context or proceedings. The reason why I read this, Mr. Chair, is totoo po na meron po siyang certificate of confinement, kaso lang hindi po naman po sinasabi dito ng kanyang mga doktor na hindi po siya physically incapable of attending today's hearing. So, maaari may karamdaman siya at marami naman po sa mga resource persons natin at pati po yung mga congressman, hindi 100% na kanilang nararamdaman o in the pink of health whenever we attend to our work. However, I just find it a little bit odd, Mr. Chair, na hindi binanggit dito na dahil sa kanyang kondisyon, hindi siya makakarating. So for the record, Mr. Chair, I want to point that out, that is not included in her certificate of confinement.
And in addition, Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Deputy
If I may, Mr.
Speaker
Chairman.
Suarez. Congressman Dan Fernandez, you are recognized.
I find it so amusing kasi itong acute stress disorder, there are two types of this stress disorder. One is acute, which is short term, and the other one is chronic stress, which is long term. Dito po sa example po ng ating tinatawag na acute stress would be any stress you suffer for a period of period of short time. So, ang mga example po nito, Mr. Chairman, kung if I may, halimbawa, napunta ka sa traffic jam, o kaya andito tayo, na-stress tayo, yun po yung tinatawag nating acute stress disorder. Yun naman pong chronic is mahaba, long period of time. And that's the reason why we wanted to ask the medical doctors to educate us on this. Precisely, ako po, medyo worried lamang ako dito sa mga condition that they are mentioning right now because I think nagkakaroon naman po tayo ng evasion by our resource persons. And we don't want to set a precedent, lagi na lamang pong ganito, that they are using the medical certification not to be present on our committee hearings. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman, and mamaya po, pagdating po ng ating mga medical doctors, we will be equipped with more details about this. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Dan Fernandez. Congresswoman Micaela Swansing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, siguro po if I may be given the opportunity to please ask questions to our Sergeant at Arms and our SecGen kasi po ang dami pong kumakalat na mga haka-haka patungkol po sa ano po ba talaga yung nangyari nung gabi na yon. So, Mr. Chair, since we're tackling admin matters at the moment, before we proceed with the interpellations, may I be allowed, Mr. Chair, the opportunity to propound questions to our SAA and to our Secretary General?
Yes, the reason why we invited the Secretary General is because the Secretary General will give us briefing of what transpired in the past 2 or 3 days. So with that, the Chair would like to recognize the Secretary General, the Honorable Reginald Velasco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will read the report here documenting the events concerning the contempt order and detention of Attorney Zuleika Lopez from the House of Representatives, Quezon City, to the Women's Correctional Facility, then to Veterans Memorial Hospital. We started, as the chairman stated, the committee met on November 20, 2024 at 10 a.m. and adjourned at 8:23 p.m. Representative Franz Castro, ACT Teachers Party List, moved to cite Attorney Lopez for contempt on the basis of the letter sent by the Office of the President to the Commission on Audit, which was duly seconded and approved by this committee, asking it not to comply with the House panel subpoena to submit audit reports on the OVP and the Department of Education on the use of confidential fund. This was duly approved by the committee. An order of detention was issued by the committee instructing the SAA to detain Attorney Lopez. Attorney Lopez was escorted to the HREP Custodial Center at 8:43 p.m. At 9:39 p.m., the Office of the Sergeant at Arms received the contempt order from the committee and was served at 9:55 p.m. to Attorney Lopez, while OVP staff are still with her. They only left at 10:40 p.m. despite Legislative Security Bureau's repeated request to leave at 10 p.m. Attorney Lopez then wrote Chairman Representative Joel Chua requesting to allow individuals to visit her during her detention on November 21, 22, 23, and 24 at the HREP. On November 21, 2024, the advance party of the Office of the Vice President arrived at the HREP premises at 1:56 p.m. and coordinated with the LSB personnel by the 12-member security team of the OVP. The meeting was held led by Lieutenant Colonel Marlon Bagara. Attorney Lopez was brought to the HREP Visitor Center at 6:30 p.m. for the visit of Vice President Duterte and exited the Visitor Center at 10 p.m. At 10:05 p.m., VP Duterte boarded her vehicle convoy. Instead of exiting via the South Gate, she proceeded to the South Wing Annex, room 304, which is the office of her brother, Representative Paulo Duterte, supposedly to change clothes but never left the office. The security of the Vice President explained to the duty guard at the SWA that they would deliver durian to the office of Representative Duterte. At 11 p.m., General Taas, the Sergeant-at-Arms, started coordinating with the OVP security officers to leave the HREP complex as the BP has already exceeded the visiting hours contained in our security guidelines. He personally appealed to VP Duterte at SWA room 304 of Congressman Duterte to leave the premises, but was ignored. The OVP security officers were reminded of HREP's standard practice of no lights and no air conditioning in the building after hours. The following day, November 22, VP Duterte's security officer exited the Honorable Congressman Duterte's office and informed the Sergeant-at-Arms that the VP was already asleep. General Taas reminded the security officer that power to the building will be cut off in 10 minutes. The SWA building power supply was cut off by the Engineering and Physical Facilities Department at 12 a.m. Except for the 3 close-in security officers of the Vice President, all other security personnel exited SWA and went to their respective vehicles to spend the night starting at 12:30 a.m. The LSB continued monitoring SWA room 304, where the BP is stationed, which remained locked. No other activities were observed. The power supply to the SWA building was restored upon the request of the HREP Finance Department due to regular work operation. LSB continued monitoring and negotiating with the security officers, urging VP Duterte to honor the security guidelines. However, the VP's security team remained locked inside the SWA room 304 until 8 a.m. The Office of General Taas received the transfer order to the Women's Correctional Facility of Attorney Lopez from the committee at 11 p.m. and was served to Attorney Lopez at 11:27 p.m., but she refused to receive the transfer order, asking the Sergeant-at-Arms service team to leave her room. The following day, November 23, 2024, the reading of the transfer order by the LSB Executive Director outside the room of Attorney Lopez and only by the window was at 12:10 a.m., where a few minutes after, Attorney Ligogo OVP counsel arrived at the house detention facility. VP Duterte and Attorney Lopez held an online press conference via Zoom at 1 a.m. at the House Detention Center. This was done without the permission of the House of Representatives. Attorney Leandro Jose Antonio Resurrección, Krisha Remparas, and Ian Christopher Cruz of the OVP, upon their arrival at the HREP gates at 1:08 a.m., were not allowed entry to the HREP premises in compliance with our security protocol. The entry of Dr. Ranel May Natural with the emergency medical team, Erickson Olfindo, Laura Del Tiburcio, and Alexander Candelaria on board the Diliman Doctors Hospital, DDH ambulance, which was provided by the OVP at 1:12 a.m., but were not allowed to enter the premises due to the absence of permission from the committee. At 2:29 a.m., Attorney Lopez experienced a panic attack and started vomiting. General Taas allowed the entry of Dr. Tiamson from the EMT DDH to check the medical condition of Attorney Lopez as requested by the OVP protocol officers. While this was going on, the Sergeant-at-Arms requested for the ambulance from the PNP, and the ambulance arrived at 2:59 a.m. This is to ensure the secured transport of the patient. The PNP ambulance exited South Gate at 3:08 a.m., escorted by the SAA LSB officials and PSPG patrol cars. On board the LSB patrol are the following LSB personnel: Melvin Beltia, Jokno Tuquero, and Miss Angeline Joy Gimasad, headed for Veterans Memorial Hospital. At 3:45 a.m., Attorney Lopez was reported to be in stable condition as per report from the LSB team, Miss Gumisad, and per assessment of the doctors from the Veterans Memorial Hospital. VP Duterte instigated the transfer of Attorney Lopez to St. Luke's Medical Center at Quezon City. The convoy arrived at the St. Luke's Medical Center, Quezon City at 5:44 a.m. Attorney Lopez was discharged at 8:58 a.m. and based on the order of the Secretary General, she was transferred back to the Veterans Memorial Hospital at 12:42 p.m. Attorney Lopez is now confined at the Veterans Memorial Hospital and will stay there while awaiting the medical evaluation from the Veterans Memorial Hospital doctors. Thank you.
Thank you, SecGen. Yes, Congresswoman Mika Swansing.
Mr. Chair, before I propound questions, will our Sergeant-at-Arms also have a report, or can I go straight to my questions, Mr. Chair?
You can proceed with your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. May I first direct my questions to our Sergeant at Arms? Isa po sa mga pinakamabigat na paratang ni Yusek Lopez doon po sa kanyang press conference ay yung pakiramdam niya po ay merong banta sa kanyang buhay. Let me quote several of her manifestations, Mr. Chair, in her press conference. Quote, "I would not have pushed that bed myself if I did not feel that I was being threatened. My life was being threatened." Another quote, "You saw in the hearing that my back hurts. I cannot lift heavy things. Pero dahil natakot ako, I feared for my life. I really pushed that by myself. Hindi lang ito harassment. This is really a threat to my life. They gang up on you in the middle of the night. Isn't that a threat to my life?" And the last quote po is, "And they bring 10 people to serve you in the middle of the night in my pajamas. This is a threat to my life. It's not harassment." So, I would like to dissect the events of that evening para po malinawan tayo bakit kaya nasabi po yon ni Yusek Lopez. So, she asserted several times that many people, quote, "barged into her detention room at around midnight to serve the transfer order." Her descriptions differ all throughout her press con. Hindi po siya consistent. Paminsan sinasabi niya 9, paminsan 10. Meron pong time nung kinorner siya ulit ng media na ilan po ba talaga ang sabi niya, hindi ko alam nga kung 9. Basta alam ko, they're more than me. They're more than myself. Ganun po yung sinabi niya. So I have a few questions po, Saa. First is, what is the protocol for serving a transfer order? Ano po ba yung protocol natin? Ano po yung procedures natin? And sino po yung nagsaserve ng transfer order, Mr. Chair?
The Chair would like to recognize the Sergeant at Arms, Napoleon Taas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ang protocol po natin is, actually, ang nakuha kong mga question is, ano yung oras? Meron po bang tinakdang oras para i-implement po yung ano? Andun po yung mga nakuha ko na nakarating sa akin ng mga text na questioning yung protocol. At ang sinabi ko nga po is wala hong specific na protocol as to the time. Ang practice po natin for the past 2 years that I've been Sergeant at Arms, every time po na merong order ang komite, ay mabilis po nating pinatutupad. Of course, consistent po doon sa kumpleto yung aming logistics. Diyan po yung tao at ready po yung lugar na paglalagyan. So yun lang po yung protocol na aming pinatutupad. Yun naman pong kung gaano karaming tao, common sense naman po yun. Ang mahigpit lang po nating sinisiguro ay yung safety and security nung detainee. From the time we serve until the time we effectively transferred her or them to the destination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask
Congresswoman Mika.
Sino po yung bumuo ng grupo na pumasok po doon sa kwarto para po i-serve yung transfer order? Ano po yung composition ng grupo?
Maraming salamat po. I hope maintindihan po ng komite, Mr. Chairman, na
please continue.
Spread too thinly na po ang LSB dahil nga po sa presensya ng ating pangalawang Pangulo. So, minabuti ko pong ako mismo ang nag-set up po nung teams na mag-i-implement po nung transfer order. So basically, lahat po nung hindi naka-deploy sa ating mga gates, lahat po yun ay na-deploy. Ako ho ang nagbuo nung team na 5 lang po ang miyembro ng team na yon na magse-serve. Meron po tayong team na in charge ng convoy. Meron po tayong team na in charge ng crowd control kung sakali nga pong magkakaroon ng komosyon. At meron din po tayong team ng magsisecure dun sa magdadala na lugar na nagko-communicate directly. Na nakuha naman po natin yung sagot na meron nung available na detention facility doon sa Women's Correctional. So ako po ma'am, ang personal na nag-set up at nag-identify kung sino yung magpo-form nung magse-serve nung transfer order. Madam, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask the
Yes.
follow-up question.
Congresswoman Mika.
Ilang tao po yung pumasok doon po sa kwarto? Ilan po yung pumunta doon sa detention room para po i-serve yung transfer order, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman.
Please continue.
If I may. Maganda po at yung committee po ay sa pinangalagaan din at tinulungan ng ating Sergeant at Arms at siniguro na dokumentado yung amin pong pag-serve. At meron po kaming, aside from yung existing natin na CCTV, meron po kaming backup na videographer para nga po ipakita talaga kung ano mangyari. At kung makikita nyo po, our CCTV and the videos will bear us out na 4 lang ho yung taong pumasok at 3 ang babae at nasa likod ho yung isang abogado na lalaki. So 4 lamang po. And if you will, andyan po si ating COMSEC if they want to look at the video.
Please present the video, COMSEC. May
Mr.
volume
Chair,
po ba?
Opo.
May volume?
May audio po ba sa yung...
Wala pong audio ma'am ang ating CCTV.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
please proceed.
isa lang po ba yung footage? Meron pa po bang gustong ipakita sa SAA? Meron pa po bang
Ilang
subsequent
video footages po yan?
Ito po nakita nyo ngayon, Mr. Chairman, is galing po sa ating CCTV. Meron pa po tayong pumasok sa loob na at makikita nga po doon na kausap na nung nag-serve na 3 babae, si Attorney Lopez. So meron pa po kung
Please.
available, Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor, we're just having difficulty with the audio.
Mr. Chair, if the
Congresswoman
COMSEC would
Swansing.
be able to replay the videos with the audio, that might be critical to the discussion, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor, we're already doing something about the technical difficulty, Your Honor. There's an audio.
Mr. Chair, before I proceed, any more videos po, SAA? Or can we proceed with
As
the
far as
questioning?
wala na pong ibang pumasok, ibang pagkakataon na pumasok ko yung doon sa loob ng opisina ni Attorney Lopez. Nakita nyo, pinakamarami na ho yung mas
Detention
madalas
center.
tatlo, Mr. Chairman.
Detention center, not office.
Opo. Mr. Chair, if I may, tama po ba yung nakita ko? So, nung pumasok po, nakita natin napakakalmado kasi po ang description po ni Attorney Lopez, ni Yusek Zulaika, doon po sa kanyang press con, ganun yung motion niya when she was talking about how they knocked. So mukha pong kitang-kita dun sa pinakaunang video, napaka-gentle nga po nung pag-knock nung LSB personnel. So siguro po, yun po yung una. Second po, in terms of using the word barge, that did not seem to me like barging in. Kasi po, nung binuksan po yung pinto, konti-konti pa nga pong sumilip yung pong LSB personnel, Mr. Chair. The third thing that I spotted po is may ilaw pala doon sa kwarto. So parang it seemed like a matter of choice when they conducted the press conferences in the dark. So mukhang sila po yung pumili na patayin po yung ilaw doon sa press con. Pang-apat po na gusto kong i-highlight doon sa video, kung bibilangin ko po, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to request for SAA's confirmation on this, there seem to be 4 people. The lady in green, which seemed to me, siya po yung may hawak nung transfer order. The lady in the green jacket. Pangalawa po ay yung uniformed personnel na babae. Pangatlo po, parang may lalaki po doon sa bandang kanan. Ayan po, napapasok din po. At yung pang-apat po ay yung cameraman. So siguro po walang punto na humigit po sa 4 na tao yung nasa sa loob ng kwarto. So siguro po, Mr. Chair, iyan po napakakalmado po nung sitwasyon. Parang wala naman pong altercation, walang confrontational conversations whatsoever. So yun lang po siguro, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to highlight that na mukhang wala pong barging in, wala pong confrontation na naganap, Mr. Chair. And I would like to ask kung tama po ba yung read ko in terms of the situation, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Ay,
Chairman,
before you answer that, may I know, saan po yung switch ng ilaw? Nasa loob o nasa labas?
Mr. Chairman, ito pong ating detention room is nasa loob po. Even yung aircon, sila po yung may control dun sa loob.
Okay, please continue,
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair. Tama po yun. Dahil kung hindi ho maayos at mahinahon yung pag-deliver ng order, is kasalanan ko po. Dahil ako po yung nag-brief every step of the way kung ano ho yung mangyayari. Kung pumayag nga siya na makarating, magpadala sa detention center, maayos din ho mangyayari sana yun. So, tama po yun. Wala na hong sumunod na insidente na nag-serve at dumami yung mga tao. In fact, yung second time po na sinubukan naming i-serve, yung transfer order, is nasa labas na po ng bintana at hindi na kami pinapasok. Pero still, binasahan pa rin ho natin at ayaw pa rin ho nilang sumunod. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Before you continue, hindi ka pa pala nakakapag-oath. Tsaka si SecGen. May I request the SecGen, the as well as all other resource person to please take your oath before the ComSec.
Your Honors, we invite all the new attendees and those who will be
May
giving their...
Where is the SecGen? One minute suspension is declared by Chair.
Kasi yung UNTV, yung Inquirer, live sila lahat eh.
Committee hearing resumes. ComSec, please administer the oath.
May I please invite the new resource persons and those who will wish to give their testimony later on in the hearing to please stand. Even those in the audience area. None. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this inquiry, so help you God? I do. The oath has been administered, Your Honors.
Thank you. SecGen, do you confirm all the statements that you said a while ago? SecGen.
What?
Do you confirm all the statements that you manifested a while ago?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do you confirm all the
Yes.
statements?
Yes,
that
Mr.
you-
Chairman. Everything that I said a while ago, I
Okay.
confirm.
So, please continue, Congresswoman Swansing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Moving on, Mr. Chair, but on a similar note, all throughout the press con po, meron silang inuulit-ulit din na term na natatakot kami na anytime pwedeng i-break down yung pinto. So anytime they can barge in and break down the door. They kept on saying that all throughout the press conference, Mr. Chair, throughout the span of probably 2.5 hours, Mr. Chair. So siguro, Mr. Chair, para maintindihan siguro natin yun, pwede ko po ba tanungin kay Saa, ano po ba yung configuration nung pinto o nung lock doon po sa detention room? Kailangan nyo po ba, kasi po ang naisip ko kung normal siyang pinto, hindi nyo kailangang i-break down yung pinto, pwede nyo siyang buksan ng susi galing po sa labas. So, yun po, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang po sanang linawin yun mula po kay Sergeant at Arms po natin.
Saa?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please
In the-
continue, sa.
In the same manner na nakita niyo po lahat ng switches, ng aircon, ng ano isa nasa loob. So makikita niyo po na hindi ito yung detention center in the full sense of the word. So kaya po yung sabing gigibayin, hindi po kailangan dahil nabubuksan naman yung pintuan ng maayos. Hindi lang ho siya nabuksan nung pangalawang beses nung apparently may mga nakaharang na ho kaya hindi kami makapasok kahit na na-unlock namin yung pintuan. So wala po akong makita. Besides, yung sinasabi po natin siguro kung meron nun, assuming na totoo po yung sinasabi ni Attorney Lopez na natakot siya, maaari ho magsimula yun nung second night na. And ako po ay nagtataka kung bakit siya magkakaroon ng ganong pakiramdam na nung unang gabi po niya hanggang the following morning, I made sure, even with their protocol officer of the Office of the Vice President, even with the security of the Office of the Vice President, na makita ho na maayos yung ating pag-handle at safe po yung ating detainee. So, in fact, nung maghapon ho na yun, wala ho tayong narinig na reklamo o problema. Nag-umpisa lamang po yun perhaps nung implement ho namin nung second night yung transfer order. Mr. Chairman.
Congresswoman Swansing.
Mr. Chair, siguro po, kung titignan po natin doon sa timeline noong press con at saka nung pagtawag nila ng medical emergency, parang meron po kasing parang 2-hour gap. So siguro, Mr. Chair, tanungin ko lang po, ano po ba ang nangyayari doon po sa labas ng kwarto? May commotion po ba? Wala po ba masyadong tao doon? Sino po yung nasa labas noong kwarto? Doon po, nung mga panahon po yon, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Please continue, sa.
I believe, again, the video will bear us out. As per our policy po, wala naman nung kailangan na nakatayo na security rin sa may pintuan kung pag ho nakalock. So wala ho akong nakikita magiging dahilan para maging panggagalingan ng takot ng mga nasa loob. Wala po tayong tao na nandun. At tinayagan ho natin sila na puro tao ho ng OVP ang nakalapit. Noon nga pong nakakarinig tayo ng, although hindi pa natin confirm nung umpisa, na nahihirapan daw huminga si Atty. Lopez. So ang mga tao ho doon, tao ho ng OVP at hindi po yung security natin.
So Mr. Chair, kung sa buong oras po na yon, puro mga tao lang na OVP yung nasa labas, wala naman po sigurong dahilan. Ako po ay mag-agree kay Saa. Wala naman po sigurong dahilan para matakot sila na papasukin sila ng mga sarili nilang tao doon po sa loob ng kwarto. So, Mr. Chair, I was informed by the COMSEC. The video is now ready with the audio.
COMSEC?
Ay po, ma'am. Good evening. Ayan. Pwede po tayo magbukas ng ilaw? Si ma'am po. Kailangan pa ni ma'am mag-robe or what?
Pakilakas po yung volume.
Mr. Chair, may narinig yata ako, very faint yung audio. Pero tama po ba, may narinig ako na gusto niyo po bang magsuot ng robe niyo or what? Yun po yata yung, tapos mukha naman pong napakamalumanay ng boses. Pero para po, in the interest of time, Mr. Chair, sige po.
Po, ma'am. Good evening. Ayan. Pwede po tayo magbukas ng ilaw? Si ma'am po. Kailangan pa ni ma'am mag-robe or what? Ma'am, good evening po.
Yun, Mr. Chair. So, yun po, mukhang kita naman po to verify the manifestations of our Sergeant at Arms a while ago, very kalmado, napakakalmado po ng sitwasyon. Nagtanong pa nga po si ma'am, baka po gusto niyong mag-robe. So ibig sabihin po, iniisip pa po nung nag-deliver ng order yung sitwasyon ba, kung kailangan niya magtakip, kung nakapajamas nga po talaga siya, Mr. Chair. So thank you, Comsec, for bringing that up. Mr. Chair, siguro po, nakita ko po dun sa isang video, parang yung pangalawa po yata, nung pumasok na sila sa loob, nandun po yata yung pag-surrender nung cellphone. Kasi naalala ko po, yun po yung isa sa mga naging issue ko, no? Dito po sa sitwasyon na yon, ninakaw daw, forcibly taken yung kanilang mga cellphone. Kaya, Mr. Chair, if I may quickly request the COMSEC to please play that second video, yung pumasok po sa kwarto tapos tinurn over po yung cellphone.
COMSEC?
Kung hindi naman po, Mr. Chair, kung matatagal... Ayan po, sige po.
May volume po yun.
Sige lang po, Mr. Chair. I think we don't need to hear it naman po. Yung mismo gesture po siguro would be sufficient to, for me to jump off from. Kahit po wala na audio, pwede po bang i-play na po natin?
Kahit wala na pong audio, pakituloy lang po yung play.
Dito po, Mr. Chair, siguro ang napansin ko po, dalawa po yung cellphone dito. Assuming po, yung isa po kay Yusek Lopez, siguro po yung isa dun po sa staff. Pero yun nga po, inabot po ni Yusek Lopez doon po sa personnel, tapos inabot niya pa doon sa staff para i-off or kung ano man. So siguro po dito rin po makikita natin, wala namang escalation po, hindi ninakaw, it wasn't forcibly taken from them. And Mr. Chair, mayroon lang interesting sa akin. Pinanood ko po kasi ulit yung press conference. Parang 3 beses po na nakita ko na meron pa ring cellphone yung staff. So siguro po 3 lang po to, Mr. Chair, mabilis lang to, 8 seconds lang po yung ibang mga footage. Kung pwede po nating mapakita 3 times during the press con na may cellphone po yung staff na nasa loob. While we're pulling that up, Mr. Chair, mismong si Yusek Lopez ang nagsabi doon po sa press conference niya, ang sabi niya, they demanded to get our phone. We don't have a phone. That's why we're calling from this laptop, like the Viber. We're calling the lawyer from here. I don't have a phone to contact anyone. Siguro po lahat naman tayo alam na kapag may Viber ka, may contact ka sa labas. It's as good as having your phone with you. Kasi nandun na rin naman na po yung Viber, yung contacts mo. So, siguro po hindi po totoo na wala silang abilidad na kumontak sa labas. At saka siguro, Mr. Chair, the fact that they were able to stage a full-blown press conference all throughout that time, ibig sabihin po, wala silang restrictions in terms of communicating outside. So siguro po, Mr. Chair, pakita lang po natin very quickly. yung sa press con po, not this one po, Comsec. Not this one. Yung tatlo po na nandun sa press briefing.
Nandito po siya. And I also have a private lawyer. I think he arrived na. He's also outside.
Ma'am, to clarify po ma'am, nandyan po si Vice President ma'am, no? Nandyan po sa tabi ninyo si Vice President.
Hindi po ito. Sige po, Mr. Chair. Due to technical difficulties, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't want to delay the hearing any further. Pero I was able to get 3 screen recordings, Mr. Chair, of 3 instances during the hearing na may cellphone po na hawak yung staff na kasama po nila sa kwarto. Kaya yun lang, Mr. Chair. Siguro in terms of the cellphone issue, I hope this puts this to rest, Mr. Chair. They seem to have access to devices, either laptops or cellphones. Siguro po bukod dun sa dalawa na tinurn over nila, meron pa silang ibang cellphone. At saka, Mr. Chair, baka pwede ko po tanungin kay Saa, nung nagkaroon po ba ng medical emergency? Kasi nakita ko po na may isang video po na medyo nagagalit po ang ating Vice Presidente na ibalik nyo yung cellphone na ninakaw nyo. Binalik po ba noong personal natin yung mga cellphone, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, that's
Yes,
actually, nagtataka ho ako. Nasa taas ho ako ng second floor ng LSB, observing ho yung nangyayari sa baba. At narinig ko ho yung nagnanakaw. Kaya ho, nanakaw yung cellphone. Ako ay nagtataka kung paano nanakaw dahil kasama ho sa planning namin yon. Tinanggal lang sa possession nila at itilagay din sa lamesa. Andun, naiwan ho dun sa loob ng selda yung cellphone. So, hindi po nawala yung, wala pong nakuha na cellphone, wala pong nawawalang cellphone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I may move to a different topic altogether, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, another allegation that they keep on throwing is the denial of a counsel of their choice. So, siguro po, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pong linawin. Kasi po, doon po sa timeline, doon po sa report ni Saa sa atin, dumating daw po yung abogado nila ng 12:25 ng madaling araw. Sa press con din naman po, mismo si Yusek Lopez ang nagsabi na bukod daw po sa kay Vice President na lawyer niya, na tumayong lawyer niya na nasa loob ng kwarto, meron din daw po siyang private lawyer sa labas. So, doon po, base po doon, parang wala naman pong ganon na denial ng counsel of their choice. So, siguro, Mr. Chair, if we may ask the SAA, was there any attempt on the part of the LSB, of our security in the House, to prevent their lawyers from coming in?
Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
That will be the last thing in our mind, Mr. Chairman, not to allow the council if it's being requested. Please take note that we implemented the serving of the transfer order at 11:35 in the evening. In about, give or take perhaps a few minutes, that they have to call their lawyer and eventually the lawyer to travel and enter the Batasan, even if he's nearby. I think the time that he finally arrived at 10:25 is consistent with the timing. The lawyer, again, our video will bear us out that we allowed the attorney Leagogo at 12:25, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, access to his client.
So, Mr. Chair, dalawa po yung naging abogado ni Yusek Lopez nung gabi na yon. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, just one last issue to cover before I end my questioning. Yung issue po ng medical access at saka yung ambulansya po. Kasi isa po sa mga sinasabi nila na parang naghihinalo na daw yung tao, nagsastruggle na, higit 2 oras daw pinaghintay ko, no? Bago po bigyan ng ambulansya, bago bigyan ng access sa doktor. So siguro, Mr. Chair, in the press conference, they kept on flashing that little thumbnail wherein there was an ambulance waiting outside of our south gate. And allegedly, they were saying that the house was refusing entry. So siguro, Mr. Chair, siguro yung isa ko lang na napansin doon, medyo nakakalito lang kasi nandun na yung ambulansya, pero si Yusek Lopez nagpe-press con. So parang kung merong immediate medical emergency, siguro she wouldn't be in the state to actually conduct a press conference. So siguro, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask Orsaa, ano po ba yung ambulansya na dumating ng alauna ng madaling araw habang nagpe-press con po si Yusek Lopez?
Sa?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, ambulansya po ng Diliman doctors yung dumating. And wala naman ho sanang problemang makapasok yon. First, kung talaga hong confirmed na merong medical emergency. But then again, vehicle ho yun na hindi organic sa House of Representatives. So it has to be approved by the Secretary General, yung access po nun. Hindi pa po namin alam dahil wala ho tayong tao doon sa kwarto ni Atty. Lopez kung talagang legit yung nararamdaman, yung reklamo. So, in touch naman ho tayo through the protocol officers. At nung makumpirma nga ho natin na meron talagang medical emergency at hinintay po ho natin yung approval ni SecGen sa entry nung ambulansya nila, which is a requirement on my part dahil nakatali ho yung kamay ko. Yung doktor po ang pinapasok natin, yung doktor na nasa loob ng ambulansya para ho ma-check si Atty. Lopez. And at the same time, we requested the Philippine National Police na magpadala ng ambulansya, which I know is about 15 to 20 minutes. Bakit po ma'am yung ambulansya ng Philippine National Police? Kailangan po siyang ilabas, I'm sure, kung talaga ho merong medical emergency. And pagka ho ambulansya ng Philippine National Police, wala na hong problema ang Sergeant at Arms na i-secure pa yung motorcade. Dahil wala na po akong tao ma'am na kaya ko pang mag-secure doon sa may sakit na paghatid sa kanya sa ospital. Yun lang po yung dahilan. At nakita niyo naman po, mukhang tama naman po yung mga naging desisyon namin at wala naman pong malubhang nangyari kay Atty. Lopez.
So, Mr. Chair, base po sa sinasabi ni Saa, tumawag sila ng ambulansya ng alauna ng madaling araw kahit walang medical emergency. So, ano po yun? Nakaabang lang? Siguro yun po yung tanong ko na is it for, ano po ba, appearances? Yun po siguro, ano po yung dahilan kung bakit sa tumawag ng alauna ng madaling araw? Dahil po, base po sa report ni Saa at ni SecGen, mga 2:30 pasado, 2:30 na po ng madaling araw, nung nagkaroon ng tunay na request para po dahil meron na daw pong sinasabing medical emergency. At sinasabi nga din po ni Saa na nung nagkaroon na ng tunay na medical emergency at nag-request po sila ng ambulansya, within 15 to 20 minutes po, dumating po yung ambulansya. So, Mr. Chair, just wanted to ask Saa and SecGen. So wala pong kahit anong level na nag-deny o nag-delay po tayo ng medical treatment kay Yusek Lopez.
Wala po, kaya nga ako yung pinakahuling order ko po ay ilipat talaga sa veterans. Kasi po St. Luke's is a private hospital, sa veterans sa government facility. So medyo may link tayo with them, no? Kung ano man sabihin ng mga doktor doon, at least from the government point of view. Kaya po finally, in-order ko na nung tanghali, ilipat na siya from St. Luke's para makita talaga natin yung real medical condition niya.
Mr. Chair, siguro po, tanong ko lang po kay SecGen. sa kahabaan po ng panahon na nandun siya sa detention facility, were there any measures on the part of the House to ensure her medical well-being? Meron po bang check-ups from time to time? Kasi sinasabi niya po ng press conference, they know I'm sick, they know I'm sick. So siguro po, tanongin lang po natin doon po sa 3 araw bago po nangyari yung insidente na to, meron po ba tayong pinapadala ng mga doktor? Pinapa-check up po ba natin si Yusek Lopez?
Mr. Chairman, in fact, hindi po tayo nagkulang doon. No? May medical team naka-standby doon. Morning, noontime, and afternoon, late afternoon, minimeasure yung vitals niya. But there was a point in time, ayaw niya nang magpa-measure. Gusto niya daw, doktor niya. So, yun po yung naging problema natin eh. Pero as far as we're concerned, hindi po tayo nagkulang. Pirming nandun po may medical team, minomonitor yun. And this applies to all detainees, hindi lang po sa kanya. Lahat po ng detainees dito sa custodial center, meron pong medical team, minimeasure yung vital sila. Blood pressure, yung heartbeat, mga ganyan. Yung mga simple test lang po. Kaya lang, pag meron pong kondisyon na hindi ma-measure nung equipment natin at nung doktor, nire-recommend po nung medical team na dalhin sa hospital for further test. Yan na po nangyari kay Attorney Lopez, no? Since ayaw niya magpatingin dito sa mga doktor dito, at yun nga, hinimatay, nagsuka nung madaling araw, doon na po dinala natin sa hospital. Tapos by noon time, I decided doon sa veterans para mas confident tayo doon sa mga findings kaysa doon sa St. Luke's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Those are all of my questions po. Sana po malinaw po sa talakayan po natin ngayong umaga na malinaw at kalmado po yung pag-serve ng transfer order. Wala pong barging in na naganap, wala pong komosyon, wala pong pagnakaw ng cellphone na naganap, wala pong pagpipigil ng access sa abogado, wala pong wala pong attempts na i-breakdown yung pinto, nabigyan po siya ng access sa medical personnel at medical services sa kahabaan ng kanya pong pamamalagi sa ating detention facility, Mr. Chair. Siguro po napakabigat po kasi nung paratang na ibinato ni Yusek Lopez na naramdaman niya po na parang may pagbabanta sa kanyang buhay. Hinaras siya, threatened po siya. So sana po, Mr. Chair, sa pamamagitan po ng ating talakayan ngayong umaga, naging malinaw po na trinato po ng mabuti ng ating LSB, ng mga tao dito po sa House of Representatives, si Yusek Zulaika Lopez, sa kanya pong pamamalagi dito, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congresswoman
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Swansing. The Honorable Kong Hun is recognized.
2 katanungan lang po, Mr. Chair. Sergeant at Arms, Osaa. Mr. Chairman, pwede ko po bang i-direct
Yes.
aking katanungan sa Osaa?
Please continue.
Sa ating Sergeant at Arms, napanood po natin yung mga statement na binitawan po ng ating Vice President, pati po ni Attorney Lopez. At nakita po natin yung kaibahan ng istorya. Tingin po ba ninyo, Osaa, merong deliberate o pananadya na intensyon na baguhin ang istorya kung ano talaga ang nangyari nung gabi na yon para makakuha ng simpatya at pagmukaing masama ang komite at ang Kongreso?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, maraming salamat po sa inyong katanungan. Ipagpaumanin niyo po at hindi ko napanood kahit na andin doon sa mga video na sinasabi ninyo na taliwas doon sa nangyari talaga ang sinasabi ng pangalawang Pangulo. Subalit, yun nga ho yung siniguro ng komite. at saka ho namin na kaya namin protektahan at kaya namin patunayan yung totoong pangyayari para nga po hindi kami masabihan na iba yung galaw namin dan dun sa sinasabi nila nangyari. So we have all the video, we have all the proof, Mr. Chairman, to show na hindi po wala pong violation na nangyari doon sa buong period na yun.
So hindi po totoo na nananganib ang buhay ni Attorney Zulaika na may sinasabing may attempted homicide, no, sa kanyang buhay na nangyari noong panahon na siya ay nakadetine dito sa Kongreso?
Mr. Chairman, kung meron man hong mga nganib ang buhay noon, miski po tayo ngayon na nandito, responsibilidad po ng Sergeant at Arms yung mga mangyayari na ganoon. So, noong mga oras na yon, I am on top of the situation. Sinisiguro ko pong walang mangyayari kahit na sino sa ating mga detainee, maging na rin sa ating pangalawang Pangulo.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman.
Thank you. The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yun na yung tanong ko sana, no, yung tungkol doon sa, Mr. Chair, yung attempted homicide.
Before you continue, the Chair would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Vice President, Sara Duterte. Please continue.
Okay, Mr. Chair, so nakita natin, no, yung melodramatic na nangyari noong weekend, at nakita natin yung kwento ng ating mga, yung ni SecGen, SAA, tungkol doon sa, Mr. Chair, parang merong problema sa audio, Mr. Chair. At nakita natin, Mr. Chair, na talagang paliwas sa mga napanood natin sa social media, doon sa mga reports, yung totoong nangyari. Hello? Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've said, no, doon sa mga kwento na napanood natin, sa statement ni BP Sara, at saka sa statement ng COS, ng OVP. So na-realize natin dito, paliwas doon sa kwento nila, yung tunay na pangyayari. Of course, pinatunayan niya nung interpellation ni Representative Swansing at saka ni Congressman Kohun. So Mr. Chair, in our last session, so just to review, the committee passed my motion to hold Attorney Lopez in contempt under Section 11F of the Rules of Inquiries in Aid of Legislation for undue interference in our proceedings, and resolved to detain her for a period of 5 days instead of 10 days, or maximum of 10 days, as provided for in our Section 12 of the same rule. I must stress also, Mr. Chair, that the totality, just you have said a while ago, the totality of Attorney Lopez's acts and conduct warranted a detention of more than 5 days. Considering the totality of her acts of undue interference to the proceedings of this committee and the Congress as a whole, she not only admitted writing to the COA in order to suppress or prevent the release of documents, but worse, Mr. Chair, she continued to assert her position during our hearing, as well as in prior correspondences that she sent to his committee in refusing to attend our prior hearings. But by virtue of her conduct, the committee was deprived of invaluable information necessary to allow it to perform its role of crafting legislation for the improvement of the country's system of governance and transparency, Mr. Chair. In fact, she only attended when a threat of contempt citation loomed large should she fail to comply again with the subpoena duces tecum, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in view of the what happened during the last 2 days or so, I would like to consider to move for a reconsideration of our resolution, insofar as it's limited the period of detention for only 5 days. I move, Mr. Chair, that the period of detention of Attorney Lopez be 10 days instead of 5 days. So move, Mr. Chair.
10 days, so additional 5 days, tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, kasi hindi na siya makaka-attend ngayon, ano. Talagang ano, no. So nakita naman natin sa history nung kanyang evasive attitude, behavior, at itong kinreate niya na sinasabi niya na nagpagsisinungaling niya na hindi naman siya hinaras or hindi naman siya na-barge yung kanyang yung room ay kasama na po yan. So yung lahat ng mga pangyayari, Mr. Chair. So I repeat, I move to extend the period of contempt of Attorney Zulaika Lopez, Mr. Chair.
Is there second to the motion?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Marcoleta.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Before an action may be taken by the committee, may I know how the totality of evidence was evaluated that merited the contempt order by the chair?
Congresswoman Castro.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to
Mr. Chair, may I
I'd like to
answer?
apprise the
Yes,
court,
Congresswoman
Mr. Chair,
So,
that in the case
so
of
sino po ang in-acknowledge niya, nire-recognize,
This is,
Mr. Chair?
this is a
Congressman
point of
Marcoleta.
information, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. This is
Yes.
something that has to do with the rights
Congressman
of the liberty
Marcoleta.
people. In the court,
Congressman Marcoleta, let us, the chair recognizes Congresswoman
may I
Castro.
ask, Mr.
Please
Chair?
proceed, Congresswoman Castro.
Mr. Chair, may I ask the action of the committee first on my motion, Mr. Chair, before we entertain?
We will rule on the
Okay.
motion first.
Okay.
Is there any second to the motion?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized first?
Duly seconded. Is there any objection?
Mr. Chair,
Hearing none, the motion is
I was
carried.
recognized
Mr. Chair.
earlier before any action may be taken by the court, by the chair. Why is it that I am not allowed to speak?
Congressman Marcoleta, there is a pending motion. We just acted
Yes,
on the
but
pending
before
motion
that
first.
motion can be taken up, because this is about the liberty of an individual. May I be heard?
Yes, you will be heard, Congressman Marcoleta, but we just acted on the motion. Now, Congresswoman Castro, could you please answer the query of Congressman Marcoleta?
I have not yet asked the question, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
I am
please
trying to
continue.
explain my point.
Please continue, Congressman Marcoleta.
Because in the totality of evidence, as stated by Honorable Castro, there is an existing case, Mr. Chair. Ong versus Senate, GR number 257401, which says that the court ruled that the determination of whether a testimony was false or evasive requires an assessment of the totality of evidence presented to determine whether a witness speaks truthfully or merely trying to evade answering the question directly. So I am asking, Mr. Chair, how was the totality of evidence assessed, if ever it was assessed? Ano po yung pinagbatayan? I think we deserve to know how the assessment was made. This concerns the liberty of an individual. Under the Constitution, no one should be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, I think Attorney Lopez deserves to be heard. Ano po yung assessment na ginawa ng chair o ng committee? Kasi po, ang nabasa ko lang o nakita ko, Mr. Chair, Attorney Lopez wrote the COA explaining the position of the OVP that the audit observation memo is not conclusive, which means, Mr. Chair, Attorney Lopez is merely explaining the nature of an audit observation memo. If I were the lawyer of the OVP, I would have done the same, because I think the very nature of the AOM, it is not final and executory. Why would the COA abdicate its mandate of auditing the transaction or the funds utilization of the OVP? Why would the committee, Mr. Chair, arrogate upon itself the very mandate and responsibility of the Commission on Audit? Article 9D, Section 2, Paragraph 1 of the 1987 Constitution, Mr. Chair, I will read. The Commission on Audit shall have the power, authority, and the duty to examine, audit, and settle all accounts pertaining to the revenue and receipts of and expenditures or uses of funds and property. Mr. Chair, this constitutional provision jibes with Section 25, Paragraph 2 of Presidential Decree 1445 or the State Audit Code of the Philippines, which says, to develop and implement a comprehensive audit program that shall encompass an examination of financial transactions, accounts, and reports, including evaluation of compliance with applicable laws and regulations. Meaning to say, Mr. Chair, the mandate and authority to audit accounts on the expenses or expenditures of government is only the COA. I believe it is my respectful submission, Mr. Chair, that this committee usurped that particular mandate and that will now put the Commission on Audit positions in a compromise, Mr. Chair. How will you now assess the authority, the integrity, and the mandate? It is an independent constitutional body which mandate rests upon them. And I think the audit observation memo, Mr. Chair, is still under process by the committee, by the Commission on Audit. Why would we take that responsibility from the Commission on Audit? Why don't we allow the process to proceed and complete their investigation? I am raising a constitutional issue before this committee, Mr. Chair. We cannot arrogate upon ourselves the principal mandate reposed to the COA. It is the Constitution itself which gave them that responsibility, that authority and mandate. Where in Article 7 of the Philippine Constitution, which is the grant of legislative power, can this committee arrogate upon itself that particular mandate? I would like that question to be answered, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta. The Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Congressman Paduan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just to clear it out with regards to the jurisprudence that's cited by the Honorable Marcoleta with regards to Ong versus Senate. That is true, no? That the resolution of the Supreme Court favors Lincoln Ong, but that is a question of due process because Lincoln Ong was cited in contempt. Now, question the case of
Mr. Chair, I directed the question to you.
I am not yet finished my manifestation or answer to the query of the Honorable Marcoleta. Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Please
Chair,
wait
was
to be
the
recognized.
Honorable...
Congressman Marcoleta,
Mr.
wait to
Chairman.
be recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have all
Mr.
the right.
Chair,
Paduano, you
the
have the-
question was addressed to...
Congressman Marcoleta, let me first recognize Congressman Paduano.
Before you answer, before you recognize him,
Congressman
I
Marcoleta,
deserve...
you are out of order.
I deserve, Mr. Chair, an answer.
1 minute suspension is declared by the chair.
Bakit sa'yo?
Committee hearing resumes. The chair would like to
Mr. Chair?
recognize COMSEC.
Your Honor, I would like to recognize Honorable Joseph Jojo Lara from the 3rd District of Cagayan, Honorable Roberto T. Uy Jr., Vice Chairperson from the 1st District of Zamboanga del Norte, Honorable Loreto S. Amante from the 3rd District of Laguna, Honorable Raul Daniel A. Manuel from Kabataan Party List, Deputy Majority Leader Jude A. Asidre from Tingog Party List, Deputy Majority Leader Franz S. Pumarian from the 3rd District of Quezon City, Honorable Daphne A. Lagon from the 6th District of Cebu, Honorable Rhea May A. Gullias from the 1st District of Cebu, Honorable Jaime D. Cuanco from the 1st District of Tarlac. That's it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Comsec.
Mr.
Before I
Chair?
recognize Congresswoman Franz Castro.
Yeah, so before anything else, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before you answer the question of Honorable Marcoleta, may I be cleared out po yung sa aking motion. So my motion is on the table. So may I know the decision of the chair?
Tapos na po. Na-declare na,
So,
nakapag-act na po ang chair.
Okay, so wala na po tayong ano doon.
Wala na.
Okay.
There is no pending motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. To answer the question of the Honorable Marcoleta with respect to the totality of acts of Attorney Lopez, the chair already explained it clearly in my opening remarks. And I will repeat, Congressman Marcoleta. While Attorney Lopez presented herself as respectful or courteous, nakita po ng committee na ang kanyang mga sagot at mga pagkilos mula sa mag-umpisa ng inquiry na ito ay evasive, uncooperative, and untruthful. Ang suma total at kabuuan ng kanyang mga acts and responses ultimately convinced the committee that Attorney Lopez was guilty of interfering in and frustrating Congress' exercise of its power of legislative inquiry. Halimbawa, isolated incident lang daw ang kanyang pagtanggal kay Yusek Gloria Mercado sa DepEd, subalit napaamin rin siya kalaunan na may mga iba pa siyang mga tinatanggal na opisyal sa DepEd kahit na hindi siya opisyal neto. Paulit-ulit din pong sinabi ni Attorney Lopez na wala siyang alam sa utilization ng Confi Fund ng OVP. Paulit-ulit ito na sagot, subalit may mga dokumento at ebidensya kagaya na lamang ng mga sulat sa COA at testimonya mismo ng iba pa nitong resource persons na nagtuturo kay Attorney Lopez bilang involved hindi lang sa pag-request ng Confi Fund kundi pati na rin sa utilization at liquidation nito. Inamin ni Attorney Lopez na sila ng kanyang assistant COS na si Lemuel Ortoño ang nakalagda sa sulat sa COA patungo sa liquidation ng confidential funds. Inamin niya rin na nag-issue siya ng isa pang sulat na tinatangkang pigilan ng COA sa pag-comply sa isang subpoena mula sa kongresong ito. Ilang beses rin po nakatanggap ang komite ng mga iba pang sulat mula kay Attorney Lopez na tumatangging humarap sa komite on the basis of the same grounds na kanyang inilahad sa sulat ng COA. Kung titignan po ang totality of Attorney Lopez acts, malinaw na mayroong clear, persistent, and willful attempt to interfere, frustrate, and defeat the inquiry undertaken by the committee. At dahil dito ay nahatulan siya ng contempt under Section 11F of our Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. During the course of the hearing, Attorney Lopez was asked, tinanong po siya, kung sila po ay nagsampa ng kaso dito po sa Supreme Court, dito po sa request ng Kamara para humingi po ng mga dokumento at sinabi po niya ay hindi. Ang act po ng Congress, ito po ay nadesisyonan na noong nakaraang committee hearing at kung meron man pong question sa constitutionality na ginagawa po ng Kamara at any time po pwede po tayong mag-question sa Supreme Court via petition for certiorari. Maraming salamat po, Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, yun nga po yung tinatanong ko sa inyo kanina kung paano ginanap yung assessment ng totality of evidence. Sapagkat kung napansin po ninyo, isinama po yung di umano ay pagtatanggal ng ibang kawani ng DepEd na wala yatang ang pagkakatingin ko po sa mga minutes ay wala pong due process na pinagtatanggal po sila. Isa po yun yata sa ebidensya na ipinasok ninyo sa totality. Tama po ba?
Isa lamang po yun sa mga napag-usapan po.
Gusto ko lamang pong puntuhan
Tama
yun
po.
sapagkat ako po bilang isa, Tinanggal po ako sa lahat ng aking committee. Hindi ko man lang po alam kung ano yung kasalanan ko. I was not even informed. The first element of due process is notice. I was not notified. What did I do wrong? Wala po. Pero pinagtatanggal po ako. Tinanggap ko naman eh. Pero wala pong due process. Yung po ang gusto kong ipaintindi rin. Pati nga po yung membership ko sa Commission on Appointments na wala namang kinalaman dito sa gawain natin sa Kongreso, tinanggal din po ako ron. Meron po bang due process? Tingnan po ninyo yung ginawa niyang sulat.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order.
What is the point
I
of
think,
order,
Mr.
Congressman
Chairman, the
Fernandez?
good gentleman is not under investigation in this committee, and we are investigating other matter. If you wanted to be investigated
Mr.
that
Chair,
matter, I think,
I
Mr. Chairman,
still
this is not
have the
right
floor,
point.
Mr. Chair.
I still have the floor, Mr.
What is
Marcoleta.
the point of
I'm still-
order?
the point
Congressman
of order.
Marcoleta, please
to
wait to
suspend,
be
Mr. Chair.
recognized. 1 minute
Pwede
suspension
po
is
bang
declared by the
pigilan
chair.
ng isang nagsasalita?
Mr. Chair, while you are suspended, may we respectfully request that all the employees of the Office of the Vice President sit together so that we can easily confer with each other, because the other employees are quite few seats away from us. So we want to sit together so that we can confer easily with each other. Please, thank you.
Point of order, that's the second highest motion. So he has to respect it, the point of order of, i-roll mo.
May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
The point of order is the second highest motion in the House.
Committee hearing resumes.
Mr. Chair,
May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair,
The point of
Congressman
order...
Acop is recognized.
with the indulgence of the Honorable Marcoleta, Mr. Chair, I think we might as well agree to disagree with one another here bago po tayo magpatuloy. Di po ba?
Yes, I agree, Congressman Acop.
So, we follow our rules. The Honorable Marcoleta is a member of this Congress, so he knows the rules and he is obligated to follow the rules. Otherwise, he'll be declared out of order and be taken out of this room. So, for all of us, members of Congress, let's follow the House rules. That's why they are there, for orderly proceedings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Acop. We will now proceed to the next item in our agenda. Wala na po
Mr.
tayong...
Chair, respectfully, may I say something?
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Honorable Vice
Mr. Chair?
President, before I recognize you, would you like to take your oath?
Yeah.
I
Mr.
will only
Chair.
recognize you if you will take your oath.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Please administer the oath of the Honorable Vice President.
Your Honor, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry, so help you God?
Yes.
Yeah, oath has been administered, Your Honors.
Thank you. I will recognize you now,
Okay.
Honorable Vice President.
Yes. Mr. Chair, the position of Undersecretary and Assistant Secretaries and other appointed positions are positions of trust and confidence by the appointing authority. The resignation letters of the USEX and the ASEX of DepEd were accepted by the appointing authority. And who is that? Mr. Chair. the President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Yes.
It is not the Secretary of the Department of Education. So you ask the President of the Republic of the Philippines why he accepted the resignation of the USEX and the ASEX.
What is the point, Honorable Vice President?
Ang sinasabi ko sa inyo, bakit nyo kine-question ang due process? Tanungin nyo ang appointing authority, bakit niya tinanggap ang resignation letter?
Madam Vice President,
Yes, sir.
we will, wala pa po tayo dun sa usapin na yun.
Sa anong usapin,
Later
sir?
later po sa binabanggit po ninyo.
Sa anong
Wala pa
usap-
po tayo sa period of interpellation. Bubuksan ko pa lamang po ang period of interpellation.
Yes, sir. Nandun na kayo sa topic. Hindi po tayo nag-i-interpellation ngayon.
Madam Vice President, nag-uusap po muna ang mga miyembro.
Yes,
so,
sir.
please do respect yung
Yes,
mga...
I am very respectful. I am dovetailing from Congressman Marcoleta. The appointing authority is the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Why are you questioning due process in a discussion of resignation of USEX and ASEX?
Wala pa pong nagtatanong about that, Madam Vice President.
Sir, kinontempt nyo
Madam-
na, sir, dinetain nyo na yung tao for due process.
Madam Vice President,
Sir, nasa loob ng detention ang tao because you questioned due process. Asaan ang explanation ng due process ninyo doon? Nasaan?
Madam Vice
Tinanong
President,
kita kanina. I'm sorry, sir. Tinanong kita kanina, sino ang appointing authority? USEC ng ASEC. Anong sagot mo? Secretary. Hindi mo
pa po-
alam.
Hindi pa po ako nagsumasagot.
Hindi mo. Nakita kita, sumagot. Camera. Kita sumagot. Sinabi mo,
Mr.
Secretary.
Chairman, motion to
Hindi
suspend
ninyo alam
for 5
lahat
minutes.
One
na
minute
ang
reset.
nag-a-appoint
One
ay
minute
President.
suspension is declared by the Chair.
Can we observe proper decorum, Mr. Chairman? Suspended. Suspended. Kalma lang. Kalma lang. Cool lang tayo, pare. Huwag tayo papunta na. Microphone.
Mr. Chair, respectfully, the personnel of the Office of the Vice President want to sit with me. Yes. Sir.
Committee hearing resumes.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
May I be allowed?
Yes, Madam Vice
Yes.
President.
You need to reconsider that extension of your detention. It was illegal in the first place. You asked the President why he accepted the resignation. Do not ask due process.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Paduano. Congressman Akop.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice President, if you have any question insofar as the actions of this committee are concerned, I think the proper remedy is for you to go to the court.
Sir, I will go to court.
Opo, pero
Oo,
that is
pero
your...
araw-araw, you are depriving a person of her liberty while I await.
That is precisely the point, ma'am.
The-
If our action of detaining your chief of staff is against the law, I think the proper remedy, and I think you're a lawyer,
Yes, sir.
the proper remedy is to go to the court.
Sir, do you really want to show the Filipino people kung anong kaalaman ninyo sa batas?
Ang sinasabi ko lang po ay sundin
Oo.
po natin yung batas
Kaya
dito
nga,
sa
sir,
House.
sundin natin yung
Kasi
batas.
nandito po kayo dito sa bahay ng Kongreso.
Yes, sir. Sundin natin yung batas. Why will you penalize, punish Yusek Lopez for an act of the President?
Madam Vice President, that is the decision of the committee as a whole. Sana po respetuhin po ninyo.
Yes, sir.
Kung meron pong
Okay.
remedy, alam naman po ninyo bilang abogado na tama po yung sinasabi ni Congressman Akop, pwede po tayong mag-file ng relief sa
Okay,
court.
sige, sir. Tinutulungan ko lang kayo, sir, kasi napapahiya ang Pilipinas. Ganito ba ang House of Representatives? Tinutulungan ko lang kayo.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Vice President.
With all due respect,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Congressman
Mr. Chair, I move that we
Deputy
strike
Speaker
out. Yeah, I move that we
Suarez.
strike out that last comment said about the House of Representatives. I don't think that is warranted. Neither is it fair to make statements such as that. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
may
Congressman
we
Dan
remind all the
Fernandez.
resource persons to address the chairman kasi nakakawala po ng respeto sa committee na to kung hindi po natin i-address ang chairman. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We will now continue to the next item in our agenda. We will now proceed to the interpellation proper. The first to interpolate is the Honorable Congressman Akop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask Mr. Edward Farda? Mr. Farda, you were the special disbursing officer during the period when Vice President Sara Duterte was the Secretary of DepEd.
Your Honor, Mr.
Edward Farda, you're recognized.
Chair. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I confirm.
Thank you. Would you also confirm the 3 land bank checks, each amounting to 37.5 million, were issued to you as payee and were encashed by you? Would you confirm that?
Mr. Farda, you are recognized.
Your Honor, I confirm.
Thank you. And would you also confirm that you certified the correctness of the liquidation reports on the use of the DepEd confidential funds and in fact issued the corresponding certification? Would you confirm that?
Mr. Chair, pwede pong paulit lang po nung question regarding dun sa issue ng certification.
Congressman Akop, please continue. Please repeat.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Farda, can you, did you certify to the correctness of the liquidation reports on the use of the DepEd confidential funds, and in fact issued the corresponding certification?
Mr. Chair, wala kaming kakampi dito, walang maka-point of order para sa amin. How can you ask a resource person without
Madam
giving him
Vice-
copies? Without giving him
Mr.
copies.
Chair, point of
Madam
order,
Vice
Mr. Chair.
President, please wait to be recognized.
Give him copies.
Point of order. What is the point of order of the Honorable
Yes,
Castro?
Mr. Chair. Representative Acop is asking our resource person, why is it that the Vice President is batting?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
the point of order
Kasi
is
wala
dapat
kaming
ganon.
kakampi
Proper.
dito, ma'am.
Pero dapat
Walang
pakinggan muna
1 minute
maka-point of
recess declared by the
order.
chair.
Well, point of order.
Natataranta ako, boss. First time ko rito.
Session resumes. Please continue, Congressman Acop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed, I would like to ask COA. Sige. COA, would you agree that 3 land bank checks, each amounting to 37.5 million, were issued to Mr. Edward Farda as payee?
Attorney Camora, you are recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And did Mr. Edward Farda certify to the correctness of the liquidation reports on the use of the DepEd confidential funds, and in fact issued the corresponding certification?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And Mr. Fajarda and Madam Acosta also prepared the corresponding accomplishment reports for the use of the DepEd confidential funds? Would that be correct?
Mr. Fajarda, yes, Mr. Chair.
Could you please repeat your answer, Madam?
For Mr. Fajarda for DepEd, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, may I know, Mr. Edward Fajarda, si Miss Sunshine po ay asawa po ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor, you're correct.
Yes. And Miss Sunshine Fajarda ay nagtatrabaho rin doon sa office ng Vice President.
During DepEd po, kasama po siya.
Yes, thank you. Now, Mr. Chair, para lang ma-recall po natin, si Miss Sunshine ang pinangalanan ng ating mga resource persons natin nung mga nakaraang hearing na nag-abot ng payola money sa mga empleyado ng DepEd at sinasabi niya na ito ay galing kay Vice President Sara. Bagay na bagay sa kanya ang kanyang pangalan. Talagang sunshine siya dahil paano ba naman hindi iilaw ang mukha mo pag naabutan ka ng pera? Meanwhile, si Mr. Fajarda naman ang pinapangalan nung nakaraang hearing na nung una ay nagproproseso ng payola money through land bank payroll accounts ng field personnel, pero due to supposed security reasons, hiningi niya ang personal ATM account numbers para doon na lang ipapadala ang payola ng field personnel, effectively bypassing the official documentation of all the transactions. In short, Mr. Fajarda, kayong mag-asawa ay nagtatrabaho para kay Vice President Sara. Tama po ba?
Mr. Edward Fajarda.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Kayo ni Miss Sunshine ay galing sa Davao. Tama rin po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bago kayo nagtrabaho under DepEd with Vice President Sara as the Secretary, si Miss Sunshine ay nagtrabaho for VP Sara nung siya ay mayor ng Davao City. Tama po?
Mr. Fajarda.
Yes, Your Honor.
In other words, Mr. Fajarda, lumipat kayo ng Maynila to serve under the office of the Vice President and in DepEd. Tama rin po ba?
Your Honor, yung po kasing asawa ko nasa Manila, so kung ako po ay nasa Davao, so I decided na mag-apply po ako sa DepEd, kaya nagkasama po kami.
Noong si Vice President Sara ay nakabase po sa Davao as the City Vice Mayor, hindi po kayo part ng kanyang staff. Tama rin po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
In short, bago kayo naging SDO or Special Disbursing Officer ng DepEd, wala po kayo involvement kay Vice President Sara.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct. Dahil sa inyong asawa, si Miss Sunshine, kayo po ay nakilala ni Vice President Sara. Tama rin po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa makatuwid, tama rin po ba na ang pagiging Special Disbursing Officer ninyo ay ang first job nyo kay Vice President?
Your Honor, Executive Assistant po ako bago po ako naging SDO.
So,
Special
hindi ito ang
Disbursement.
first time na trabaho po ninyo kay Vice President?
Executive Assistant.
Yes. Ang SDO appointment ang SDO ay isang appointment by the head of office. Would you agree with that?
I believe po trust and confidence po.
Oh, pero nag-appoint yung head of office.
Opo.
Thank you. In other words, pinili po kayo ni Vice President na maging Special Disbursing Officer.
By trust and confidence po.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Chair, as we can see, isa lang ang credential ni Mr. Farda upang siya ay piliin ni Vice President Sara para maging SDO. Ito ay dahil siya ay asawa ni Miss Sunshine. Alam naman natin ang posisyon na SDO requires trust dahil malaki ang funds na involved dito. Sinabi na rin ni Mr. Farda yun. For the case of DepEd, kay Mr. Farda, unang ibinigay ang confidential funds na umaabot ng mahigit 100 milyon. Mr. Farda, are you a regular employee within the meaning of our civil service?
Mr. Chair, executive assistant po is also appointed po ng head of the office of the agency, considered po as a regular employee.
Considered as a regular employee and therefore covered po ng civil service rules. Would you agree?
Mr. Chair, hindi po ako masyadong maalam sa rules po ng civil service. So, can I ask someone?
Kasi if you're a regular employee under our civil service rules, the fact that you are appointed in the DepEd as co-terminus with the Vice President and then Secretary of Education, are you trying to tell this committee that a co-terminus employee would be a regular employee within the meaning of our civil service rules? And if no naman, I think you would also be aware that under a joint circular, a special disbursing officer must be a regular employee.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Now the question is, are you or do you consider yourself a regular employee despite your being a coterminous employee?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you are a regular employee. You consider yourself such. Okay. But as a coterminous employee, you serve at the pleasure of your principal. Tama rin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Meaning the principal is the Vice President.
Yes,
and
Your Honor.
she can remove you from office at any point in time. Tama rin.
Opo, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time, I wish to explore legislation on this matter because an SDO cannot be a coterminous employee. We have to remember that confidential funds, when granted to a civilian agency, is related to the functions of the agency itself. As such, the person handling it must be a career employee, preferably of that agency, so that we are certain where loyalty lies. Not just a coterminous employee where incentives are aligned towards ensuring that the principal is pleased with his or her performance. Do we have a representative of the Bureau of Treasury, Mr. Chair?
Comsec?
Your Honor, Bureau of Treasury was informed belatedly, but they will try their best to appear today, Your Honor.
So they're not present today?
Not present today, Your Honor.
Kasi, Mr. Chair, ang tatanungin ko po sana is tungkol po dun sa fidelity bond. And the representative of the Bureau of Treasury is the appropriate or proper person to explain to us yung fidelity bond vis-a-vis the accountable officer.
Congressman Nakop, I think the representative of Bureau of Treasury is present.
May I please recognize Attorney Jericho Cadorna, OIC for the Complaints and Investigation Division of the Bureau of Treasury, Your Honor.
Nakapag-oath na po ba siya, Comsec?
Previously, in the previous hearings, Your Honor, he has already taken his oath.
Okay. Please take your seat, Attorney Cardona. Please proceed, Congressman Nakop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney, bago i-discuss po natin yung fidelity bond, maaari po ba ninyong explain sa amin o sa committee na ito at saka mga nandito ngayong araw na ito, ano ang accountable officer at sino po ang mga pwedeng maging accountable officers?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, and to the Honorable Committee. Your Honor, to answer the question of Your Honor, as for the Bureau of the Treasury in our fidelity bonding operations, to determine who is an accountable officer, we refer to the requirement of the public bonding law or the definition of the public bonding law as to who is an accountable officer. Section 314 of the public bonding law states that every officer, agent, and employee of the government of the Philippines or of the companies or corporations, the majority of the stock of which is held by the national government shall, whenever the nature of the duties performed by such officer, agent, or employee permits or requires the custody of funds or property for which he is accountable, be deemed a bondable officer. And except as otherwise provided, every such person shall be bonded or bondable and his fidelity insured in accordance with the public bonding law.
With your definition, Attorney, yung bang special disbursement officer ay isa sa mga accountable officers?
As per my knowledge, Your Honor, in the operations of the Bureau of the Treasury, special disbursing officers are one of the officials who are considered bondable because of the fact that they are in custody or in possession of public funds or property. However, admittedly, Your Honor, as far as the legal service of the Bureau of the Treasury is concerned, we often recommend a different evaluation criteria because special disbursing officers are generally only designated additional accountable functions on top of their core functions, which ordinarily does not involve public funds or property, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Attorney. My question was very simple. Ang tanong ko lang po kung ang mga designated special disbursing officers are also accountable officers pursuant to the definition that you have cited to us. Yes or no lang naman po?
Yes, Your Honor, considering that if they are granted or designated additional functions as special disbursing officers, the nature of the duties then would require custody of funds or property, Your Honor.
And therefore, Mr. Edward Farda is an accountable officer pursuant to that definition.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, ayon sa ating joint circular, an accountable officer is an officer of the government whose duties permit or require the possession or custody of government funds and property, and who shall be accountable therefore and for the safekeeping thereof in conformity with our laws and regulations. As clearly established by the discussion earlier, Mr. Edward Farda is indeed an accountable officer, not only by the fact of his position as SDO, but also by the fact of the confirmation of receipt of confidential funds for DepEd, respectively, in 2022 and 2023. Now, Attorney, you must be aware of Treasury Circular Number 1-2022 regarding supplemental guidelines on the revised omnibus regulations governing the fidelity bonding of accountable public officers being part of the Bureau of Treasury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, base po sa circular ng Treasury, ano po ang ibig sabihin ng bondable officer? Ito po ba ay nangangaluhugan na may bond na ipinopost para sa kanya?
Yes, Your Honor.
And ano po yung tawag po ninyo doon sa bond na binibigay ng bondable officer?
it is referred to by the Bureau of the Treasury as the fidelity bond, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Pwede po bang ipaliwanag niyo po sa amin, sa lahat na nandito, kung ano po ang ibig sabihin ng fidelity bond in layman's terms?
Your Honor, a fidelity bond or the posting of the fidelity bond is an assurance or the commitment of an accountable public officer that he will faithfully discharge and lawfully discharge his duties, particularly his accountable public duties, considering that the accountable public officer is in possession of public funds or property. It is a commitment, Your Honor, that the accountable public official will faithfully and lawfully discharge his or her duties.
Ano po ang purpose? Is that the last statement that you made? Yan po ba ang purpose ng fidelity bond?
Its purpose also, Your Honor, is for the accountable public official for his fidelity to be covered, Your Honor, to be covered by the fidelity fund.
Marami pong salamat. Now, bakit kailangan mag-post ng fidelity bond ang isang accountable officer katulad ni Mr. Fajarda?
Your Honor, because the reason being is that because the fidelity bond or a bondable officer is or a bonded officer rather is covered by the fidelity fund, the fidelity fund maintained in the Bureau of the Treasury shall be available for the purpose of replacing defalcations, shortages, and unrelieved losses in their account, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ngayon, sa Bureau of Treasury, ano po ang ibig sabihin ng public fund?
Allow me to just refer to the
Please.
circular, Your Honor. So
Please, Attorney.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. I will quote item Q of the definition of terms under Treasury Circular 2-2019 as amended. Public funds shall refer to funds or public monies under the possession, custody, or control of an accountable officer by virtue of his or her official position or designation, which include public monies of every sort and other financial resources such as cash, instruments, representing or convertible to money, receivables, and the like pertaining to the government agency, Your Honor.
And pursuant to that definition that you have read, ang confidential funds ng DepEd ay kasama sa public funds under the possession, custody, or control of the special disbursing officer. In this case, Mr. Edward Fajarda.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ano po ang liability ng accountable officer katulad ni Mr. Fajarda sa ganitong sitwasyon?
Liability, Your Honor, in
Yeah.
if I may.
Are they accountable sa mga losses dahil sa unlawful deposit, unlawful use, or application of public funds, unlawful application of public funds? Sila po ang accountable?
Yes, Your Honor. If there is unlawful disbursement, considering that the Administrative Code of 1987 states that every accountable officer shall be personally liable for the funds or property in his or her possession, Your Honor.
Liable din sila kahit attributable ang loss sa kanilang negligence sa paghawak po ng mga pondong ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Now, Mr. Fajarda, having listened to the explanation of the representative of the Bureau of Treasury, are you aware of the magnitude of your accountability as Special Disbursing Officer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let me confirm. Salary grade 17 po kayo, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And correct po ba yung aking record na ang inyong monthly salary ay around 35,000 to 40,000? Mali po ba yun?
Your Honor, 41,000. Ganyan po malapit, hindi ko lang po alam ang exact figure.
So, malapit dito. Malapit dito sa numerong
Mga
sinabi ko.
40 plus 40 to 50.
Yeah. Kanina, napag-usapan natin with the Bureau of Treasury ang fidelity bond at ang purpose nito. Naintindihan mo naman siguro yung explanation ng representative ng Bureau of Treasury. Nung kayo po ba, Mr. Farda, to minimize the probability of theft or crimes in relation to the confidential funds na inyo pong hawak, ano po yung controls na inilagay po ninyo? Kayo po ba ay hiningan ng proof ng iyong income o properties?
Your Honor, ang tanong po niyo po ba yung as SDO, as an SDO?
Yeah, bilang SDO at may hawak po ng confidential funds, may nilagay po ba kayong controls sa paggamit po nito? Or hiningan po ba kayo o pinag-submit po ba kayo ng iyong income at saka list of properties?
Your Honor, nasa SALN po kasi yan. Meron po yung copy po sa DepEd. Nung nag-apply po ako, naghingi po sila ng SALN.
Hiningi po sa inyo ito at nag-submit naman po kayo?
Opo. Nung nag-apply po ako sa DepEd.
Okay. Now, to the Bureau of Treasury, yung bond fidelity is required when you hold public funds. Tama po.
Yes, Your Honor.
At ang purpose ng fidelity bond ay to ensure against losses, shortages, and defalcation by officers or employees accountable for public funds. Tama rin po.
Yes, Your Honor.
In other words, ito pong mga nakalagay dito ay to ensure na gagamitin po ng tama and for the specified purpose ang public funds. Tama po ba? Dahil kung hindi po ginamit doon for what is intended for, you are violating the law. Would you agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, would you also agree with me that the fidelity bond should be equal to the amount of public funds that you would hold being a special disbursing officer? Would that be correct?
I do agree, Your Honor. But that is...
Hindi ko po tinatanong kung nag-agree po kayo. Tama rin po ba according to your rules?
As for the Bureau of the Treasury's rules, Your Honor, admittedly, the coverage of the bond is not equal to the amount of the accountability disclosed. That is the present policy or the existing policy of the Bureau of the Treasury, Your Honor.
Now, may I know the reason why pumayag o nag-agree po kayo sa aking contention? Kasi importante po ito dahil pwedeng baguhin natin yung naandun sa Bureau of Treasury.
Let me preface my answer, Your Honor, by saying that this is just my personal opinion as part of the legal service, and this does not preempt a forthcoming position of the Bureau. But I do agree with the sentiment, Your Honor, because it has the features of an insurance. So therefore, in order for it to fully insure, you could say the fidelity losses should be reimbursed by said insurance. But then again, Your Honor, that is just my personal opinion, and this does not preempt any forthcoming official position of the Bureau, because really the reason why there is a minimization or limit on the bond coverage is to reduce moral hazards, Your Honor, and the fact that there are fiscal implications because presently the Fidelity Fund are with the Bureau of the Treasury. So to reimburse it fully would have fiscal implications, Your Honor.
Kasi, would you agree also na kung sobra naman ang liit ng bond, then wala na pong incentive to use the trusted public fund properly? Will you also agree with that, Attorney?
I would agree with that, Your Honor.
Thank you. Si Mr. Farda ay pinayagan maghawak ng up to 50 million o ang kanyang approved amount of bond. Based on this data, the approved amount of bond is 4 million, while the bond premium is 60,000. Tama rin po ba yun sa inyong mga rules and regulations?
While I do not have the records, actually, Your Honor, because that belongs to the National Capital Region Regional Office, and the invitation was belatedly sent. But if we would refer to the schedule of premium rates, accountability, and bond coverage, if I may ask again, Your Honor, the accountability is for how much, Your Honor?
50 million.
50 million.
That is the approved amount of bond.
50 million, Your Honor, for the bond, Your Honor?
Yeah,
Perhaps accountability, Your Honor.
Yes, the accountability is 50 million. The approved amount of bond is 4 million.
Yes, Your Honor. That would be compliant with the schedule of premium rates under existing Treasury circulars. For minimum cash accountability, ranging from 25 million and 1 peso to 75 million pesos, the amount of bond would be 4 million with a premium to be paid, which is 60,000 pesos.
60,000.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama sa rules and regulations po ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, pakipaliwanag po sa amin anong ibig sabihin ng approved amount of bond?
That is basically, Your Honor, the coverage of the Fidelity Fund. If ever there are losses, shortages, and defalcations, that is the maximum amount that can be paid by the Bureau of the Treasury. Whichever is lesser, Honor, it could be the amount of loss if it's lesser, or it could be the amount of the bond if it is lesser, Your Honor.
Okay. Ano rin po ba ang bond premium?
It is to be paid, Your Honor, by the agency in order for the bond to be confirmed, or for basically the contract to be binding, Your Honor, that the official is bonded.
Yes. Thank you. In the case of Mr. Farda, hindi po ba maliwanag na ang layo ng approved amount of bond and the bond premium sa amount of accountability po niya? Will you agree with that?
I would agree with that, Your Honor, because such is the present status of the policy, Your Honor.
Yes, yung sitwasyon ba na ito ay tama according to your rules?
According to the rules, Your Honor, it would be correct because that is what is stated under the policy, Your Honor.
So normal?
Per the rules, Your Honor, that would be normal, Your Honor.
Would you agree also with me that if this is the situation, there is no incentive for Mr. Farda to properly use the 50 million? Will you agree with that?
As far as the fidelity bonding operations is concerned, Your Honor, considering that the bond coverage is admittedly very minimal, well, yes, Your Honor, just personal opinion, looking at it with the features of an insurance contract, Your Honor.
We have established a while ago that the salary grade of Mr. Edward Fajarda is only 17 and thus earns around more or less 40,000 a month. Further, he was not asked to show, or he was asked to show properties, but was not, I think he also was asked to provide a financial capacity to cover the accountable amount of 50 million. So, pinipilit ko pong intindihin how could 4 million bond serve as protection for the 50 million public funds entrusted to a person sa inyong departamento. Hindi nyo po ba napag-aralan ito? How would a, 4 million bond serve as a protection for a 50 million public fund entrusted to an SDO?
In that regard, Your Honor, as I was not part of I do not have the knowledge on the wisdom behind the matrix of schedule of premium rates, because since time immemorial, admittedly, Your Honor, it has been this way. It was just added or additional items were just added throughout the years. But I would refer it to our principals, Your Honor, if there's a need for the Bureau's position regarding the matter.
Kaya ako po tinatanong, baka I think there's a need already to amend. Di po ba? Kasi yung amount, wala pa nga 20% nung coverage. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, COA, can you please walk us through the steps of obtaining confidential funds? Would it be correct that this begins with the disbursement voucher? Madam COA?
Sir, Mr. Chair, may I ask? Can the question be repeated?
Thank you. Can you please walk us through the steps of obtaining a confidential obtaining confidential funds? Would it be true that this begins with a disbursement voucher?
Yes, Mr. Chair, from the cash advances, for the cash advance.
Correct. Tama.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, ano po ang purpose ng isang disbursement voucher?
It is to ano po, yung para mag-request nung cash advance, nung amount na gagamitin for the purpose in the DV po.
Okay. Mr. Farda, sa nakaraang mga hearing namin, paulit-ulit pong nababanggit ang inyong pangalan. Sa katunayan, nabanggit din po ang pangalan nyo ni Attorney Michael Paua, spokesperson dati ni Vice President Sara, at dating Chief of Staff sa DepEd. Kilala nyo po ba siya?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. At noong nakaraang hearing, napag-usapan ang confidential funds ng DepEd, pati ang mga YLS or Youth Leadership Summits. Dahil hindi po kayo nagpakita noong nakaraang mga hearing, wala po kaming choice kung hindi magtanong sa mga resource persons na nandito noon, noong araw na yon. Pero ayon kay Attorney Paua, ikaw at si Vice President Sara lang ang may alam tungkol sa paggamit ng confidential funds. Do you confirm this? O si Attorney Paua ang nagsisinungaling?
Your Honor, ang nag-uusap lang po tungkol po sa confidential fund po sa office ay ako at saka si BP Sara, pero regarding po sa operation, may kausap pa po akong iba.
So, tama po yung
tama
sinabi
po yung
ko.
kay Michael
Tama po.
Kay Yusek po ako.
Now, bago po
Pero,
tayo.
I said, sorry, Your Honor, sorry.
Sige, sige.
May kausap pa po akong iba, mga security officer po.
Ano po?
Yung pong security officer.
Ang nakakaalam na isa. So, tatlo kayo.
Ang kausap ko po si Ma'am Sara and then ako po sa security officer.
Okay. Security officer, ikaw at si Vice President. Correct. Okay.
Your Honor, hindi po nag-uusap po si security officer at saka si Vice President Sara.
So, ikaw lang ang kausap ng security officer?
Opo.
Takilapit lang yung mic niyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bago tayo pumunta sa mga pinaggamitan ng confidential funds, dito muna tayo sa paano ba ipaprocess ang confidential funds. Specifically, yung confidential fund ng DepEd. Ang una pong step, Mr. Farda, is yung disbursement voucher. Would that be correct?
Your Honor, may isa pa pong ginagawa para po magawa po yung disbursement voucher.
Ano po yun?
Physical and financial plan po.
Yes. There must be a physical and financial plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Yung pong disbursement voucher para sa first quarter ng 2023 in the amount of 37.5 million, sa iyo po ba nakapangalan yung disbursement voucher?
Your Honor, ang pinapangalan po sa akin yung cheque. Yung pong cheque.
Yeah. Sa iyo po?
Yung cheque po.
Yung disbursement voucher, wala?
Ayan po ang disbursement voucher. So, nakaperma lang po ako dyan. Pero,
nandyan yung pangalan po
Apo,
ninyo?
nagsasign po ako, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yun din pong cheque, kagaya ng sabi ninyo, nakapangalan na rin po sa inyo?
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero matanong ko po, kayo po ba nag-prepare ng disbursement voucher?
Your Honor, ang nagpe-prepare po niyan sa DepEd ay yung pong accounting.
So, ang nagpre-prepare ng mga disbursement vouchers ng confidential funds of DepEd ay yung accounting division po.
Yung pong disbursement po, as to disbursement.
Yung vouchers?
Opo.
Pero this whole process would be under your supervision.
Your Honor, alam ko lang po yung mga signatory dyan, pero ang mas knowledgeable po dyan ay yung accounting po.
Wala po bang nag-uutos sa iyo na i-prepare ang mga disbursement vouchers o ihanda ang mga ito para requirement po ng paggamit ng confidential funds?
Your Honor, pag mayroon na pong physical and financial plan, minsan po pupunta ako sa accounting para mag-request na po na pwede na pong gawin yung disbursement voucher. Kasi
And who gives you that order?
Your Honor, as SDO, pag meron na pong physical financial plan, alam ko na po na kailangan na pong kasunod pong gawin ang disbursement voucher.
Automatic na ginagawa po ninyo?
Pag meron na pong physical and financial plan, automatic na po na magpapagawa na po ako ng disbursement voucher.
Okay. Thank you. Kayo rin po ang payee.
Payee sa cheque po ako po ng pangalan.
Yeah.
Opo.
Yeah. Dahil ikaw ang payee, may check na na-issue sa pangalan mo, as you have stated a while ago, sa halagang 37.5 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Farda, the name of Miss Runa Catalan is on this disbursement voucher. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Totoo ba na this is what Madam Sunshine supposedly requested Miss Catalan to sign?
Your Honor, as ano po yan eh. Kapag ka po ang mga papers, si Miss Sunshine po ay nagpaperma na po kay Ma'am Sara ng disbursement voucher. Usually, trabaho po ni Miss Sunshine po yung regarding sa mga papers. May trabaho din po siyang ganyan.
Tama po ba yung aking statement?
Sorry, Your Honor, pwedeng paulit po yung statement nyo na yan.
Hindi ba tinanong ko kanina, yung pangalan po ni Miss Rona Catalan is nakalagay din po sa disbursement voucher na nakalagay diyan kanina. Nakita natin.
Opo, Your Honor.
Tama? Ito po ba yung ni-request ni Madam Sunshine for Miss Catalan to sign?
Hindi ko po alam kasi po, yung pong separate po kasi kami ng trabaho eh. Hindi ko po alam kung yan po talaga yung
okay.
question po yan.
Kasi si Madam Runa Catalan in the previous hearings claimed that Madam Sunshine requested her to sign the liquidation vouchers for the 102.5 million in DepEd confidential funds, which were reportedly withdrawn as cash advances by you who serve as the Special Disbursing Officer at DepEd. Yun po yung sinabi ni Madam Catalan, kaya tinatanong ko po kayo.
Your Honor, ang ano po namin is, ang per quarter po, lagi pong 37.5 million. Opo.
Tatlong beses?
Opo, tatlong beses po.
Yes. So, totoo yung claim ni Madam Runa Catalan.
Siguro po, kaya hindi ko po sure, kaya wala po kasi
Okay.
ako doon.
Thank you. I'll take that for an answer. Yung pag-issue ng cheque sa'yo, yung date ay same date ng disbursement voucher. Would you remember that?
Pag-issue po ng cheque,
Ayan, andyan.
Your Honor, ano pong ibig sabihin po pag-issue po ng cheque? Same
Nagkasabay
date.
po nung disbursement voucher. Doon
Ay, sa pagkakaalam ko, ginagawa po muna yung disbursement voucher
Agree.
para po makagawa ng cheque.
Apo. Pero, yung pagkatapos ng disbursement voucher, sumunod ka agad yung pagkagawa ng cheque. Would you agree?
Hindi ko na po alam ko kasi accounting po ang nagpa-process nun eh.
Accounting.
Opo.
Kasi may pagkaalam po ako dun sa controllership iho eh. So I know. And nakikita ko na napakabilis nung pagkatapos ng disbursement voucher, may cheque kaagad. Napakabilis po ng proseso.
Accounting
Hindi.
po kasi nagpa-process, Your
Diba?
Honor.
Yes. At ayon dito sa disbursement voucher, na-receive mo ang cheque for 37.5 million. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I would just like to manifest, Mr. Chair, nakita natin sa screen ang kopya ng 37.5 million check na issued na-issue kay Mr. Farda. Ang pag-advance ng 37.5 million na ito ay may approval ng Office of the Vice President. In fact, nakalagay nga sa disbursement voucher itong cash advance ay necessary, incurred lawfully and under her direct supervision. Mr. Farda, nung nakuha mo na yung cheque, ano po ang ginawa niyo po sa cheque?
Your Honor, yan po ay withdrawin ko. Pero sa naalala ko po, hindi po agad na na-withdraw eh. Ano po ata ng kinabukasan pa. Kasi sa pagkaalam ko po, ang bangko wala pong ganyan atang.
Winidraw niyo po ba ito one time?
Yes, Your Honor. Yung pong 37.
Okay. Yung pagka-withdraw nyo yung pondo, saan nyo po dinala?
Sa office po, Your Honor.
Sa office. So, meron po kayong vault doon that would be able to hold 37.5 million.
Meron po, Your Honor.
Meron. Okay. Kapag meron na ngayon tao na sa inyong opisina na nangangailangan o may gagamitin para na confidential funds mula sa iyo, inaalam mo ba kung saan gagamitin?
Your Honor, meron po akong process ng pag-disburse niyan, Your Honor.
Could you explain to us anong process ng pag-disburse mo?
Sa isang ano ko lang po yan sa security officer lang po ako nagdi-disburse niyan. Wala na pong iba.
So, kung may nangangailangan ng confidential funds sa office ng DepEd, sa security officer lang mo ibinibigay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who might be that security officer? who disburses together with you yung confidential funds ng DepEd?
Yes, Your Honor, meron po.
Sino po yung security officer?
Si Colonel Dennis Nolasco po.
Colonel. Sa kwan po ito? Sa DepEd?
Designated po siya as security officer sa DepEd.
Sa DepEd?
Opo.
Designated as security officer. So,
yes, Your Honor.
when designated, ang ibig sabihin po yun, meron silang appropriate legal orders.
You mean designate po siya?
Ano po?
Designate po siya.
Na-designate po siya. Sino po ang nag-designate sa kanya para maging security officer?
I was informed, BP Sara, that si Dennis Nolasco po ay, I was informed na meron pong security officer na for DepEd. So, sa pagkaalam ko po, ang nag-assign po niyan ay si Colonel La Chica.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Pag ibinigay mo sa security officer, ano po ang hinihingi mo sa kanya na proof para saan gagamitin ito? Wala ka nang hinihingi?
Your Honor, may pinapakita po siyang quarterly activity plan po niya.
And do you have a copy of all these quarterly activity plans in the utilization of 37.5 million?
Your Honor, confidential po yan, so binabalik po sa kanya. So,
Ano po?
binabalik po sa kanya.
So you do not have any copy of that?
Wala po, Your Honor.
It is only Colonel Dennis Nolasco who would have copies of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ngayon, matanong ko, sino-sino naman po ang humihingi na sa iyo ng confidential funds?
Diyan lang po ako nag-disburse sa kanya, Your Honor.
Siya lang?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, wala kang kaalam-alam kung saan o kanino ibinibigay ni Colonel Nolasco yung confidential funds?
Your Honor, si Colonel Nolasco po kasi ang expert sa confidential operation.
Hindi po ninyo sinasagot yung aking katanungan. Ang katanungan ko po ay si Colonel Dennis Nolasco ang nakakaalam kung sino at saan ginagamit yung confidential fund na ibinibigay mo sa kanya. Would that be correct?
Your Honor, based po dun sa quarterly activities na binibigay po niya,
Yes,
doon lang po nalalaman.
Ang sinasabi po ninyo sa amin is nagsasubmit sa iyo si Colonel Dennis Nolasco ng quarterly activity plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, based on that, doon sa quarterly activity plan, nagbibigay po kayo ng CF. Ganon po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, nandun din siguro sa quarterly activity plan yung buong amount?
Your Honor, hindi po kasi buong amount po siya eh. Meron po siyang certain amount na hindi po
Na nakalagay
lahat
doon
binibigay.
sa quarterly activity plan?
Opo.
Okay, thank you. Pag ibinibigay mo ng pondo, is it in cash?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Kasi ganito ang aking pagtatanong, Mr. Edward Farda, kasi gusto kong malaman o maintindihan saan po napupunta at paano ginagamit yung confidential funds. Pag nakuha mo na ito, kasi sa iyo nakapangalan yun eh. Di po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Sa second at third quarter, Mr. Farda, meron ding mga disbursement vouchers at checks, tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Ngayon, isa-isahin natin bago tayo pumunta doon sa susunod na proseso ng confidential funds. Comsec, please show yung disbursement voucher for the second quarter.
Colonel Acop, General Acop, can I just ask one question?
With the indulgence of Congressman Acop, the
Yes.
chair would like to recognize
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez.
So Edward, Mr. Fajarda, kayo po yung nagwi-withdraw ng pera sa land bank, tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Paano nyo po wini-withdraw yung pera mula sa bangko?
You mean, normal process po ng pag-withdraw, Your Honor.
So cheque ang ibinibigay nyo, tapos ini-encash nyo po ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
So 37 million, medyo malaking halaga po yun. Saang land bank nyo po kinukuha yung cash?
Doon lang po sa land bank DepEd, within the premises naman po yun ng DepEd.
Within the DepEd premises.
Opo.
So dun sa 37 million na wini-withdraw nyo, saan nyo po inilalagay ito?
Sa bag po, backpack, saka dalawang bubble bag. Dalawa po.
I can't imagine kasi itong 37 million eh. Meron po kasi last hearing na pinakitang duffel bag. Ganito po kaya yung itsura niya? Mr. Fajarda?
More or less the same, pero may malaki pa po akong backpack.
So ikaw lang mag-isa?
Opo.
Ha?
Your Honor, 3 po yan bag. Dalawang...
So ikaw lang mag-isa ang nagbubuhat ng 37 million?
Yes, Your Honor. Kayang-kaya ko naman po.
Kaso lang wala kang ibang kasama, wala kang security personnel habang dala-dala niyo po yung pera?
Meron pong isa. Meron pa akong security.
Pwede niyo po kaya maibigay yung pangalan ng security na yon?
Tanungin ko lang po siya, Your Honor, ha, kung ibigay ko. Kasi ganito po kasi ang nangyayari. Kapag withdraw na po ako ng check, tatawagan ko po si security officer ko dun sa pagdi-disburse ko. Magbibigay po siya sa akin ng security. Tapos, sasabihin niya, dun po sa BPSPG sa baba, sa mga sundalo sa baba, may lalapit sa iyo pagbaba mo dyan. Nasasabihin sa iyo, akong magbabantay sa iyo. Lalakadin lang namin po. Doon lang naman sa within the...
So ang sinasabi niyo po, dun sa ilang beses po kayo nakapag-withdraw ng 37 million?
3, Your Honor.
3 beses. So 3 beses, iba't ibang tao po yung nakasama ninyo?
Siya lang po, Your Honor.
So pwede niyo po maibigay yung pangalan since iisa lang pala?
Sir Alan lang po ang tawag ko sa kanya eh.
Ba't kilala niyo po itong Sir Alan na to?
Sa mukha po, Your Honor, kasi BPSPG po siya. Kasama lang po lagi siya sa mga BPSPG. Nandun lang po lagi siya sa BPSPG pag bumababa po ako.
Bahagi po siya ng Vice President Security Group.
Siguro po, kasi yun po ang mga kasama niya pag bumababa po ako. I think sundalo din po siya. Sundalo po siya.
Oo. Hindi po kayo nababahala na hindi niyo po masyadong kilala yung tao, kaso lang malaking halaga ang dala-dala po ninyo?
Your Honor, si security officer po ang nagbigay sa akin. So,
security officer pertaining to who?
To confidential fund po.
Hindi, sino yung security officer na nagbigay sa inyo dito sa ALA na binabanggit ninyo?
Si Colonel Nolasco po.
Colonel Nolasco.
Opo.
So itong security officer na to na si Alan, siya po yung kasama ninyo pupunta sa land bank, mag-encash ng cheque at dala-dalagan niyo po yung mga bag na punong-puno ng pera.
Yes, Your Honor.
At dinadala niyo po ito sa vault. Nabanggit niyo po yung
Opo.
vault.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pwede niyo po kaya mailarawan sa amin kung gaano kalaki yung vault na pinaglalagyan po ng pera? Ito po ba'y kasing laki ninyo?
Mas mataas po ako ng konti. Almost laki ko po.
At kayo lang po ang may access sa vault na ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that, Chairman. Thank you very much, Congressman Acop, for that interview.
Mr. Chairman, can I...
Yes, Congressman. Yes, Senior Deputy Speaker Don Gonzales, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Edward Fajarda, yung pong bahay nyo doon lang sa tabi ng Land Bank and DepEd.
Your Honor, malapit po doon. Pero hindi po sa tabi. Medyo malapit po doon.
Gumagamit po kayo ng sasakyan pag umuwi po kayo ng limbawa, galing kayo sa land bank, DepEd, punta kayo sa bahay nyo, kinakarga nyo lang po yung pera, hindi kayo gumagamit ng sasakyan?
You mean pertaining po pag nag-withdraw po ako,
Opo.
Your Honor? Your Honor, lakad ko lang po kasi within the premises lang po siya ng DepEd yung land bank.
Tapos dadalhin nyo po sa bahay nyo?
Ay, hindi po. Sa office po.
Okay. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Congressman Acop, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For 2023, Mr. Edward Farda, you prepared 3 disbursement vouchers, 37.5 million. Tama? Tatlong 37.5 million.
Yes, Honor. Tama
Yung
po.
bang nangyari doon sa unang 37.5 million, yung second quarter disbursement voucher at saka yung third quarter disbursement voucher, parehas po ang nangyari, ang ginawa po ninyo?
You mean parehas?
Yung
Your Honor.
in-encash nyo yung cheque.
Opo. Yes, Your Honor. Opo.
I-draw ninyo tapos ibiligay nyo kay Colonel Dennis Nolasco.
Yes, Your Honor. Pero hindi po buo lahat yun.
Yung ibig sabihin, meron pa bang ibang tao maliban kay Colonel Dennis Nolasco na kumuha sa inyo ng confidential fund?
Wala na po, Your Honor.
So,
Sa kanya
nag-iisa lang siya talaga?
Yes, Your
For
Honor.
the 3 checks?
Yes, Your Honor.
Worth 37.5 million
Tatlo po.
each.
Opo.
Tama?
Tama po.
Okay. Doon po tayo nagkakaintindi. Now, Mr. Farda, tuwing tatanggap ka ng cheque noong first, second, and third quarter, sabi mo kanina, wini-withdraw mo sa bangko, dinadala sa inyong opisina, nilalagay sa vault. Sabi mo kanina, meron po kayong vault sa inyong mga sa opisina. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi mo dinideposito sa bangko, nandun lang sa vault.
Nasa vault lang po, Your Honor.
Okay. And inaantay po ninyo na mag-provide sa inyo si Colonel Nolasco ng quarterly activity report or plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. May manifest, Mr. Chair, na nag-umpisa yung pagkuha ng confidential funds after gumawa po ng disbursement voucher. On the same day, Mr. Farda na na-issuean ng 37.5 million check or a total of 112.5 million. Tama, Farda? Kasi tatlong beses eh.
Tatlong beses po.
Yes.
Per quarter po, Your
3 times 37.5 would equal 112.5.
Tama po.
To emphasize, itong napakalaking halaga ng cash advance ayon sa vouchers ay necessary, lawful, and incurred in the office of the Vice President ayon sa certification ng ating pangalawang Pangulo sa mga disbursement vouchers. Mr. Farda, nung nakarang hearing, ayon kay Attorney Camora, kilala po niyo siya? Taga-COA? Hindi?
Your Honor.
Attorney Camora just accepted your accomplishment reports as correct despite the blatant red flags. On February 2023, you encashed 37.5 million check and made, tama po ba yun? Sinabi ko? February 2023, in-encash mo yung 37.5 million check, yung first quarter?
I'm not sure lang po dun sa exact date ko, mga 2021,
Okay, pero-
something, mga ganyan, 2021, mga ganyan po.
Kasi ang first quarter, January, February, March. Tama?
February po siya.
February. Thank you. But in the report, you made 7 disbursement in 7 different locations. Would that be true?
Your Honor, ang gumagawa po sa confidential operation ay si security officer po.
I beg your pardon?
Sa security, yung pong nagdi-disburse
Si
po
Colonel
ng...
Nolasco rin ang gumagawa nitong
Yan siya po ang ano niyan.
sa...
Kanya pong expertise po yan. Yan pong
So,
7...
ibig mong sabihin, yung first quarter na 37.5 million check, ang gumawa ng 7 disbursements in 7 different locations ay si Colonel Dennis Nolasco. Hindi po kayo.
Hindi po ako si Esto po.
Yung pong total amount of 37.5?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, for the first quarter, kinuha lahat ni Colonel Nolasco at dinisburse niya in 7 different locations.
Your Honor, may hindi po yan buong 37 na bibigay sa kanya. Mostly weekly po yan eh. Mga weekly po, mostly weekly.
And what would be the average amount na ibibigay mo per week?
Your Honor, kailangan po ba mag-details ng... Pwede ko bang hindi i-details yung amount? Or...
Ano po?
Pwede ko po bang hindi i-details yung amount?
Hindi mo sabihin?
Kung pwede lang po.
Ay, bakit hindi mo po?
Hindi po ba masyadong confidential na? Sige po. Your Honor, nagre-range po siya sa 4 to 6 million po.
Okay. Now, kasi dun sa pag-liquidate po ninyo, for example, yung first quarter, yung 7 disbursement were made yung February sa Malolos, Davao, San Francisco, Agusan del Sur, Makati City, Negros Oriental, Negros Occidental, and Davao City. May I ask, posible po ba ito?
Your Honor, hindi po kasi ako ang expert dyan. Si Colonel Nolasco po. Siya po kasi ang gumawa niyan.
Okay, thank you. In last 15 March 2023, the report says that 26 disbursements were made. Are you aware of this?
Your Honor, kay trabaho po kaya ng si security officer. So,
Okay.
siya po.
Kasi kung Mr. Farda, titingnan ko po yung mga lugar kung saan po nag-disbursed. Ang lalayo po eh. Kaya ang tanong ko, kaya posible ba ito sa paningin po ninyo?
Your Honor, hindi ko po kasi masabi kasi siya po ang nagtrabaho niyan. So, hindi po ako expert yan.
So, parang sinasabi mo, siya dapat ang sumagot sa katanungan ko.
Diyan po sa question na po yan. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Now, COA, sa inyong mga rules and regulations at saka protocol, required ang liquidation at saka accomplishment reports. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Now, please explain to us, ano po ang purpose ng liquidation at saka accomplishment reports?
Yung accomplishment report po ay part ng liquidation. Yung liquidation po kasi is parang explanation kung paano na disburse po yung confidential funds na kinash advance ni SDO.
Okay. Now, would a broad enumeration of the expenses be sufficient or in compliance with the liquidation and accomplishment reports?
As long as andun po siya sa mga expenses na allowed sa joint circular.
Now, in your protocols, how are we certain that the funds were properly spent? Could you please explain to us?
Based po dun sa requirements ng joint circular, they're required to submit these documents na to support yung liquidation po nila.
Now, let's go to dun sa payment of reward. Di po ba? Meron yan, di po ba? At isa yan sa pwedeng paggastusan ng confidential fund.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Correct? Hindi po ba ang requirement dyan, if I remember it right, kailangan merong report on success bago ibibigay yung reward? Would that be correct?
Mr. Chair, documents evidencing the success of the information gathering po.
Tama? Yung sinabi ko.
Yes po.
Now, nandito rin naman po kayo ng mga nakarang hearing. At sinabi ng mga representatives ng Philippine Army. Nandito po kayo noon eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And according to their answers to the questions of the members of this committee, they denied na nakatanggap po sila ng pera mula sa DepEd para sa YLS. Tama?
Tama pa, Mr. Chair.
Pero ito, sinabi nila, nagagamit ito sa pag-liquidate ng confidential funds ng DepEd.
Parang ang explanation po dati is, yun na po yung proof na naging successful po yung operations.
Yeah. Mr. Farda, would it be correct na bilang ikaw ay SDO, ikaw rin ang in charge sa paggawa ng liquidation and accomplishment reports? Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. At yung tatlong 37.5 million na iyong natanggap ay ginawan mo ng mga ganito, yung liquidation and accomplishment reports?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Dito muna tayo sa first quarter. Comsec, paki-flash yung liquidation report for the first quarter of 2023. Naalaala mo pa ba ito? And you're aware of this. Now,
Yes, Your Honor.
ayon dito sa liquidation report na ito, you certified na yung cash advance na 37.5 million ay ginamit para sa payment for operation, MOE expenses ng DepEd. Tama? Yun po ang nakalagay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Payment for operational and MOE expenses ng DepEd. Ang nakalagay nga it says operational MOE expenses of the Vice President / Secretary of the Department of Education. Tama?
Pero, Your Honor, nagbe-base po yan kasi dun sa dapat pagkagastuhan po ng confidential fund, yung rental, sa business.
Pero yun po ang nandun sa kwan na sinamit po ninyo sa COA.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa linya po ng amount to be refunded, blanco po ang box. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang ibig sabihin niyan, wala po kayong isinole sa ahensya na naiwan sa 37.5 million. Would that be correct also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. At si Vice President mismo ang nag-certify na nagamit at naubos ang buong cash advance na 37.5 million for the purposes it was meant to be used. Tama rin po.
Yes, sir.
Para ma-certify po ninyo na tama ang data na nakalagay po sa liquidation report, ibig sabihin ito ay alam mo kung saan ginamit yung cash advance. Would that also be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, alam mo kung saan at kanino napunta ang pera Tama rin po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, since we have the liquidation report dyan, gusto ko pong tanungin sa inyo, ano ang payment of operational MOE expenses of the Office of the Vice President Islant, Secretary of the Department? Ano po yun? Ano ang ibig sabihin? Ano ang included sa payment of operational slant MOE expenses of the Office of the Vice President Islant, Secretary of the Department? Sigurado ako, alam mo dapat ito eh. Dahil sinabi mo rin dito kanina sa aking pagtatanong, tama po yung mga nakalagay doon sa liquidation report. Tama?
Your Honor, ito pong to liquidate the cash advance granted for payment operational / MOE expense of the Vice President Secretary covered by check. Ito po kasi yung nakalagay din dun sa disbursement voucher.
Yeah, pero ang ibig sabihin nun po doon sa liquidation report na yan, alam po ninyo, Mr. Farda, being the Special Disbursement Officer, na alam po ninyo what are included dun sa payment of operational and slant MOE expenses of the Office of the Vice President, slant Secretary of the Department. Kasi yun po ang nilagay nyo po dun sa liquidation report eh.
Actually, Your Honor, ito po lang yung nakalagay dun sa disbursement voucher, pero as to sinasubmit po dun sa COA, nagbe-base po ako dun sa documentary evidence of payment. Yun po talaga pinagkagastusan ng pera.
If that is the case, Mr. Farda, hindi po tama yung pag-certify nyo when you certified to the correctness of the data. Do you agree with that?
Your Honor,
Dahil ikaw na mismo nagsasabi na hindi mo alam eh.
Your Honor, ito po kasi nakalagay sa disbursement voucher. Ang ibig sabihin po kasi dun sa nitong pong liquidation nito, ililiquidate ko po itong 37.5.
So, sinunod mo lang kung alin na nakalagay doon sa DV o disbursement voucher?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon, paano mo malalaman o masasabi na tama ang data na nandun po sa disbursement voucher?
Your Honor, nakalagay naman po dun sa yung 37.5, then sa checker rin, so tali po sila eh.
Now, may I know if alam po ninyo kung ano ibig sabihin ng operational at saka MOE expenses, Mr. Farda? Would you know?
Your Honor, yung po kasing operational dyan.
Hindi, alam niyo po ba ang ibig sabihin ng operational at saka MOE? Yes or no?
Yung pong sa MOE, Your Honor, allotted po yung 37.5. Yung pong inilagay po dyan, MOE po sa...
Hindi, pero ang tinatanong ko po kung alam niyo po ang ibig sabihin ng operational at saka MOE. These two are expenses, and would you know, dapat alam po ninyo na ano ang operational at saka MOE expenses.
Your Honor, yung pong payment for operational, ang ibig kong sabihin dyan is yung paggastos po ng confidential fund sa confidential operation.
Kasi, Mr. Naiisip nyo ba yung sagot po ninyo sa akin na nagagamit sa operational and MOE expenses yung confidential funds, Mr. Farda? May implication po yun eh. When you say, inaamin mo na yung confidential funds were used for operational and MOE expenses, which were in your liquidation reports, the confidential funds of the DepEd were not evidently used for confidential expenses, kung yun po ang nakalagay. That is the implication of your answer, Mr. Fajardo.
Your Honor, hindi ko lang po siguro nalagyan ng operational confidential operations. Doon po kasi ginagastos.
So, hindi mo nalalagyan ng adjective na confidential operations?
Opo. Yes, Your Honor.
And the document states or shows that you and the Vice President certified to the correctness of the liquidation report. Kayong dalawang pumipirma, di po ba?
Nagperma po kami, yes.
Your Honor. Dapat alam mo ito. Kasi, pag ganito ang sinasagot po ninyo, baka malubog po kayo. Naiisip mo ba yun, Mr. Farda? Ha? Thank you. Now, ito naman certification ng 31 March 2023, ikaw rin ba nag-prepare nito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ikaw nag-prepare. And what you prepared was attested by the Vice President. Would that be correct also?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would you agree that the attestation was made under oath pursuant to the document?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Alam nyo rin po ba ang implication nito, Mr. Farda?
Oath po ako.
Ha? Yes. Alam mo na ito'y pinanumpaan mo. And si Attorney Rochelle Abella was the Commission Notary Public for the City of Manila. Tama. Siya
po nag-notarize.
Okay. Normal ba na sa mga certification na ginagawa mo for the confidential funds, si Attorney Abella ang Notary Public?
Sa kanya po ako nagpapanotarize.
Okay, thank you. Ano po yung implication ng certification na ito, Mr. Fajardo? What are you trying to certify? Pwede ko po bang malaman para malaman ko kung alam po ninyo yung pinipirmahan po ninyo?
Your Honor, pwede po bang makakuha ko ng copy kasi wala lang po akong copy niyan.
Comsec, kindly provide Mr. Farda yung certification na naka-flash sa screen.
Yes, Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So, alam mo na kung bakit, ano ang nilalaman ng certification, nabasa mo na?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oo. Na basically, Mr. Farda, you are certifying na yung 37.5 million confidential fund ay ginamit sa tamang confidential operations na activities ng DepEd at ang mga pinagkakagastusan ng amount na yun ay necessary at ginamit for legal purposes. Yun po ang laman ng certification. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Now, may I present yung accomplishment report for the first quarter corresponding to the 37.5 million. Ito ay kasama po sa liquidation report na sinabmit po ninyo. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung accomplishment report.
Yes, Your Honor.
Magkaakibat yun eh.
Opo.
Tama? Ikaw rin ba nag-prepare nito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ibig sabihin, if we look at it, may mga breakdown. Ikaw rin ang gumawa ng mga breakdown?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kung titingnan mo, may mga breakdown. Di po ba?
With the help po ito ng security officer.
Yes. At alam mo, dahil dito, alam mo kung saan ginamit yung pondo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Yung bang mga specific transactions, alam mo rin lahat yon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Kasi, totoo naman, hindi ka makakagawa ng report na ganito kadetalye kung hindi mo alam lahat ng mga detalye ng transactions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama. At ginawa mo rin to para malaman mo kung saan napunta ang pera.
Yes, Your Honor. Maliban
lang kung gagawa-gawa lang ito, Mr. Farda.
Ako po ang gawa nito, yes, Your
Yes,
Honor.
thank you. Itong accomplishment report, in-approve din ni Madam Vice President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. For the second and third quarter, ganito rin po ba ang nangyari?
Medyo the same po yan, Your Honor.
The same. Yung for 37.5 for the second quarter, di po ba? And
Yes, Your
for the
Honor.
third quarter, 37.5. Kung titingnan po natin yung tatlong quarters na yon, sa iyong liquidation report, wala pong sinoli na pera.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And sinabi mo rin uli sa iyong sa liquidation report mo na yung second quarter na 37.5 at saka third quarter na 37.5, sinertify mo uli na ito'y ginamit sa operational /MOE expenses of the Vice President, Secretary of Education. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
And a while ago, you corrected yourself.
Yes,
Sa
Your
lahat
Honor.
ng dokumentong ito, hindi po naka-indicate na confidential funds.
Hindi ko po lang nagilay yung confidential, Your Honor.
Yun yung sinabi mo na mali mo kanina.
Yes, Your Honor.
In the documents, wala pong mention ng confidential funds. You agreed with me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Lahat din ng liquidation report at saka certification na certify po ni Vice President Sara, would that also be correct?
Na-certify po, Your Honor.
Yes. Na yung certification ninyo, yung amount na confidential fund ay ginamit para sa confidential operations and activities of the DepEd.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And the two documents, yung certification na yun for the second and third quarter ng confidential fund, ang nagnotaryo ay si Attorney Rosel Enabella.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Suki mo yata siguro ito, Edward?
Siya po nag-notarize, Your Honor.
And lahat po ng certification, pina-attest mo kay Vice President. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, ang makakasagot po ng detalye ng paggamit po nung tatlong 37.5 pursuant to the testimony of Mr. Edward Farda ay si Colonel Dennis Nolasco. Kasi according to our witness, Mr. Edward Farda, yung confidential funds, the moment na nagsasubmit si Colonel Dennis Nolasco ng quarterly accomplishment report, doon nag-i-issue si si Mr. Edward Farda ng amount of confidential funds which is nandun sa report na sinasubmit. So, Mr. Chair, may I respectfully move that in the next hearing, we invite the security officer, Colonel Dennis Nolasco. Mr. Chair.
There is a motion, duly seconded. Kindly, Comsec, kindly take note. Thank you. Go ahead, Congressman Acop.
That would be all for the meantime to give a respite to Mr. Edward Farda. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Honorable Gutierrez.
A quick interjection, Mr. Chair. Questions germane to the questions of Congressman Acop to Mr. Edward Fajardo.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fajardo, good afternoon po. Just a few questions lang po no, in relation to mga itinanong na po ni Congressman Acop. Startling revelation po sa amin po siguro na sinasabi niyo po ngayon na hindi po kayo personally nag-disburse ng CF, kundi si Colonel Dennis Nolasco. Kasi po, sa pagkakaintindi po namin, based on the hearings, unfortunately, you were not around since the first 6 hearings. And it's always been made to appear po na kayo po yung may, kayo po yung may, kumbaga, you would have the most knowledge as the special disbursing officer over in confidential funds. And so we were always been made to believe that it would be you who would be able to determine on the pinpoint kung ano po yung mga mistakes that were pointed out by COA, and the other erroneous and false matters po na nakita po namin.
Go ahead, Mr. Fajardo.
But right now, you're telling us po na lahat po ito idinaan kay Colonel Dennis Nolasco. Is that a fair statement po?
Your Honor, tama po.
So yung situation po na kapag kayo ay nakakapagtanggap ng cheque, once cleared, in cash po ninyo, diretso dinalagay nyo sa vault, pero your only interaction with it is yung pag-disburse nito kay Colonel Nolasco. And this will occur in your office po ba, Mr. Fajardo, Mr. Chair?
Sa DepEd po, Your Honor.
Sa DepEd. Now, Mr. Fajardo, you've seen na po no, yung certification na binabanggit ni Congressman Acop. You've seen it for yourself. And this is the same certification that you signed that you attached to the liquidation report. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
May I ask po, Mr. Fajardo, kung aware po kayo yung proceedings, yung last hearing po namin? Were you able to hear of yung mga statements made, for example, ni Attorney Camora in relation to your responsibilities, or hindi nyo po napapanood?
Hindi ko po napanood, Your Honor. Sorry
Sige,
po.
to refresh your memory na lang po, no, and I'll just briefly, Mr. Chair, I'd like to reconfirm with Attorney Camora just some statements that we made last time, Attorney Camora. Sorry. At least now the SDOs are here. Just to refresh their memory, yung responsibilities po ng SDO ay nakalatag naman po dun sa joint circular natin. Tama po?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And you were of the opinion that the responsibility, the special disbursing officer cannot be delegated. Tama po ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair, since siya naman po yung nakapirma sa certification.
So the statements in the certification, which we have established, the form that has been provided by the joint circular, which cannot be amended or changed, these give a particular responsibility to the SDO, and it certifies that they personally disburse the funds. Is that our understanding, Attorney Camora?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Attorney Camora. So, Mr. Fajardo, naintindihan po natin yung statement po ng ating COA, no? Ang sinasabi po ng certification ay kayo po ay personally responsible para sa disbursement. Sinabi po ni rin, based on certification, na hindi po ito pwede i-delegate. Ngunit ngayon sinasabi niyo po sa amin na binigay po yung responsibilidad kay Colonel Nolasco.
Your Honor, ako po yung nagdi-disperse as a disbursing officer.
Pero ngayon po, sinasabi niyo po sa amin, sa committee na ito, na hindi niyo po mapinpoint kung saan napunta yung pera. Dahil ang mas may alam po dito ay yung security officer po ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor, kasi siya po ang designated security officer. Siya po ang expert doon sa paggawa po nun.
Pero so,
hindi po ako expert doon.
Hindi po kayo expert, dumadaan lang po sa'yo yung pera. Kahit yung certifications po na iyong isinusumite sa COA ay galing po kay Colonel Nolasco.
Si Colonel Nolasco po, ang work lang po niya ay as a designated security officer, siya lang po yung sa field.
I'm sorry?
Sa field po. Sa field.
Sa bill?
Sa confidential operations po.
Okay, so confidential operations siya po. Pero,
Yes, Your Honor.
paano po yung mga documentary evidence of payment, yung ating mga acknowledgement receipt? Saan po ito galing?
Sa kanya ko po kinukuha.
Yun nga po yung sinasabi po namin dito, Mr. Fajardo, no? Lahat ng pera dumadaan kay Colonel Nolasco, going out for the disbursement in the operations. And all of the acknowledgement receipts and documentary evidence of payment dumadaan rin kay Colonel Nolasco pabalik sa opisina to you.
Yes, Your Honor. Binabalik po niya sa akin.
You have never had any interaction whatsoever with any of the recipients of the money.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you cannot verify po the truthfulness of the ARs that you receive.
Your Honor, nagbe-base lang po ako dun sa kung saan lang po talaga pwedeng igastos ka, let's say, payment of rewards, mga ganyan po.
Exactly po. Pero you're just basing on that. Halimbawa po, by specific form yung ating acknowledgement receipts. Dapat nandyan yung pangalan, yung signature, yung date, yung purpose, yung amount. And you can only testify as to the category based on what Colonel Nolasco would feed you, what information. Pero hindi nyo po kilala kung sino nagpirma. Hindi nyo po alam kung totoo yung pirma. Hindi mo alam kung tama yung date. Is that correct, Mr. Fajardo?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So ano pa po ang punto ng Special Disbursement Officer? Naintindihan nyo po, Mr. Chair, most respectfully, kayo po ang bonded po dito. Kayo po ang, kapag may problema ang CF, kayo po ang mananagot sa Treasury. Do you understand that, Mr. Fajardo?
Yes, Your Honor.
So how can you say now in full honesty, yung certification po ninyo, that you handled personally yung disbursement ng confidential funds?
Nagdi-disburse po ako. Nagdi-disburse po ako ng confidential fund sa security officer po.
Yun nga po. So basically, ang ginagawa po lang po pala ninyo ay binibigay niyo yung pera sa security officer, but you have no role whatsoever in the verification of the acknowledged receipts. You have no role whatsoever in scrutinizing yung documentary evidences of payment. In fact, Mr. Fajardo, let me ask you this po, no? I don't know if you've heard of this, pero earlier in one of the hearings, we've had po yung certifications by certain officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines po, no? Ginamit po ninyo, you attached it to the liquidation report as evidence po ng confidential operations. Yet, sinabi po ng military na they did not receive a single peso from the Office of the Department of Education. And sabi rin po ng military officers, they did not know that the certification would be used in support of the liquidation reports. So, Mr. Fajardo, kayo po yung nag-attach ng certifications na yun. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, ako po ang nag-attach noon, pero nag-explain na po ako noon kay Yusek Mike kung ano pong nangyari doon.
And if kayo po yung nag-attach and you certified, ito po yung certification that you have, the expenses were occurred in connection with the agency's confidential operations activities with supporting documents attached to the liquidation of CF, documentary evidence of payment kept in sealed envelope in the vault of the Office of the SDO. You certified this po, Mr. Fajardo. Yet
Yes,
you cannot
Your Honor.
explain the relation kasi hindi po kayo yung personally nag-manage ng DEPs. Tama po ba?
Hindi po ako, Your Honor, ang nag-ano po ng DEPs. Sa field po kasi yung documentary evidence of payment, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, I think this is something that the committee should consider. All this along, we were being led across this path, trying to follow the trail to the SDO. And now that the SDO has finally appeared, he still could not answer or be accountable. He couldn't explain the amounts that were disbursed, the locations. He cannot explain the certifications used. In fact, I think what I've seen so far is that Mr. Fajardo, to the extent of his capability, only categorized. Tama po ba? Kayo po yung nag-certify sa liquidation report, yung basis po na ito ay payment of rewards, ito payment of medicines. Pero when we look into the very details and the ARs that were presented, ARs which, by the way, we have issues of fictitiousness or erroneousness, na hindi nyo rin po masagot, it still leads down to another officer. So I think, Mr. Chair, I join, although the motion has already been moved on, I join with the motion of Congressman Acop that I think we have to invite Colonel Nolasco. He would hold the key, siguro po, to what we're trying to find here. Mr. Chair, na-move naman po yung motion na yun. So I'm just reiterating the importance. With that, Mr. Chair, I think we'd also be curious as to if the same system is being implemented in the Office of the Vice President. But seeing as this is only an interjection po, no, the question of Congressman Acop, I will yield to other interpellators, then we'll just move from there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Congressman
Mr. Chair,
Gutierrez.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Franz Castro.
yes, I would like also to interject to the interpellation of Representative Acop and Representative Gutierrez. Kay Mr. Fajarda po, Mr. Chair. So yung 37.5 million na winidraw nyo po doon sa bangko, ano po to, yung 3 times no, sa DepEd. Tama po ba, Mr. Fajarda?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. So after the withdrawal, dinidiretso no ito dito sa security officer named Colonel Nolasco.
Sa office po muna, Your Honor. And then, tatawagan ko lang po siya.
Yeah, oo.
Opo, Your Honor.
So, ito po bang by the way, sino po yung nag-designate kay Colonel Nolasco? Hindi ko po kasi narinig yung kay Representative Acop. Sino po ba yung nakapirma? Meron po bang certification? Merong in writing na si Colonel Dennis Nolasco yung pagbibigyan nyo ng pera?
As designate po siya as
oo.
security officer po. Meron
Sinong nag-designate?
si Colonel La Chica po.
So meron siyang written designation?
Meron po.
Meron
po, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, can we have the copy of the designation? Kasi Mr. Chair,
Wala lang po akong dala.
do you have a copy of that letter of designation?
Wala lang po akong dala, Your Honor.
Okay. So next, ano na lang, Mr. Chair? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Isa na lang, Mr. Chair. Kasi tanong ko kasi ang may band po kayo. So, ang magdi-disburse po ay yung si Nolasco. Wala siyang band, tama ba?
Wala po siyang ban.
So, therefore, kung ano man yung mangyari po dito na anomalya or problema, kayo po yung ano doon, kayo po yung aako noong accountability.
Ako po ang banded, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so kayo nga po yung aako ng accountability just in case na ito ay may nagkaroon ng problema ng anomalya or anumang maling paggamit. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you, Congresswoman Franz Castro. The Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker, J.J. Suarez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with regards to the point raised by Congressman Gutierrez and Congresswoman Castro, dito po sa pagde-designate kay Colonel Nolasco, sino po ang nagbigay ng kapangyarihan para siya po ang maging designated officer? Ito po yung ginamit yung term, no? Sino po yun?
Mr. Chair, I was informed po ni BP Sara na may i-designate po na security officer.
Hindi, kaya nga. So, ang instruction ng galing po kay
BP Sara po na may i-designate po na security officer.
Okay. So, nanggaling po sa Vice President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Siya po ang dinesignate para
as security officer po sa DepEd, Your Honor.
Hindi. Sino ang nag-designate kay Colonel Nolasco para i-disperse yung 37 million pesos every quarter?
Your Honor, as part po ng trabaho niya po yun kasi confidential operation po. So sa kanya ko po i-disburse yung pera.
Opo, hindi niyo po naintindihan yung sagot ko, yung tanong ko, Mr. Fajarda, because it can be anybody there. So my question is, sino po ang nagbigay ng pahintulot o ng kapangyarihan para si Colonel Nolasco po ang mag-disburse ng pera?
Your Honor, si BP Sara po.
Meron pong papel na nagsasabi? Kasi kayo po yung may responsibilidad sa pera na ito eh. Dapat kayo po ang nagdi-disperse. So you cannot designate that authority and that power to anybody else. So now, is there a document that you can show that indeed it came from the Vice President?
Wala lang po akong dala, Your Honor.
So meron?
Meron po, Your Honor.
And can you produce that document, Mr. Fajarda?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And in that document that you will produce, is this one document or 3 separate documents every time you withdraw 37 million?
Only one document lang po.
Just one document. And would you know the date to this document, Mr. Fajarda?
Hindi ko po maalala ang date.
Taon?
Dalhin ko na lang po.
Taon?
Mga January po. January 2023.
January 2023.
Mga ganyan po.
Okay, January 2023. Kasi nakakapagtaka lang po, Mr. Fajarda, malaking halaga po ang pinag-uusapan natin, hindi po biro ito. At nakaban po ito sa inyo. Bilang Special Disbursement Officer, I just find it a little bit questionable that such a responsibility would be transferred or passed on to somebody else, especially when it comes to the utilization of such a huge amount. So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair. No? So, sana lang po, Mr. Fajarda, may bigay niyo po sa amin yung kasulatan na sinasabi po ninyo na nagbibigay po ng pahintulot ang ating Vice President kay Colonel Nolasco para siya po mag-disperse ng pera. Maraming salamat.
Thank you.
Congressman Gutierrez, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, just a short manifestation no, after just hearing po yung questions that were answered by Mr. Fajarda. For the consideration of the committee and perhaps for the committee secretariat po, I'd like to but I'd like po siguro that it be included in the committee report siguro, strengthening the definition of disbursement. Kasi po, personally, I don't believe the fact of handing the money from the vault to another person, all of the money from vault to person lang naman, I don't think that's considered disbursement. I think we have to consider the ending point po, no? Yung actual end users or yung beneficiaries po ng payment. Yung sinasabi po ni Mr. Fajardo na it is disbursement in the sense na siya po nag-disburse sa isang security officer, I don't think this is what we are guarding or strengthening by law. So I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, if this would be this would be in the law that guidance for COA, or any law that we might pass to strengthen confidential intelligence fund. But I hope that we can consider this through the committee secretariat. Yun lamang po. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In addition to
Congressman J.J. Suarez, you're recognized.
Mr. Fajarda, I'm sure naiintindihan niyo po yung gravity nito pong nangyari. Kasi kung mapapatunayan po na nagkaroon po ng anomalya, problema sa paggagastos at pagbawaldas po ng pera pong ito, may malaking kaso po ang pwedeng harapin po ninyo dahil kayo po yung Special Disbursement Officer. Naunawaan niyo po yun? Opo, okay. With that being said, Mr. Chair, Mr. Fajarda, so gusto ko lang po malaman yung process, no? Kasi sinabi nyo na ilagay nyo po sa vault yung 37 million pesos. Paano nyo po dinidisburse yung 37 million pesos? Ito po ba ay bultuhan yung binibigay kay Colonel Nolasco na isang bultong 37 million pesos o by tranches nyo pong ibinibigay sa kanya?
Your Honor, tumatawag po ako sa kanya mostly weekly. Weekly po.
Paano po?
Weekly po, weekly.
Weekly so pagkatapos niyo po mag-withdraw, siya din ang kasama ninyo sa pag-withdraw, di ba? Nabanggit ninyo.
Hindi po, iba po. Siya lang po ang nag-a-assign.
Si Alan ang kasama po ninyo
siya
sa pag-withdraw.
po lang nag-a-assign kung sino po kasama ko.
So tapos, pag hawak niyo na po yung 37 million, tatawag po kayo kay Colonel Nolasco weekly?
Your Honor, mostly weekly po. Pero hindi naman po eksaktong weekly. Mostly weekly.
And then,
dun po, sa kanya ko po i-disburse yung pera.
In what amounts?
Nag-range po sa 4 to 6 million. Pero hindi po pare-pareho ang amount.
Kasi kung 4 to 6 million weekly, you're talking about maybe 8 to 10 weeks. So that's maybe, it would take you around 2 months to disburse?
More or less, Your Honor.
No, bigyan niyo lang ako ng figure na pwede ko po panghawakan. More or less?
Mga lampas 2 months po. Mga ganyan.
Mga lagpas 2 months?
Po.
Okay. Yun lang po, kasi siyempre binabangga po namin ito dun sa mga acknowledgement receipts at saka performance report ng audit. So we just wanted to make sure na nagtataya po yung numbers. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice President.
Sir,
Sara
pasensya ka
Duterte.
na. Wala talaga kaming kakampi dito. But I really request to strike out pagwawaldas.
Mr. Chair, I concur with the point of the Vice President. We can strike it out.
Yes. Could you put it in motion?
I move that we strike out the word pagwawaldas.
Second.
Okay, Julius, is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Yes, the Honorable Senior Deputy Speaker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's almost 3 o'clock. The Speaker will address the body before 3 o'clock. May move for a temporary suspension. And then after, we will convene, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any second to the motion? Duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
So can we just ask our guests to please wait here? Tatapusin lang po namin yung plenary.
Yes, sir. So, doing nothing, sir, can we rearrange the seats, sir, already? Okay, thank you.
Ano ko muna? Naka-off yata. I-minay ko muna. Saan ba siya? Mayo na ba? Ano ba? Okay na ako. Sila po. Ito lang naman sa'yo, no, yung yellow extension. Yung puti sa kanila. Hindi ako makakonek. Hindi makakonek sa likod. Hindi makakonek sa likod. Hindi makakonek? Ayan, connected ako. Dito pa rin ako sa inyo. Direct ng decision. Umalas na ba si Greg? Dito sila. Hindi. Baka pumasok. Switch na kami. niya akong pamatay. Suletan dito pumunta ko.
Sino?
Importante, no? Sabihan mo naman sila.
Boss, nagsaksak ako. Alam mo problema eh. Si Kuya pala eh. Thank you, sir.
Pasyento ko dyan, ha? gatas dong, may gatas.
Sino? Ha? Ipa si Louie, ipa si Nestor. Si Lou. Pit yan.
My distinguished colleagues, I stand before you today with a heavy yet resolute heart. Recent events compel me to address not only the accusations that have been hurled against me personally, but also the attacks on the institution we hold sacred, the House of Representatives. The heart of our democracy and the voice of the Filipino people. Let me begin with a matter that is both alarming and unprecedented. The Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Sara Duterte, admitted to contacting an assassin to kill President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., First Lady Luis Araneta Marcos, and myself. Let me be clear. Hindi na to biro. Hindi na to normal na panalita. Isa itong direktang banta sa ating demokrasya, sa ating pamahalaan, at sa seguridad ng bayan. Such statement is not just reckless, it sends a chilling message to our people. A message that violence can be contemplated by those in positions of power. This is not just an affront to the individuals targeted, it is attack on the very foundation of our government. It is an insult to every Filipino who believes in the rule of law and the sanctity of life. Violence has no place in our society. It is irreconcilable with the values that have taught and guided us for years. Values of respect and amicable, peaceful conflict resolution. We cannot let this pass as mere rhetoric. The gravity of such confession demands accountability. It demands answers. It demands that we, as the representatives of the Filipino people, take a stand to protect our democracy from any and all forms of threats. The actions of the Vice President will go down in the annals of history like a nightmare that will haunt our people for generations. And this House will do whatever we can to protect the dignity of this institution and the 100 million Filipinos we represent. Now, let us address another serious matter. The Vice President's unfounded and baseless accusations that I am plotting to destroy her because of alleged political ambitions for 2028 elections. My colleagues, these accusations are not only untrue, they are a desperate attempt to distract from the real issues at hand. Malinaw ang katotohanan. Ang trabaho ko bilang speaker ay maglingkod, hindi manira. Ang politika na paninira ay hindi kailanman naging bahagi ng aking prinsipyo. My focus has always been on fulfilling my responsibilities as Speaker of the House, leading with utmost integrity, untarnished by division and self-interest, and guided by the principle that every action and decision I take must always be for the benefit of the Filipino people. These unfounded accusations are not just about me. They are an affront to the House of Representatives. They are an attempt to erode public trust in this institution, to sow division, and to create chaos. We choose unity over division, dialogue over conflict, and cooperation over confrontation. Why these baseless accusations? The answer is simple: to divert attention from the mounting evidence of fund misuse under her leadership at the and accept vague explanations and evasive responses. Kung wala kang itinatago, bakit hindi sagutin ang mga tanong? Karapatan ng taumbayan na malaman ang katotohanan. Hindi ito personal. Ito ay usapin ng pananagutan at tiwala ng taumbayan. Instead of providing clarity, we have seen attempts to shift the narrative, to create distractions, and to fabricate stories. But let me remind everyone that truth is resilient. No amount of noise can drown it. This House of the People is a sacred institution. It is the embodiment of the people's will, and its dignity must be upheld at all times. Ang Kongreso ay sagrado. Ang mga patakaran at seguridad dito ay hindi nilalabag. Ang paglabag sa mga ito ay kawalang galang sa taumbayan ng ating pinaglilingkuran. Disrespect for the protocols, security measures, and leadership of this institution is not just a breach of rules, it is a breach of trust. To mock our protocols, to defy our orders, and to malign our leaders is to disrespect the Filipino people who elected us to serve. This House operates on the principles of the rule of law, transparency, and accountability. These principles are the bedrock of our democracy. To undermine them is to weaken the foundation upon which our nation stands. My colleagues, I call on you to stand with me in defending this institution. Ipaglaban natin ang dignidad ng Kongreso. Ipaglaban natin ang katotohanan. Ipaglaban natin ang ating demokrasya. This is not about personal interests. It is about preserving the integrity of the House of Representatives and ensuring that it remains strong and a credible voice for the Filipino people. To the Filipino people, I assure you that this House will not waver in its commitment to transparency, accountability, and service. We should not allow individuals to ruin this great nation with their manipulative tactics, their troll armies, or their few blind followers. We owe it to the Filipino people to remain steadfast in our mission to pass laws that improve lives, protect freedoms, and ensure a brighter future for all. Finally, I reaffirm my unwavering support for President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. and his administration. Together, we will continue to advance the reforms and policies that will lead us to economic recovery, national security, and a more equitable society. Ang laban na ito ay hindi tungkol sa akin, hindi tungkol sa inyo, kundi para sa ating bayan at sa kinabukasan ng bawat Pilipino. Let us rise above the distractions. Let us reject baseless accusations. Let us focus on what truly matters, serving the people and strengthening the institutions that uphold our democracy. Let us stay focused, steadfast, and committed to the great job we are doing. It is indeed my honor and privilege fighting this battle with and for all of you. Thank you, and may God bless the Philippines. Mabuhay ang Kongreso! Mabuhay ang sambayang Pilipino! Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Pre, nakikiano lang ako. Nagpas lang. Ay, sorry. Ay, salamat. Hello, boss. Sorry, hindi ko kaya na. Sakit ka sa paligid. Hindi na. Hindi ko papatay nyo naman yung pagpipito mamaya. Makaubusan kami ulit. Hindi sila, hindi ako. Pwede mo patap mo na. Patap mo na doon. Ha? Oo, magawa lang, pre. Pre, magawa lang. Oo, magawa lang. Siya.
Nung una, kaya mo kanina.
Live ka nga sa akin.
Pinaputol.
Live ka nga sa akin.
Pinaputol yung boses.
Kaya dito. Saka pa sa amin. Nilagay mo lang sa rin. Ang meron pa rin.
Very busy na, very busy sobra.
Ako pag bumababa ng bangko, nahula ko ulit. Kaya nuwind na ako dyan pababa. Record. Kasi nagpapower save ko, may ilang minutes namamatay ito eh. Pag-triggy ng gano'n. Na-record, baba. Okay.
Tulog ako rin pa.
Committee hearing resumes. The Honorable GP Luis Bro, Secretary to the Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to direct F. Acosta. Ma'am, good afternoon.
Good afternoon po, ma'am. Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair. At sa lahat ng mga congressman na nandito, maayong hapon sa inyong tanan.
Thank you po, Ma'am Gina Acosta.
With the permission of the Chair, Ms. Acosta, taga saan po kayo?
You're recognized, Ma'am Gina Acosta.
Taga Davao po ako, ma'am.
And would you confirm that you were born and raised also in Davao?
I was born in Compostela, Davao del Norte po.
Yes, and prior, of course, you confirmed that you are the Special Disbursing Officer of the Office of the Vice President. You confirm that?
Yes po, ma'am. I confirm.
Prior to your appointment as SDO, saan po ang trabaho nyo?
Sa Office of the Vice President po, under sa Office ng Chief of Staff.
Prior to your appointment in the Office of the Vice President, where were you appointed or where did you work?
Sa City Government of Davao po.
And can we be enlightened, Ms. Acosta? Ano pong naging trabaho natin sa LGU of Davao?
Ang trabaho ko po ay, ang aking position ay Supervising Administrative Staff doon sa City Budget Office. And then, anong tawag nun?
You said supervising administrative staff in the budget office. Tama po ba?
Opo, ma'am.
May we know what salary grade is that?
Salary grade 22.
Salary grade 22. Ito po ba ay department head position na?
Ay, sorry ma'am. Assistant po.
Department head. And how long did you work in the Davao City LGU?
Nag-start po ako 1996 sa Sangguniang Panglungsod po. Then after 3 years, nalipat po ako sa City Hall of Davao.
1996, you were working at the Sangguniang Panglungsod.
Opo, ma'am.
Who was your vice mayor during that time?
Si Vice Mayor Lois Bungguyan po.
So that was 1996. After this, what was next?
Nandoon pa ako sa Sangguniang Panglungsod. And then, nag-apply ako ng promotion na ilipat pa ako sa City Hall of Davao. Yun yung sa City Budget Office. And then, after City Budget Office po, anong tawag?
If I may interrupt, ma'am, while you were at the City Budget Office, sino po ang ating local chief executive or mayor?
Si Ma'am Inday Sara Duterte po.
And after the City Budget Office, you were saying you were transferred?
Naano lang ako, ma'am, ano yung tawag nun, ma'am, pwede po magpatulong ako sa aking abogado?
Mr. Chair, can we please inform our resource person that the participation of the lawyers is limited only to assisting?
Legal advice.
Opo. Ay, na tawag doon, hindi na transfer na details po ako sa City Administrator's Office. Details po, ma'am.
From City Budget Office to City Administrator's Office, were there other positions in the LGU Davao that you assumed? May iba pa po ba kayong naging trabaho after the City Budget Office and the City Administrator's Office?
Ako po ang SDO po.
SDO po
ng confidential din po.
Are you referring to LGU of Davao City?
Yes po.
You are saying that you were the Special Disbursing Officer of Davao City Confidential Fund.
Yes po.
Can you please enlighten us, ano pong inclusive period nung City Budget Office? As far as you can recall.
Yung na-employ po ako sa City Budget Office, ma'am. 1996.
Inclusive period, ma'am. From what year to what year?
Di ko naman maalala, ma'am. Sorry po, ma'am.
Okay. How about the Administrator's Office? Can you still recall?
Yes po, 2016 or 18?
2016 to
2022 of June.
2022 of June.
Tama pa.
But you mentioned a while ago that you work as well as the Special Disbursing Officer of the Davao City Confidential Fund. So if you are saying that from 2016 to 2022, you are at the City Administrator's Office, ano po yung inclusive date na SDO naman kayo ng Davao City Confidential Fund?
Ang maalala ko, ma'am, the last 3 years po, bago po ako nagpunta sa Office of the Vice President po.
So is it safe to say that from 2019 to 2022, kayo po ang Special Disbursing Officer ng Davao City Confidential Fund? Would you confirm that?
Yes, ma'am.
2019 to 2022. Nonetheless, yun pong pagiging officer nyo sa City Budget Office, kailan po ito nag-umpisa? Your first employment at Davao City LGU is Sangguniang Bayan. Tama po?
Sangguniang Panglungsod po.
Can you please give an approximate year? Kailan po ba itong City Budget Office?
1996, 97, 98, 99. Di ko masyadong matandaan, ma'am. Basi, sorry, nagbisaya ako po.
Approximate year lang, ma'am.
1996, 97, 98.
Reasonable guess.
Mga, kasi nag-start ko sa Sangguniang Panglungsod is 1996.
Was it after the...
97, 98. 99 yata, ma'am.
1999, okay. Let's assume from 1999 to 2022, you work as City Budget in the City Budget Office, followed by the Administrator's Office, and then to be particular from 2019 to 2022, kayo na po ang Special Disbursing Officer of the Davao City Confidential Fund. You confirm, ma'am?
Yes po, yung mayor po si Ma'am Sara Duterte.
But you will confirm also, Ms. Acosta, that during your time in the City Budget Office, ang atin na pong Vice Presidente ang inyong mayor? Because you said a while ago, it was the Vice President who was the LCE during that time. Tama po ba? At least can you confirm? Noon po bang nasa City Budget Office kayo, sino pong mayor?
Si Ma'am Sara
Ang atin
Si
pong
Ma'am
Vice
Sara.
Presidente.
Opo, opo.
Okay po. Noon pong nasa Administrator's Office kayo, sino po ang mayor?
Si Ma'am Sara Duterte po.
Si Vice President din po. How about when you work as SDO of the Confidential Fund of Davao City, sino po ang mayor?
Si Ma'am Sara Duterte po.
And of course, you understand that SDO or the position of SDO is a very significant, confidential position that requires utmost trust and confidence from the LCE. Tama po ba?
Tama po, ma'am.
And is it correct to say also na satisfy po ninyo yung standard na required ng ating Vice Presidente during the time that you were in the City Budget Office, during the time that you were at the Administrator's Office, reason why you were entrusted this position of becoming the Special Disbursing Officer of the Davao City Confidential Fund. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
Because otherwise, kung hindi po kayo pinagtitiwalaan ng ating Presidente, this entails huge amount of confidential fund. I believe na hindi po kayo i-appoint bilang Special Disbursing Officer.
Yes po.
You confirm that?
Yes po, ma'am.
After your appointment and employment as SDO of Davao City LGU Confidential Fund, ano pong sumunod na dito?
Nalipat po ako sa Office of the Vice President, ma'am.
Sa tingin niyo po kaya, Ms. Acosta, what is the reason kung bakit ipinagtiwala po sa inyo ng ating Vice Presidente ang pagiging Special Disbursing Officer ng OVP? By the way, Ms. Acosta, kung yun pong 2019 to 2022, your position as SDO specifically pertains to Confidential Fund of Davao City LGU, that's what you said earlier. Ano naman po itong pagiging SDO nyo sa OVP? To what particular fund were you appointed as the Special Disbursing Officer?
Sa confidential funds po.
Confidential fund din po. Tama po bang sabihin that with your length of stay in Davao City, bilang Special Disbursing Officer Confidential Fund, somehow, na-master nyo na kung paano i-utilize ang confidential fund?
Na-master gamay, ma'am, pero sa ako ang edad, murag, ang uban din na nako ma-recall.
Mr. Chair, I lament that the people will not understand
Meron
what...
po bang marunong mag-translate?
Ma'am, pwede po pa ulit? Parang...
Pakiulit po ninyo yung inyong binanggit.
Okay po. Ang pangutana ni ma'am kay sa kadugay-dugay na nako na nagiging SDO, kabalo na ba ako, na master na nako ang pamaagi o unsa ang trabaho sa SDO. Tama ba, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, yung tanong daw ni Kong Jinky, sa tagal daw ho niya ng SDO, alam din ho daw niya kung ano yung pamamaraan at pagtakbo trabaho ng SDO.
Miss Acosta, saan po kayo mas komportable? Tagalog or English?
Mas Tagalog, ma'am. Usay ma-mix po ng Bisaya po, ma'am.
But I hope you will try your best to speak in Filipino,
yes,
in Tagalog, so the people will understand us. Pwede po ba?
I try my best, ma'am.
Pagsikapan po natin. At dahil na-master nyo na po kung ano dapat gawin bilang SDO ng Confidential Fund ng Davao City, kayo po ba'y naniniwala na yung inyong karanasan at tiwalang ipinagkaloob sa inyo ng ating Vice Presidente nung kay SDO ng Davao, ito din po ang dahilan kung bakit kayo inappoint bilang SDO ng Confidential Fund ng Office of the Vice President?
Sa tingin ko po, dahil po sa trust and confidence ni Ma'am BP, ma'am.
Yes. Ma'am, ano po sa pagkakaalam nyo ang trabaho ng isang special disbursing officer?
Ang pagkakaalam ko, ang trabaho ng isang disbursing officer ay siya po ang in charge to disburse the amount and therefore accountable po siya.
In addition po sa disbursement, ano pa pong naaalala nyo na isa sa mga pangunahing trabaho ng SDO?
Siya po ay isang accountable person.
Accountable person. Would you agree with me? Kayo ho ba'y sasang-ayon na bilang SDO, kasama po kayo sa gumagawa ng financial plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Sasang-ayon din po ba kayo bilang SDO? Kasama din po kayo sa preparation ng liquidation report?
Yes, ma'am.
Bilang SDO, kasama din po kayo sa certification kung saan ginamit ang confidential fund?
Yes, ma'am.
At bilang SDO, kasama din po kayo sa preparasyon ng ating accomplishment report. Tama po ba?
Ang accomplishment report po, ma'am, ay magbibase po ako sa aming...
But nevertheless, Ms. Acosta, kasali po ba kayo dun sa gumagawa ng accomplishment report?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Ang na-mention ko po, Ms. Acosta, is the entire process of utilization. It starts with the preparation of the financial plan. Yes, tapos, susundan po ito ng disbursement. Under the disbursement, dito po tayo nagkakaroon ng encashment of check. And after the encashment of check, after the utilization of the same, papasok po yung liquidation of report, and then the certification that the same were utilized properly. Pagkatapos may isasubmit din po kayong accomplishment report. What I said, Ms. Acosta, represents the entirety of the utilization process of confidential fund. At ang nangangahulugan po, Ms. Acosta, alam nyo, simula umpisa ng proseso hanggang katapusan kung anong nangyari doon sa confidential fund. Tama po ba?
Sa trabaho ko ngayon bilang SDO, ma'am, ang aking nalalaman po ay pag nakuha ko na po ang pera, kasi may information po ako na ibigay ko po
Sandali
sa aming...
po, Ms. Acosta. Ang atin pong katanungan ay simula po sa financial plan, disbursement, liquidation, certification, accomplishment. Ito na po ang kabuuan ng proseso ng paggamit ng utilization fund. Which means, dahil kasali kayo sa lahat ng ito, alam nyo kung anong nangyari sa confidential fund ng OVP. Tama po ba?
Tama po, ma'am.
Okay. May I request the Secretariat to please flash the disbursement voucher?
Comsec.
Question, Ms. Acosta. Who gives instruction for the preparation of disbursement voucher?
Si BP po.
Let me go back to the financial plan first.
Yes po.
Who prepares the financial plan?
Ako po at ang aming designated security officer.
You are the one, along with the security officer, who prepares the financial plan. Who then approves the financial plan?
Approved by the head of agency.
And the head of the agency is?
Ma'am BP Sara po.
Okay. Now we go to disbursement voucher. Who gives instruction to prepare the disbursement voucher, ma'am? Sino po ang nagbibigay ng instruction para gawin ang disbursement voucher?
Pag nirelease na po ang SARO, mag-instruct po sa akin ang head of agency na pwede na po mag-prepare ng disbursement voucher.
And the head of agency is?
Ma'am BP Sara po.
Yes. Secretariat, please, our disbursement voucher. What we will be flashing, Ms. Acosta, is our disbursement voucher dated December 20, 2022. Do you see your signature in the document?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please direct us where signature is? Would I be correct? It is at the bottom left.
Yes, ma'am.
which means that you were the one who received the check.
Yes, ma'am.
With the number 2444027. This is December 20, 2022.
Yes po.
Across your signature is your name, Gina F. Acosta.
Yes, ma'am.
You confirm this?
Yes, I confirm po.
Just for the record, Ms. Acosta, do you confirm the authorship of this signature appearing in the disbursement voucher? Perma niyo po ba ito?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And since you were the one who received the disbursement voucher, it is understandable that the check is issued to your name.
Yes
Tama
po.
po?
Tama po, ma'am.
Can we flash the check, Secretariat, please? Would you confirm to us that this is the check that corresponds to the last quarter of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. I confirm.
Yes. What did you do with this check, Ms. Acosta? Ano pong ginawa niyo sa checking ito?
Pag tinatawagan na po ako ng aming cash division na okay na po yung cheque sa
Sandali po. Sino po yon?
cash division po.
Cash division po ng
Ng Office of the Vice President.
Office of the Vice President. The check is in your possession already. Nasa inyo na pong pangangalaga. Ano pong ginawa nyo dito sa cheque na to?
Magpa-encash po sa Land Bank.
Nagpa-encash sa Land Bank. San po ba particular branch nyo in-encash itong cheque na to?
Sa Land Bank Show.
Land Bank Show Boulevard.
Opo.
Can you please read the amount indicated in the check? How much is this check?
125 million pesos po.
And can you please enlighten us? Kailan nyo po ba ito in-encash?
December 20, 2022.
And that is the same date as the issuance of the check.
Yes, ma'am.
Mabilis lang ho ba maggawa ng cheque sa inyo? Mabilis lang po ba?
Sa tingin ko mabilis kasi andyan naman agad ang cheque po.
As a matter of fact, ma'am, the date of the disbursement voucher, the date of the check, and the encashment of the check are the same. That is December 20,
Yes.
2022. And please walk us through. Paano ho ba ninyo ginawa itong encashment ng checking ito? Medyo nakakapaisip lang po considering the huge amount equivalent of this check, 125 million. Physically, napakahirap po nitong bit-bitin. Tama po ba, Ms. Acosta?
Tama po, ma'am.
Kayo po ba'y may kasama when you did the encashment of this check?
Meron pa akong kasama, ma'am.
Sino pong kasama nyo?
Si Asik Limuel Ortonio po.
Asek Limuel Ortonio. Do you confirm that he is the same Assistant Chief of Staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Aside from Asek Ortonio, may kasama pa po ba kayong iba?
Wala na po.
Kayong dalawa lang po.
Yes po.
At saan nyo po nilagay itong perang ito after the check was encashed?
Nilagay po sa 4 na traveling bag.
Paano nyo po ito nabitbit?
Pagkatapos po, kung ang pera po ay nasa 4 na bag, tinutulungan po kami ng security guard ng Land Bank na isakay po sa sasakyan.
Okay, from Shaw Boulevard, saan nyo po dinala itong perang ito?
Sa office namin po, sa OVP office.
Sa OVP, was it your office or was it the office of the Vice President?
Meron po akong isang office doon na nakalagay po ang aming vault.
Gaano po ba kalaki yung inyong vault?
Mga 4 feet, tapos 3 po.
3
Opo.
na 4 feet na
Opo.
vault.
Yes
Balikan
po.
ko po yung bag na na-mention nyo kanina. Can you please describe to us? Gaano po kalaki? Anong itsura ng bag? You said there were 4 bags where you placed the entire amount of 125 million.
Yes po. Color black.
We are showing this Jim duffel bag. Is it similar to that, ma'am?
Dako pa anak, ma'am. Mas malaki pa nito, ma'am.
Mas malaki pa po dyan. Yung bawat bag ho na mas malaki pa dyan, gaano po ang laman?
More than 30. 30
So
M.
the 125 million was divided into 4 bags. One bag is 30. How about the second bag?
30 po.
30 also. The third bag is?
Minsan po ma'am, more than 30 po.
A little more than
Oo,
30.
30.
And the fourth bag is more than 30 also. The total of which is 125 million. Ilan ho ba security guard yung tumulong sa inyo?
Nung nilagay na po ang pera sa bag, 2 pong security guard ng Land Bank po.
Land Bank, Show Boulevard.
Opo.
Tanong, Miss Acosta, hindi po ba kayo natakot magbitbit ng ganito kalaking halaga na pera? Considering the possibility na baka ma-hold up kayo. Remember, you're covered by a fidelity bond.
Yes,
And one of the reasons is the possibility of losing this huge amount of money.
Yes, ma'am.
Bukod po ba kay Mr. Ortonio, sino pa po bang kasama niyo sa sasakyan?
Driver po.
So there were 3 of you only.
2 pong sasakyan, ma'am.
2 drivers?
Opo, isa po ang nagda-drive sa akin, isang sasakyan. Tapos isang sasakyan po ang sinasakyan ni Asik Ortonio.
And were you seated, so you mean you are seated on different cars?
Yes, ma'am.
Yung isang sasakyan, ang kasama niyo po'y driver lang, and the other car, Mr. Ortonio and the driver.
Yes, ma'am.
Balikan ko po yung question ko, Miss Acosta. Hindi po ba kayo natakot, ninervyos, nag-alala? This is 125 million.
Natakot po, ma'am. Kaya nagpasama po ako kay Asik Ortonio po.
And do you believe that Asik Ortonio has the capability to secure not just you, but even the 125 million?
I believe po, kasi lalaki naman po siya kaysa babae ang ikasama ko. Nagkumdoy po kami, ma'am.
Yeah. Usually, ang mga hold-uppers po, may mga barel. Tama po ba?
Yes
Si
po.
Mr. Ortonio po ba, does he have a firearm also?
Hindi ko po alam, ma'am, kung may dala siyang baril,
Then
ma'am.
what gives you the confidence na pagkasama nyo si Asik Ortonio, okay na kayo?
At least 2 sasakyan po, ma'am. Hiwalay. At least kung maano man, ma-hold up man, meron pang isa. Yan po ang nailagay sa isip ko, ma'am. Kaya takot.
So, ibig sabihin, ma'am, during the time that you were encashing the check, you are entertaining the possibility na baka kayo ma-hold up. That's why you said, kung ma-hold up man yung isa, may tirang isa. Do you confirm that?
Yes, ma'am. Yan po ang nasa isip
Miss
ko.
Acosta, kung ganun naman pala, na iniisip nyo na yung possibility of hold up, bakit hindi po kayo nagsama ng mga taong makakatulong nyo to secure the huge amount of money? Kayo po ba'y ilan doon sa OVP? Wala po bang security guard doon or security officers or perhaps the member of the security team of our Vice President who could have helped you secure this huge amount of money?
Meron naman po kaming security, ma'am. Pag dating namin sa office, nakaabang na po ang kung sino po yung in charge o sino po yung naka-duty na BPSPG po, ma'am.
But of course, you will agree with me that the danger lies not only at the entrance, not only at the bank, but in the entire thoroughfare leading to your office of the OVP. Tama po ba?
Yes po, pero
Balikan
dasal
ko po
ako.
yung tanong ko kanina, Miss Acosta. Ang sabi niyo po kanina, iniisip niyo na habang nag-encash, kung ma-hold up yung isa, may tira pang isa. Bakit hindi po kayo nagdala ng security to help you secure the huge amount of money. And even your life, Ms. Acosta. Of course, we're watching news, di ba? Cellphone lang, namamatay na. Small amount of money lang, namamatay na. How much more this 125 million pesos, which apparently do not belong to you, but belong to the government.
Kasi ang driver po namin, ma'am, ay member po siya ng BPSPG.
The driver is a member of the VP
SPG,
and you believe that being accompanied by that driver is enough for you to secure that money.
At that time, yan po ang
Yun po iniisip nyo?
mo. Opo, ma'am.
Okay. Kanina po nabanggit nyo, tinutulungan kayo ng mga security guard?
Opo, ma'am.
In what sense? Ano pong tulong ang ibinibigay sa inyo ng mga security guard ng Land Bank?
Pag ano po, pag ang pera nasa land bank na, pag karga po from land bank to sasakyan, sila po ang
Ang tulong po nila sa inyo ay para lang sa pagkakarga ng pera.
Yes,
From the teller's counter papunta sa sasakyan.
Opo, ma'am.
Naalala niyo po ba kung sino itong mga security guard na ito?
Hindi ko maalala, ma'am. Pero
Do we have representative from Land Bank here?
Yes, they're present. May we invite the representative of Land Bank to please take a seat in front.
Kaya lang, iba na to. Iba to sa nag-testify. Sino yan? So, Boulevard. Kasi baka ano yun, DepEd, OVP to eh. Mr. Chair, I wish to direct my question to Land Bank. Kasama po ba natin yung teller na nag-assist kay Ms. Acosta? And I assume that...
Comsec,
Mr. Chair,
nakapag-oath na ba sila?
may iba yata tayong mga resource persons na bago. Maybe we can request that they take their oath, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, yes, in the morning, Your Honor. Administered already.
Okay. All of them? Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Jinky.
may we direct a question to the Land Bank Show Boulevard manager?
Sino po ang Land Bank? Could you please state your name?
Your Honor, good afternoon. I'm Violeta Constantino, the former branch head of Show Boulevard branch. I already retired from the service last January 2, 2024.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Would you confirm, Ms. Land Bank Manager, that you were still there when Ms. Acosta did the encashment of 125 million check on December 20, 2022?
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, this is a huge amount of money. I'm inclined to believe in-assist po ninyo si Ms. Acosta. Did you?
Ang ibig niyo pong sabihin ng paglabas po ng pera?
In-assist
outside
in
the bank
number one,
premises?
preparation of the cash, because during the previous hearings, it was testified to already that there is a limited amount of money that is being kept in your vault. But this is 125 million. So by in-assist, number one, ma'am, nag-provide kayo ng sufficient amount of money to be able to support the encashment.
Yes,
And
Your
number two, since this is ample bundles that you have to organize in releasing the money, I suppose that there are people who assisted her also at Land Bank Show Boulevard. And even in putting all these luggages, these bags, in the cars or vehicles of the OVP. Did you provided all those assistance? Yes or no? Yes or no, ma'am?
No po.
No.
May
So,
I
can you please enlighten
explain?
us? Kwentuhan niyo po kami. Ano pong klaseng assistance ang binigay niyo sa OVP?
Your Honor, upon release po ng teller sa payee, bali po binibilang po yon by bundle and then po nilalagay na po nila sa mga bags nila. So hindi na po namin nabibilang yon kung ilan
Sino pong naglalagay sa bags?
ang payee po.
Payee.
Opo,
Can you
Your
still recall kung ilan po ba yung nandoon who were putting all these bundles inside the bag?
Hindi ko na po ma-recall, Your Honor.
Do you recall Ms. Acosta?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you recall Mr. Ortonio?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. So, after they placed all these bundles inside the 4 black bags, ano pong sunod na nangyari, or should I say, ano pong assistance ang provide nyo sa kanila?
Sa pagkakaalala ko po, may tumulong po sa kanila na ilabas po yung cash within the bank premises po.
And can you please be specific? Sino po bang tumulong sa kanila?
Hindi ko na po rin maalala, Your Honor. Kasi
Hindi
that
nyo po
was-
maalala?
Hindi na po.
At least can you tell us, ito po ba ay empleyado ng Land Bank o mga kasama po ba nila sa OVP?
Definitely po, yung minention po ni Miss Gina Costa, hindi po security guards.
Hindi po security guards.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, you maintain your position, hindi tinulungan ng security guards ng Land Bank sina Miss Acosta
Yes,
sa
Your
paglalagay ng 4 bags inside their vehicle.
Yes, Your Honor.
I wish to go back to Miss Acosta. Can you please turn on your microphone?
Ma'am, yun po ang maalala ko na tumutulong po yung 2 guards ng Land Bank.
But we have the manager here, and she's saying that the security guards of Land Bank never assisted you in putting all those bags inside your vehicles.
Yun po ang maalala ko, ma'am.
Let's go to disbursement, Ms. Acosta.
Yes po.
I have another question for the bank manager. Ma'am, by policy, because you maintain your position na hindi tumulong ang mga security guard sa pagkarga ng mga bag sa sasakyan nila, Ms. Acosta, you said that.
Yes, Your
By
Honor.
policy po ba, inaalaw po ba talaga ang mga security guard to help the clients carrying these bags?
No, Your Honor.
That is a matter of policy.
Yes, Your Honor.
And if the security guards will help the clients in carrying these bags contrary to your policy, ano pong mangyayari sa security guards?
Matatanggal po siya sa ano niya.
And I suppose that they're very much aware of this.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Would you know, ma'am, kung sino po itong mga security guards who were duty during that time?
May kasama po kami ngayong isa po.
May we know the name of these security guards?
Si Head Guard Nino Bora po.
Nandito po sila ngayon, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you please identify yourself, yung mga security guard po na nandito?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I'm Nino Bora, security guard from Sio Boulevard branch.
How many security guards do we have here?
Your Honor, I'm Crisanto Lorena from different branch, from DepEd po.
From different branch. Okay. We have one.
So Nino Bora was the security guard at Shaw Boulevard Land Bank on December 20, 2022 when Ms. Acosta encashed the 125 million check. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo po ang duty nung mag-encash si Ms. Acosta.
Ako po yung duty pero hindi ko po maalala si Miss Acosta kasi normal po na maraming nagwi-withdraw po.
May naaalala po ba kayo na nung December 20 may tinulungan kayong kliyente para bitbitin ang bag?
Wala po.
Wala. Are you aware of that policy as shared by the bank manager? Alam niyo po ba yung polisiya ng bangko na ang mga security guard ay bawal tumulong sa pagbitbit ng bag?
100% po, yes.
100% you are aware. At kung humingi po ba sa inyo ng tulong, kunyari lang, si Ms. Acosta, Pakitulungan mo nga ako, bitbitin natin itong bag, ikarga natin sakyan. Tutulungan niyo po ba?
Hindi po.
Ano pong dahilan? Bakit hindi?
Kasi po yun yung utos ng aming manager po.
Because it is bawal.
Opo.
And if you go against the policy, what will happen to you?
Matatanggal po kami sa trabaho na.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to go back to Ms. Acosta. Ms. Acosta, this is 125 million. After encashment, you brought all of this to your office where you said you have 3 volts, 4-footer, 3 volts. Tama po ba?
Tama po, ma'am.
Okay. Magkano po kaya ang laman nung isang 4 feet na volt?
Magkakasya po ng 40 M.
40 M?
Opo.
Ang isang 4 feet?
Ang isa, magkakasya po ang 40 M.
Kasya.
Opo.
Sikip, sakto.
Sakto-sakto lang po.
Sakto po. So kung meron po kayong 3 volt, nung wala pa po ba itong 125 million na ito, wala bang ibang laman yung 3 volt nyo?
Wala pa po kaming volt nung wala pa kaming confidential funds.
So kailan lang po kayo nagkaroon ng confidential fund?
Year 2022 po.
Last quarter of
Yes po.
2022.
Yes
And
po.
would you confirm, kaya lang po kayo nagbumili? Tama po ba yon?
Yes,
Kaya lang po
ma'am.
kayo bumili
Yes,
ng
ma'am.
3
Yes, ma'am.
na tig 4 feet ang laki
Yes, ma'am.
na volt ay bilang paghahanda dito sa inyong confidential fund.
Yes, ma'am.
Sabi niyo po kanina, ang isang volt ay naglalaman ng 40 million.
Yes po.
3 po yung volt. That will be equivalent to 120 million.
Yes po.
Saan niyo po nilagay yung labis na 5?
Pinagkasyahan ko po yung...
Siniksik niyo na po.
Oo, ganyan, sinisiksik.
Siniksik niyo na. And then, since part of your job as a special disbursing officer is the disbursement of this amount, please enlighten us. Paano niyo po ginastos, ibinayad, inirelease itong 125 million pesos?
Ganito po ang nangyari, ma'am. Nang ma-encash na po ang kwarta, ang pera, ay ang cheque, nag-inform po ang aking head of agency na i-release ko po sa aming security officer. So while on the way na po ako papuntang office, I called up the security officer informing him na na-encash ko na po ang cheque.
You informed the security officer?
Yes po, ma'am.
Can you please mention the name of the security officer? Si Colonel Nolasco din ho ba yan?
Hindi po, ma'am.
Sino po yan?
Si Colonel La Chica po.
Colonel La
La Chica.
Chica. Can you
Opo.
please enlighten the committee? Sino po ba si Colonel La Chica?
Si Colonel La Chica po ay, siya po ang ground commander ng aming BPSPGs na na-assign po sa Office of the Vice President.
Okay. So you inform Colonel La Chica that you have encashed already the check.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
about the physical handing of the money? Kailan po nangyari yan?
December 20 din po.
Magkano po ang binigay nyo kay Colonel La Chica?
Binigay ko po sa kanya lahat ang 125 million po.
At saan po dinala ni Colonel La Chica?
Yan ang hindi ko na alam, ma'am.
Sandali lang po. Anong oras po ba kayo nakabalik sa OVP?
Mga around 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
Opo.
How long did it take you to be able to organize the 125 million inside the 3 volts?
Actually, ma'am, hindi ko pa po nalagay sa aking vault. Kasi pagtawag ko kay Colonel La Chica na na-encash na po ang cheque.
Kanina po sabi nyo, pinagsiksikan yung 125, di ba?
Hindi po, ma'am.
You said that.
Ang interpretation ko po noon, ma'am, kung na-encash ang cheque, saan ko ilagay. Pero on that withdrawal, ma'am, tinawagan ko agad si security officer.
Okay, so you are saying now that the money were never placed inside the 3 vaults. Yun po ba ang gusto nyo sabihin?
Yes, ma'am. Yung withdrawal na po yun, ma'am.
Okay, sabi nyo po 4 p.m. kayo nakabalik ng OVP. Kung hindi nyo po pinasok dito sa 3 vaults, saan nyo po nilagay?
Doon po sa isang office po na nandoon yung vault. Pero hindi pa nailagay sa vault. Ang bag nandoon lang sa office.
Kanino po bang office yung tinutukoy nyo? Is that your office?
Extension office ko po, ma'am, na ako lang ang may susi.
Extension office, kayo lang ang may susi. Okay. You just place them on the floor? Ganun ho ba yun?
Pinasok ko, ma'am, sa floor kasi nagsagot man agad si Colonel Lachica na coming siya. Kasi
Okay.
dyan naman lang siya sa kanilang opisina.
Saan po ba ang opisina ni Colonel Lachica?
Yung sa Camp Aguinaldo, yung kulay blue.
And how close is this to the office of the Vice President, ma'am?
Siguro mga 20 minutes o 30 minutes
20
makarating
minutes
na siya.
drive. Kung kayo po ay nakarating dito sa OVP at around 4 p.m. at pagkatapos nyo pong dumating, nilagay nyo sa extension office just on the floor, the entire 125 million, hindi nyo pinasok sa vault, anong oras naman po dumating si Colonel Lachica?
Mga 4:30 po.
4:30?
Yes po.
At ano pong ginawa nyo dito sa pera pagdating ni Colonel Lachica?
Nagpunta po kami sa office na yon, i-open ko yung office, tapos nirelease ko sa kanya ang 125 million at pinareceive ko siya sa kanyang, may listahan po kasi siyang binigay po sa akin, ma'am, considering na kami po ang gumagawa ng physical and financial plan. After mga 2 weeks, nagbigay na po siya ng advance copy ng kanyang request for funding. Ang tawag ko noon, listahan ng kanyang object of expenditures po.
Listahan ng?
Object of expenditures po.
Object of expenditures.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. So ito pong listahan ng object of expenditures ibinigay sa inyo ahead of your encashment.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you please enlighten us? Kwentuhan niyo po kami. Ano pong nakalista dun sa object of expenditures, please?
Object of expenditures, programs, identify po yung mga programs or ano ang gawain niya. Tapos with
Ano po yung
corresponding
mga
amount.
programs, Miss Acosta?
Example po, yung program ng purchase of information, payment of rewards, na may kaakibat na po na
You
amount.
must be referring to the accomplishment report, Miss Lachica. Miss Acosta.
Yes po, yun po ang binigay niya sa akin, ma'am.
Pag sinabi niyo po bang object of expenditure, ang tinutukoy niyo po ba accomplishment report?
Dili, ang
Yes or no, ma'am? Pag sinabi niyo po bang object of expenditure, are you referring to the accomplishment report?
Yes po.
Yes. Paano po kayo nagkaroon ng accomplishment report? Kaka-encash niyo pa lang.
Yun po ang binigay niya sa akin, ma'am. Kasi yung pong mga identified na object of expenditures, yan po ang ginagawa niya doon sa pag-implement po ng confidential
I
programs
understand,
and
Ms.
design.
Acosta. But if you will tell us that that object of expenditure pertains to the accomplishment report, I hope you are reminded, ang accomplishment report po ay saka ginagawa kapag fully implemented na lahat ng programs. Now, this brings us to a bigger question. Kaka-encash nyo lang? May accomplishment report na agad kayo? How can this be possible, Ms. Acosta?
Hindi pa po yung final na accomplishment report, ma'am. Ang basis ko lang po yun kung magkano po
Ilang
ang
klase
i-release
ho
ko sa
bang
kanya.
accomplishment report tayo meron? Isang final at isang hindi final? Is that what you want to tell us?
Yung binigay po niya sa akin is for me lang po at sa kanya. Para lang sa aming dalawa, ma'am. Hindi po yun yung final na accomplishment report after the implementation of the program under confidential funds po.
Okay, if you are saying that this is not yet final, then walk us through, enlighten us, narrate to us, ano ho bang pagkakaiba nung sinasabi niyong hindi final doon sa final?
Ang amount po, ma'am.
Amount?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay, can you please be specific? Because we have here an accomplishment report for the last quarter of 2022. And since kayo naman po ang gumawa nito, and you prepared already for this hearing, I suppose, you are aware by heart kung anong laman ng accomplishment report na ito. Ano pong pagkakaiba nung hindi final sa final?
Yung amount po, ma'am. Example, yung payment of rewards.
Okay.
Tapos, yung...
Ano po yung hindi final na amount?
Yung amount...
Okay, to guide Miss Acosta, Secretariat, can we please flash the accomplishment report for the last quarter of 2022? At kung may sinasabi po kayong accomplishment report na hindi final, will you be generous enough to share it with us?
Wala po akong dala ngayon, ma'am.
Yes, but for the next hearing, will you be willing to submit it to the committee?
Yes po.
Yes. Okay. Ms. Acosta, we have here the final, I suppose, because this was provided by the COA, accomplishment report for the last quarter of 2022. Ang sabi niyo po, sa amount lang kayo nagkakaiba.
Yes po.
Can you enlighten us? Bakit po nagkakaroon ng disparity sa amount?
Kasi po, example po yung payment of rewards, ma'am. Ang nilagay, hindi ako makakita.
Secretariat, can we provide instead a copy? You were pertaining to payment of reward. Ang nakalagay po dyan is 10 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano po bang nakalagay doon sa hindi final?
Ang nilagay lang po niya doon is 8 million po.
Okay. How about the purchase of information?
So far, ito lang po ang aking maalala, ma'am. Ma-confirm ko sa'yo na 8,000 lang po ang proposed object of expenditure na binigay sa akin ni Sir La Chica.
Ms. Acosta, with your object of expenditure, would you confirm with me na kung anong items ang nakasulat sa object of expenditure, yun din po ang nakasulat dito sa accomplishment report. The only difference is with respect to the amount. Tama ho ba?
Tama po.
Tama. At ang inyo pong sinusunod ay yung object of expenditure na binibigay sa inyo ni Colonel La Chica. Tama din po?
For releasing po.
For releasing.
Opo.
But nevertheless, who prepared the object of expenditure?
Si Sir La Chica po, ma'am.
Sir La Chica. Kung si Sir La Chica po ang gumagawa ng object of expenditure at yun po ang sinusundan nyo sa pagre-release ng confidential fund, tama po bang sabihin na si Colonel La Chica ang nasusunod sa preparation ng accomplishment report?
Yes po. Pag binigay niya sa akin ang final na accomplishment report po niya, ma'am, after po, maubos na ang pera at na-implement na niya lahat ng maayos ang activities.
I will remind you of your answer, Ms. Acosta. Ang sabi niyo po, si Colonel La Chica ang nasusunod sa preparation ng accomplishment report. Tama po?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. I wish to direct your attention to the left bottom portion of this accomplishment report. It says, prepared by Special Disbursing Officer, Gina F. Acosta.
Yes po.
Is this not contradictory to what you said na ang nasusunod ay si Colonel La Chica?
Pag final ko nito, ma'am, gibase ko po to sa binigay ni Sir La Chica na final accomplishment report. So, kinokopya ko lang po.
Ibig sabihin, kayo po ay tagagawa lamang ni Colonel La Chica.
Hindi naman po.
So, ano pong ibig sabihin nyo? Na ang sinusundan nyo ay kung anong gustong ipalagay dito sa accomplishment report, which is based on the object of expenditures provided by Colonel Achica.
Ang nilagay po niya sa object of expenditures po, ma'am, ay in connection na po sa aming prepare ng financial and physical plan po. Kasi kasama ko po siya paggawa ng financial and physical plan.
Financial and physical plan. Sino po bang gumagawa ng financial and physical plan?
Ang nagdradraft po, ang nag-prepare ako po at si Sir Lachica.
Okay. Ano po ba ang trabaho ni Colonel Lachica? Malapit na po akong malito. Malapit ko na pong isipin ang disbursing officer ay si Colonel Lachica.
Hindi po.
What is the designation of Colonel Lachica, please?
Siya po ang aming security officer.
And a security officer, ano ho bang trabaho ni Colonel Lachica? Is it her job to prepare the financial plan?
Hindi po.
Is it her job to prepare the accomplishment report?
In the financial po, siya po ang magbibigay sa akin ng information or guide kung ano po ang magiging confidential activities po in relation sa confidential funds po na gagamitin.
I hope you realize, Ms. Acosta, that you are the special disbursing officer.
Yes po, ma'am. Alam ko po.
And part of your job is to prepare the financial plan.
Yes po.
As a matter of fact, the financial plan does not bear at all the signature or the name of Colonel Lachica.
Yes po, pero sa kanya po ako humihingi ng inputs or information with regards to the implementation of all the projects included under confidential funds po.
If you're asking for the possible program, subject of expenditure, is it correct to say that you are soliciting some information only and not necessarily the one working with you in the preparation of financial plan? Magkaiba po yon.
Ang hinihingi ko po sa kanya, ma'am, is ano po, mga inputs po or guidance in preparation for the financial plan, especially related po sa confidential activities po.
Ms. Acosta, do you understand your job as a special disbursing officer?
Yes, ma'am.
This is very significant job.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it entails so much trust and confidence.
Yes po.
Because you are the one in charge of taking custody of the huge amount of money. Tama?
Yes, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, to ensure the fidelity of this money, nire-require pa kayo ng fidelity fund, bond. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Then why do you keep on pointing to Colonel Lachica?
Kasi siya po ang may alam kung i-implement na po yung mga project under confidential plan funds.
Who will be responsible in case this money is misappropriated? Who will be responsible in case this money is lost? Who will be responsible in case this money went to the wrong person? Sino po ba ang magiging responsable?
Ako po.
Because you are the special disbursing officer and not Colonel Lachica.
Yes po.
Let's go back to the question. 125 million po yun. You were saying, ang object of expenditure is similar to the accomplishment report. The only difference is the amount.
Yes, ma'am.
Enlighten us. Ano ang laman ng object expenditure totaling to 125 million, reason why you fully turned over the entire amount?
Ang laman po ng binigay niya sa akin ng object of expenditures ay yun pong pamaraan kung ano ang ginagawa niya.
Can we please be specific? We're talking of huge amount of money, Ms. Acosta. This is 125 million. Of course, you realize the significance of this amount. And being the special disbursing officer, hindi mo ito basta ita-turn over kung hindi mo nakikita na well-tallied yung object of expenditure that you are referring to. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. Pero may information na po ako na pag natanggap ko ang pera, ibigay ko po sa security officer namin.
Even without the object of expenditure?
Meron po.
Okay, let's go back to your object of expenditure. Kasi ako, Ms. Acosta, if I am the custodian of 125 million and I was directed to turn over this to a certain person, I will be very careful to make sure that whatever's in the list tally to the entire amount of 125 million. Now tell us, ano ang laman ng object of expenditure?
Ang laman po ng object of expenditures ay yun pong mga expected expenses sa pagpatupad po ng confidential activities.
I know. Can you please state the item? Kanina po, ang sabi nyo, purchase of information, payment of reward. Ituloy nyo po yun. You even said that sa payment of reward, hindi nasunod yung 10 million. So magkano po ang nasunod?
Ito na po akong placement report na final, ma'am, yung gi-attach ko po sa liquidation report.
Okay. So, are you changing your answer now? Kasi kanina po ang sabi nyo, object expenditure is not yet final. Accomplishment report is final.
Yes po. Yes po.
So, are you
Iba po
referring
siya.
to two different documents, object expenditure and accomplishment report?
Yes po, yan po ang
Dalawa.
gusto kong iparating po.
And you were saying, ito na nga po yun. Ano bang ibig sabihin when you said, ito na nga po yun? What do you mean by that?
Ang binigay po sa akin ni Sir La Chica, hindi po ganito ang forma, ma'am. Simple lang po, ma'am.
Okay.
Para basis po ng aking release ng pera
Let me
para
go
sa
back
kanya,
to your
ma'am.
answer a while ago. Ang sabi niyo po kanina, Ms. Acosta, parehas ang items, the only difference is the amount.
Opo, pero hindi po ganito, ma'am. Simple lang po, ma'am.
Yes. Enlighten us. Magkano ang nakalagay sa purchase of information?
Less than 14 million po, ma'am.
Less than.
Opo.
Can't you remember the amount?
12 million po.
12 million. Payment of reward.
Ito po yung 8 million, ma'am.
8 million. Rentals.
Rentals of safe houses. Ito po ang malaki, ma'am.
How much?
Ito na po ang amount na nabigay niya sa akin doon sa kanyang
How much, Ms. Acosta?
16 million po.
16.
Opo.
Purchase of supplies.
Malaki po ito, ma'am. Nagiging 37 po.
37. Payment of incentives. No. Provision of medical and food aid.
Di ko na ito maalala, ma'am. I'm sorry po, ma'am. Basta
Hindi mo maalala.
Basta yung tinali
Payment
po.
of incentive.
11 po.
11. Would you know whether this amounts would total to 125 million exactly?
Yes, ma'am. Gitotal ko po yun, ma'am. 120 million po.
You were able to check if the items and the amounts provided in the object of expenditure total to 125 million. You checked that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tanong, Ms. Acosta, what gave you the confidence? Ano ang nagbigay sa inyo ng lakas ng loob na ibigay ang buong 125 million kay Colonel La Chica, considering that he is not the accountable officer because it is you who is the accountable officer.
May approval po kay Ma'am Inday Sara.
And without the approval of the Vice President, will you give that to Colonel La Chica?
Hindi po.
Do you know Colonel La Chica?
Yes po, kasi siya po ang aming ground commander
How
ng
long
DPS.
have you known Colonel La Chica?
Yung na-employ po ako after 3 months, yung na-employ po ako sa OVP, ma'am.
How long have you known? Since 2022?
Yes po, ma'am.
Do you trust Colonel La Chica?
I trust La Chica. I trust Sir La Chica kasi ginatrust po siya ng aking head of office na si
In
Ma'am
other
Inday Sara.
words, the only reason why you are giving your trust to Colonel Lachica is because of the instruction of the Vice President.
Yes,
Tama po
ma'am.
ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Without the instruction of the Vice President, you will never give the entire amount of 125 million to Colonel Lachica.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you realize also, Ms. Acosta, that as disbursing officer, there is a rule under PD 1445, bawal i-transfer ang disbursement sa ibang tao.
Pero ang boss ko po kasi ay si Ma'am
Please
Inday.
answer the question, ma'am.
Yes,
Under PD 1445, unauthorized transfer of disbursement is prohibited. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what you did is an unauthorized transfer. Tama po?
Yes po, ma'am, pero may...
In other words, you are liable for the unauthorized transfer of that money which is due for your disbursement. Tama po?
Tama po, ma'am. Pero...
Are you aware also na kung ito pong perang ito ay mapupunta sa mga hindi matitino na government officials at gagamitin for purpose other than its confidential purpose, you can be held liable for
Yes po.
malversation of public funds by negligence.
Yes, alam ko po, ma'am. Pero nanaig po ang aking belief na may trust po ako kay La Chica dahil po authorized po siya ni Ma'am Sara Duterte.
And are you aware also that what Colonel Lachica did is he usurped
Ano po?
your authority as special disbursing officer? Ang ginawa po ni Colonel Lachica ay pinakialaman na yung trabaho na dapat ay sa inyo. We call that usurpation of authority.
Kasi po wala po akong alam kung paano po i-implement ang mga confidential activities po, ma'am. Si Sir La Chica lang po ang may alam.
Sandali po, bakit po wala kayong alam? You are the special disbursing officer. You prepare the financial plan. You are a signatory in the disbursement. You prepare the liquidation. You certify. You prepare the accomplishment report. Bakit wala po kayong alam?
Wala po akong alam sa pag-implement po ng confidential activities po. Dahil po, hindi ko po yan inline sa aking pinag-aralan, ma'am.
But as the special disbursing officer, of course you realize you have the function of disbursing the fund.
Yes po, pero may utos po sa akin na ibigay po kay Colonel La Chica. Kasi siya po ang expert, siya po ang may kaalaman kung paano po i-achieve ang mga confidential activities na safely and hindi po magulo.
Would you know, Ms. Acosta, kung saan po dinala ni Colonel Lachica yung 125 million?
Di ko po na po alam, ma'am, kasi sa kanya na po yun discretion kung...
Hindi po niya discretion yun, ma'am.
Ay, sa kanya na po yung
Please
trabaho.
understand, kayo po ang special disbursing officer. You're supposed to be the person doing the payment of this amount to various payees. Hindi po ito discretion ni Colonel Lachica, ma'am. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Ano nga po ulit trabaho ni Colonel Lachica?
Siya po ang head ng aming BPSPG at siya po ang inatasan as security officer po ng Office of the Vice President.
And of course, you will agree with me, iba po ang trabaho ng security officer sa trabaho ng special disbursing officer. Tama po ba? As a matter of
Yes,
fact,
iba
kaya
po.
po kayo'y banded. Kaya po kayo nire-require ng Fidelity Fund is
Yes.
to take care of these public funds. Si Colonel Lachica po ba? Covered po ba siya ng Fidelity Bond?
Hindi po, ma'am.
I don't think so because it's not part of his job to disburse public funds.
Pero siya po ang may alam, ma'am, lalo na pag-implement sa mga confidential activities po, ma'am. Just like surveillance and monitoring po. Kung okay po pa dyan, itayo, example, yung satellite office.
Even when he is aware of the implementation of the surveillance activities, you, as a special disbursing officer, should be the one actually paying all the recipients. Do you understand, Ms. Acosta?
I understand po, ma'am.
Then why did you give all the money to Colonel Lachica?
Because po may utos po si Ma'am Inday Sara na sa kanya ko po i-release. Kasi siya po ang nakakaalam kung paano po i-implement ang mga programs and activities in line po sa confidential fund. Siya
Okay.
po ang mag-survey, surveillance and monitoring po. Sa kanya po yun, wala po akong alam.
Ms. Acosta, I hope you realize that it is incumbent upon you as the special disbursing officer to know all the recipients of the entire 125 million. And it is totally wrong to say na wala kayong alam. Because in the first place, trabaho nyo po to disburse these funds to the various number of recipients. Let us proceed to liquidation report. Secretariat, kindly flash the liquidation report. What is the purpose, Ms. Acosta, of the liquidation report?
To liquidate the funds granted on confidential funds po. Ililiquidate po.
Ililiquidate, and by liquidate, we need to gather proof that indeed the entire amount was utilized for the intended purpose. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
What is your participation in this liquidation report?
Yung binigay na po sa akin ni Sir Lachica ang acknowledgement
Ms. Acosta,
receipt.
please be directed to the left bottom part of the liquidation report.
Correctness of the above data po, ma'am.
Do you understand what that means?
Yes po, ma'am.
Ano pong ibig sabihin nun?
Na ang pundo po ay nagamit ng maayos sa pamagitan po ng pagkuha ng mga acknowledgement receipt po na galing po kay Sir Lachica.
You mentioned about acknowledgement receipts. Pag-usapan po natin yan. As a special disbursing officer, part of your job is to certify the correctness of the above data, and that includes the acknowledgement receipts that you mentioned. You agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Based on examination, Ms. Acosta, mayroong 700 na acknowledgement receipts. May signature, pero walang printed name. In other words, we could not hold anyone accountable for the given amounts. What can you say about that? 700 mahigit na acknowledgement receipts. May signature, pero walang printed name, so you cannot tell who the recipient really is. Do you think, given that situation, you certified the correctness of the data?
Kasi
Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am. And
do you believe that that is correct? Hindi
Yes.
mo alam kung sino ang recipient?
Kasi yan po ang binigay sa akin ni Sir Lachica, ma'am.
Again, please be directed by the certification at the bottom right of this document. Gina Acosta, certifying to the correctness of the above data, and that data includes the acknowledgement receipts. How did you certify correct the 700 plus acknowledgement receipts which bear unreadable signatures and does not bear the printed name of the recipients? Tama po ba yon?
Sa paningin ko, ma'am, ang maka-answer po ng maayos ay si Sir La Chica po, ma'am.
Sa paningin nyo po bilang Special Disbursing Officer, tama po ba na ang acknowledgement receipt ay wala kang pagkitaan ng pangalan? Tama po ba yun?
Kasi po ang alam ko
Please
po...
answer the question, Ms. Acosta. I believe that the question is answerable by yes or no only. Kayo po ang Special Disbursing Officer and you said from this liquidation report, I'm certifying to the correctness of the above data. 700 plus acknowledgement receipts with signature, unreadable, and without printed name. Tama po ba na i-certify na tama yung 700 mahigit na acknowledgement receipts na yon? Tama po o mali?
Tama po, ma'am.
Tama?
Yes po, ma'am.
Kahit wala pong pangalan?
Kasi po, ang makasagot po niyan ng maayos, ma'am, pwede po si Sir La Chica.
Okay, let's do this by way of hypothetical question. Kayo po ang accountable disbursing officer. Ibig sabihin, kayo po ang may pananagutan sakaling mawala, may mangyaring hindi tama, dito po sa 125 million. I hope you anchor your answer on the fact na kayo po ang mananagot doon sa 125 million as a special disbursing officer. Tama po ba nag-release kayong pera? Tapos yung acknowledgement receipt, walang pangalan ng recipient. Tama po o mali? Kung kayo po ang mismong magre-release ng pera, kayo po ba'y papayag na walang printed name ang acknowledgement receipt?
Pwede po, ma'am, itanong po kay Sir La Chica po. kung
No,
ano
the
po ang
question,
nangyari.
Ms. Acosta, is hypothetical, no? Kung sakali lang pong kayo mismo ang nagbigay doon sa 700 na tao yon, kayo po ang accountable disbursing officer, papayag po ba kayo na yung 700 na yon, tatanggap ng pera, tapos hindi nyo alam kung anong mga pangalan nila? Yun po ba ay tama o mali? You said already that it was Colonel La Chica who did the disbursement. Naintindihan ko na po yun.
Opo, ma'am.
Pero ang sitwasyon po natin ngayon, let us assume na kayo ang magre-release ng pera. Papayag po ba kayong mag-release ng pera na hindi sinusulat yung printed name ng pagbibigyan nyo ng pera?
Siguro po, nangyari po yun dahil po sa voluminous na transaction, ma'am.
Ms. Acosta, the question is answerable only by tama o mali. We are talking about 700 plus acknowledgement receipts. May signature, walang printed name, walang pagkitaan ng pangalan ng recipients. Kung kayo po ang magre-release nito, papayag po ba kayo na walang printed name ang tumanggap?
Hindi po, pero depende po sa sitwasyon,
You have
ma'am.
given your answer already. Ms. Acosta, let's proceed to the next category of acknowledgement receipts. Mayroon naman pong 300 plus. May signature, may printed name, pero hindi naman mabasa yung printed name. In other words, wala din pong pagkitaan kung sino ang recipient. Again, on the assumption na kayo po ang magre-release ng perang ito sa recipient, papayag po ba kayong i-release itong perang ito na hindi nyo nakitang nakasulat ang pangalan ng recipient?
Nag-trust po ako kay Sir La Chica, ma'am.
Ms. Acosta, let us answer the question po. I understand na ang sabi niyo po si Colonel La Chica ang nag-release.
Yes po.
On the assumption only, kunyari lang po kayo ang magre-release. Andyan yung recipient. 300 mahigit po to. Papayag po ba kayo na hindi nyo mabasa ang mga tunay na pangalan ng pinagbibigyan nyo ng pera?
Kung ako po ang nagbigay, hindi po ako papayag.
Hindi kayo papayag. Now, let us go to the acknowledgement receipt with the recipient whose name is Mary Grace Piatos. Do we still have that slide, Secretariat? Can we please share it? I wish to believe na nakita nyo na po ito during the previous hearings. Again, hypothetical question ulit. Kung kayo po ba ang magre-release ng pera to a name, Mary Grace Piatos, kayo po ba ay papayag?
Papayag pa ako, ma'am. Meron naman pong Piatos na apelyido.
Do you know Mary Grace Piatos? Do you know Mary Grace Piatos?
Wala pa. Hindi ko po siya kilala, ma'am.
But you said na papayag kayo kasi may apelidong Piatos. Saan ho ba kayo nakakita na apelidong Piatos?
Meron po sa amin sa Davao, ma'am.
Meron po na apelidong Piatos. I will be interested to know, Ms. Acosta, kung sino po yung mga taga Davao na may apelidong Piatos. But do you honestly believe na meron pong Mary Grace Piatos?
Yes, ma'am. Sa Davao po meron.
Meron.
Opo.
Bakit po kaya hindi siya lumulutang? I am reminded by the pledge of, I believe, the Young Guns who contributed money to raise 1 million, asking Mary Grace Piatos to come out to the open. Bakit po kaya walang lumulutang? If indeed mayroong Mary Grace Piatos sa Davao.
Kasi po, nagbibase lang po ako sa binigay po ni Sir La Chica na mga binalik
Ms.
niya
Acosta,
sa akin.
kindly answer the question po. Ang sabi niyo po kanina, mayroong Mary Grace Piatos.
Piatos po ang sinabi ko, ma'am, na apelyido.
Nonetheless, kayo po ba'y naniniwalang mayroong Mary Grace Piatos? In the first place, kayo po dapat kaharap nito eh. Dahil kayong special disbursing officer. But you kept on claiming that you handed the entire amount to Colonel Lachica. Kaya hindi nyo alam kung anong nangyari doon sa pera. O ito na po ang consequence. Ipinagtiwala nyo ang disbursement sa hindi naman accountable officer. How will you answer now to that acknowledgement receipt? Paano nyo po ngayon ipapaliwanag yan? Kayo po ang accountable officer and you're bound to explain who is Mary Grace Piatos.
Hindi po talaga ako maka-explain yan, ma'am, kasi hindi po ako ang nagpapipirma po, ang nag-execute po ng acknowledgement na yun, ma'am. Si Sir La Chica po.
You said ang nag-execute po ng acknowledgement ay si Sir La Chica. Sino pong pumerma dyan?
Siya lang po ang makakaalam, ma'am.
Si Colonel La Chica lang ang nakakaalam.
Yes po, kasi siya po ang nag-execute ng acknowledgement receipt po.
Ms. Acosta, ako po'y gusto ko pong maawa sa inyo kasi while you entrusted the entire amount of 125 million to Colonel Lachica, who is not an accountable officer at all, I hope you realize, kayo po ang mananagot sa buong 125 million. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am. Aware po ako.
Balikan ko po si Mary Grace Piatos. Anchoring my question on your statement na may mga Piatos sa Davao City. In spite of the pledge of 1 million by Young Guns, kung talaga pong may Mary Grace Piatos, I believe 2 weeks na ang nakaraan, but wala po kayang nagpapakilala na Mary Grace Piatos.
Piatos lang po ang sinabi ko, ma'am.
Ano po
ako
yun?
Piatos lang po na apelyido ang sinabi
Yes,
ko.
but you said that there are piatoses in Davao City. May mga piatos sa Davao. Kung hindi nyo man po talaga personally kilala that certain Mary Grace, bakit po kaya walang lumulutang kung talagang may Mary Grace piatos, magkakaroon ho siya ng 1 milyon na walang kahirap-hirap. Would you agree with me if I would say? The reason kung bakit walang lumulutang ay dahil wala naman talagang Mary Grace piatos. Tama po ba?
Di po ako maka-say ng yes or no, ma'am, kasi si Sir La Chica po ang nag-execute po, ang nagpapapirma po
No.
ng acknowledgement
Ms.
receipt.
Acosta, I'm not asking you about the personality of Mary Grace Piatos. This is a hypothetical question again. Having stated na may mga piatos sa Davao and considering na nag-pledge ng Youngans ng 1 million, tatanggapin ni Mary Grace Piatos. The only condition is magpakilala siya. Ako si Mary Grace Piatos. Tama po bang sabihin na kaya walang lumulutang na Mary Grace Piatos ay dahil ang totoo, wala naman talagang Mary Grace Piatos? Tama po o mali?
Yun po ang answer
Tama
ko,
po
ma'am.
o mali, Ms. Acosta?
Siguro, tama po yun, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's proceed to that acknowledgement receipt with the name Kokoy Villamin. Sino po si Kokoy Villamin?
Ganun pa rin, ma'am. Di ko po siya kilala.
Secretariat, please flash again the AR.
Natanggap po lang galing kay ano.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Acosta has been crying since this hearings started because of her fear and a lot of other things. Can we just give her some air?
1 minute suspensions declared by the chair. Comsec, magpatawag ka nga ng medical. Okay na po kayo, Ma'am Acosta?
Na po, sir.
Okay na.
Salamat po sa rest.
Mr. Chair, may I seek guidance from the Chair?
Yes, Congressman. Ay, ma'am, ay sir, wala pa pong ano tayo. Di pa po tayo nag-resume. Yung medic, asan yung medic? Hearing resumes. Congressman Marcoleta, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that our rules of procedure in aid of legislation includes suppletorily the use of the rules of court. Under the rules of court, Your Honor, which are the rules being used in the courts of law, hypothetical questions are not allowed to be asked. Are we supposed to insist on asking hypothetical questions?
Could you please be specific, Congressman Marcoleta?
It's very specific, Mr. Chair. The witness is being asked hypothetical questions. These are disallowed in the courts of law. If you're using the rules of court suppletorily, what is the purpose of asking hypothetical questions?
Under our internal rules, the rules of procedure governing the proceedings before the Committee on Good Government under Section 16, it provides that rules of procedure and evidence in any meeting of the committee, the rules of evidence prevailing in courts of law or equity shall not be controlling. And the committee shall use every and all reasonable means to ascertain the facts in each case speedily and objectively without regard to technicality of law or procedure.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're talking of facts.
All in the
We're
intent...
not talking about hypothetical situations here. We're not supposed to be getting facts out of speculations. We cannot speculate on the questions that should be asked and answered. This will not benefit the committee, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Noted, Congressman Marcoleta. Please continue with the...
Mr. Chair.
Congressman
Dagdag lang po na
Manuel.
response, Mr. Chair, since always po ini-invoke na kung ano yung dapat na conduct ng committee, ano yung bounds ng mga discussions natin. Mr. Chair, again, ang ginagawa po natin ay in aid of legislation at hindi po tayo makakagawa ng mga batas, hindi natin maaral yung pwedeng maging mga batas kung hindi natin pag-uusapan yung mga posibleng scenarios kahit hindi pa nangyayari, Mr. Chair. We can't have good laws kung hindi natin pag-uusapan paano yan pwedeng ipatupad, paano yan pwedeng maabuso, which means yung nagiging line of questioning na ating colleagues are essential to the conduct of our proceedings sa komite. Ilang, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is the problem of non-lawyers. They insist on something that should not be done.
Noted,
Thank you.
Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Madam Vice President.
Can I answer as head of agency of the
Ano po,
Office of the
Madam?
Vice President? Can I answer as head of the agency of the Office of the Vice President as well?
With respect to the...
To the comment manifestation of Congressman Marcoleta, sir.
No, you are not allowed. Please continue, Congresswoman Duistro.
Ms. Acosta, ano po ba ang nararamdaman nyo? Of course, I'm concerned about you. Ano po yun?
Nanginginig po, ma'am.
Bakit po kayo nanginginig? Bukod po sa nanginginig, ano pong nararamdaman nyo? Hindi naman po ako sumisigaw.
Kasi po, wala po talaga akong alam kung sino po yun, si Kukoy Villamin, si Grace Piatos po. Kasi po, si Sir La Chica po ang nasa ground po. Siya po ang nagpipipirma. Nag-base na lang po ako sa sa binalik niya sa akin na acknowledgement receipt po, ma'am.
Pero ma'am, I hope you acknowledge na yun pong sinasabi niyong ginawa ni Colonel La Chica. Yun po'y trabaho nyo as a special disbursing officer.
Yes, ma'am. Pero may utos po ang aking boss, ma'am, na i-release ko po kay Sir La Chica, ma'am.
I heard you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We will just proceed with the question. Tell me pag hindi nyo na po kaya, I will stop. Ano po? You just answer from what you believe is true to yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Punta po tayo kay Kokoy Villamin. Do you know this person?
Wala po talaga akong alam, ma'am.
Wala po kayong alam.
Yes po, ma'am.
Surname Villamin. May kilala po ba kay sa Davao na Villamin?
Wala po akong alam, ma'am. Wala po akong kilala, ma'am.
Okay. So you cannot answer with respect to the identity of this Kokoy Villamin. Mr. Chair, do we have the NBI here as well as the PSA? They are not yet here.
Not yet here.
But I believe that
We have submitted the acknowledgement receipt. In process daw po.
okay. Ms. Acosta, do you confirm that the 125 million for the last quarter of 2022 was utilized from December 21 to December 31 as stated in the records?
Yes, ma'am. Based po sa binigay sa akin ni Sir La Chica
Okay.
na accomplishment report at saka acknowledgement receipt po.
Ms. Acosta, this is 125 million spent in, I believe, 10 days nga po ito eh. Hindi 11 days. Kasi under the law, when we count, we exclude the first, we include the last. So if we count from December 21 to December 31, this will be equivalent to 10 days. Tanggalin po natin yung sinasabi ni Chairman Acop na holiday, 3 days, in other words, 7 araw na lang po. Can you please enlighten us? Paano po kaya naubos, naibayad, na-disburse ni Colonel Chica yung buong amount ng 125 million in 7 days?
Ma'am, hindi po ako makasagot niyan, ma'am. Kasi hindi po ako ang naggastos. In reality po, ma'am. Si Sir La Chica po ang may alam, ma'am.
Ma'am, you were the special disbursing officer of Davao from 2019 to 2022. And then you became the disbursing officer of the OVP. So kagaya po ng sabi nyo kanina, you have mastered already the process of utilization of confidential fund. Isang tanong lang po, posible po ba ito na ang 125 million ay magastos sa nalolooban lamang ng 7 weekdays?
Hindi ko po alam, ma'am. Kasi hindi po ako ang personal gastos
Ms.
po
Acosta,
sa pera, ma'am.
the question is based on your experience as SDO. Sabi niyo po kanina, 3 years kayong naging SDO ng Confidential Fund in Davao City. You even said you have mastered already the process of utilization. Ayon po ba sa karanasan ninyong yun? Yun po bang 125 million? Kaya po bang gastusin yun sa loob ng 7 weekdays, araw na may pasok lamang? Base po sa inyong karanasan, kaya po o hindi?
Hindi ko yan masagot, ma'am. Kasi hindi po ako ang nag-disburse na 125 million, ma'am. Si Sir La Chica po, ma'am.
Ms. Acosta, our question is based on your experience.
Hindi po ganun ang confidential fund sa Davao, ma'am. Hindi po ganun kalaki, ma'am.
In other words, ayon po sa inyong karanasan bilang confidential fund ng Davao 2019 to 2022, hindi kaya gastusin ang 125 million in 7 days. Tama po ba?
Hindi po ako makasabing tama, ma'am, kasi hindi po ganyan ang confidential fund sa Davao, ma'am.
Ma'am, the question is based on your experience. Kung ito po ba'y dadalhin natin doon sa sitwasyon nyo bilang SDO ng Davao, kaya po kaya yun? Gagastusin?
Hindi ko masagot, ma'am.
Okay. Now let us proceed to the certification. The Secretariat, please flash. May we know, Ms. Acosta, who prepared the certification? Secretariat, please flash the document. May we know who prepared this certification, Ms. Acosta?
Ako po, ma'am.
Kayo po. You confirm the authorship of the signature above the name Gina F. Acosta sa inyo pong perma ito?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes. And the document says, on the first paragraph, we certify that the amount of 125 million was incurred in connection with safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building. Ms. Acosta, ano po ba yung confidence building?
Yan po yung isa po yun sa programa ng OVP na kung paano po ma-implement ang isang programa na maayos po at safety po.
Yun po ba ang ibig sabihin ng confidence building?
Yan po ang pagkaalam ko, ma'am.
Can you explain further? Pag sinabi po bang confidence building, ano po bang ibig sabihin nun? Is it synonymous to confidential activities? Pares po ba iyon?
Pwede po mag-ask ako sa aking lawyer, ma'am.
Yes po. Secretariat, can we provide a copy of the certification to Ms. Acosta?
One minute suspension is declared by the chair. Ikaw ba sunod sa akin? Nagpapawisan ako.
ibang officers na lang.
Sabihin mo. Committee hearing resumes. We excuse Gina Acosta para po ma-check po siya
I
ng mas
understand, Mr.
maigi
Chair.
sa clinic. Yes.
Can I have few questions only for Mr. Ortonio?
Yes, please continue.
Mr. Ortonio, would you confirm kung may vault nga sa OVP, specifically in the extension office of Ms. Acosta?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chair,
Yes,
maybe
you are
before-
recognized, Mr. Ortonio.
Thank you, sir. Maybe before I answer the question of Honorable Luistro, would it be possible if I can provide an explanation first on my absence last week?
Mr. Chairman, it's all about
Congressman
supposedly it's all
Paduano.
about admin matters. So we'll just cut this later, especially Mr. Tenorio is under contempt. No?
Ortonio.
So Ortonio, is under contempt.
Yes. Just answer
Thank you,
the
Mr.
query
Chairman.
of Congressman Luistro.
I cannot confirm, Honorable Luistro, if there is actually 3 vaults because it's only Miss Gina Acosta who has knowledge on the vaults that are inside the room that she mentioned earlier.
Are you saying that there are vaults but you are not certain as to the number of them?
Yes, that's correct.
So you confirm that there are vaults, you are just not certain whether there are 3 or otherwise.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Would you know who, aside from Ms. Acosta, is aware about the vaults in her extension office?
As far as I know, Your Honor, it's only Miss Acosta.
It's only Ms. Acosta. But how then did you get an idea that there are vaults, only that you're not certain about the number?
I knew about the vaults, Your Honor, because of the fact that she is the special disbursing officer and that there are funds that were going to be placed in the office. That's as far as I know.
Is it automatic that if the person is the SDO, she has to be in her custody vaults where she can secure the money?
Yes, that's my understanding po.
So, are you inclined to believe na ang mga SDO, normally, they're keeping vaults inside their office?
It can be keeping vaults, Your Honor, or cash, parang cash register, or a safe place where they can place the money that are entrusted to them.
Mr. Ortonio, since you were named by Ms. Acosta as the one who was with her during the time that she encashed the check, can you please walk us through? Paano po ba kayo nag-encash ng cheque? Let's start with, paano ho nakapag-prepare ang Land Bank Show Boulevard that amount of 125 million, which I believe is beyond the normal cash that they're maintaining in their vault?
Based on the information that I know of, first is that the cash division informs Ms. Acosta that the check is already available and that it's ready for encashment.
Who heads the cash division?
At that time, it's Ms. Carmelita Warren po.
Carmelita Warren. Okay. Please proceed.
Yes, after the information to Ms. Gina Acosta that there's already a check and ready for encashment, at that time, nung first time that she withdrew the money, she messaged me. She approached me, sorry. She approached me and then asked if I can accompany her. And then...
How many times have you accompanied Ms. Acosta?
As far as I can remember, in all of the withdrawals that she have, the times that she withdrew money from the bank.
So since she is an SDO for confidential fund, you're referring to the withdrawals of confidential fund.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Would it be correct to say that for the OVP, 4 na beses mo siya sinamahan? And that pertains to the 125 million of the last quarter of 2022, and then 125 million each for the 3 quarters of 2023.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor, as far as I can remember.
And would you confirm kung itong 4 na checking ito, lahat sa Land Bank Show Boulevard na in cash?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go back to December 20, 2022. Anong oras nyo po nakuha yung cheque sa cash division?
I do not know what time Ms. Gina was able to get the check from the cash division. It's Ms. Gina po who got the check from the cash division.
What time did you leave for Land Bank Show Boulevard?
If I can remember it right, during that occasion, we left the office in time that when we arrived at Land Bank, parang towards the end of the banking hours already. So maybe around 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Around 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. And how long did it take before the bank teller was able to encash the 125 million?
Based on my recollection, upon arrival at the bank, the money is already available, but it took a little bit of time just to count the money.
So can you please enlighten us? From 3 p.m., anong oras po kayo natapos?
More or less, siguro, Your Honor, maybe after 30 minutes.
So
maybe.
3:30. At 3:30, tama po ba sabihin, yung pera nasa loob na ng 4 na malalaking bag?
Yes, by that time.
3:30.
Yes, per my recollection, but I cannot be exact on the time.
Mr. Ortonio, I believe that may we know where the OVP's office is?
It's in Mandaluyong po.
Mandaluyong. How close is this to Shaw Boulevard?
Shaw Boulevard, Land Bank Shaw Boulevard to the office around 20 minutes.
So
probably.
20 minutes?
Yes.
So tama yung sinasabi ni Ms. Acosta that around 4 p.m. they've arrived already at the office.
Office. That's correct.
And she placed all the money inside her extension office. Balikan po natin yun sa bangko. There are contradictory statements po. Ang sabi po ni Ms. Acosta, tinulungan po sila ng mga security guard magkarga ng 4 na bags sa inyong 2 sasakyan. Which earlier, the bank manager and the security guard during that time denied. Ano pong totoo, Mr. Ortonio?
Based on my recollection, Your Honor, what I can remember is that Land Bank Shaw was able to provide a parang yung parang trolley, and then they helped us put it in the parang trolley and then wheel it out of the bank. That's what I can remember.
So there are three versions now. Ms. Acosta's version, tinulungan ng security guard magbuhat. The security guard's version, hindi tinulungan. And your version, you were provided with trolley.
That's what I can remember.
Assuming, Mr. Ortonio, that there is really a trolley, sino pong nagbuhat papunta sa trolley?
Again, as I can remember, it's coming from Land Bank po. That's what I
So,
can remember.
You are saying that there were people from Land Bank who helped you put all these bags on the trolley?
That's what I can remember.
And then what did they do with the trolley?
They wheeled it out of the bank and then helped in transferring to the vehicle.
Who actually placed the bags from the trolley to the vehicles?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, I could not remember. At the time that it was placed inside the car, I think I was still inside the bank. So I really
Why
could not
were you
remember.
inside the bank?
At that time, Your Honor, if I can remember it right, I was having a little bit of conversation with Miss Violi,
Who is Miss Violi?
the
The
land
bank manager. And will you be generous enough what you were conversing during that time? That is have something to do with how you will carry the bag to the vehicle?
I cannot recall anymore the conversation that we've had.
Yes. How many bags were placed in the car where you seated?
All 4 bags were placed inside the car that I rode in.
Is that so?
Yes, that's correct.
That's another contradiction to the statement of Ms. Acosta.
Your Honor, if I may, if my memory serves me right, Ms. Gina wasn't able to mention where the bags were placed.
No. What she said, kung ma-hold up yung isa, may tira pang isa. Which leads me to one conclusion, that the 4 bags were parted between the 2 vehicles. Otherwise, she will not be saying na may matitira pang isa kung sakaling ma-hold up yung isa. I'm just trying to manifest the contradiction in your statements.
Yes.
But I don't mind really if that's what you recall.
Yes. Respectfully, Your Honor, that's what I recall. And Ms. Gina wasn't really able to mention which vehicle the bags were placed.
And do you confirm her statement that you separated in 2 cars?
Yes, that's
You
correct.
seated in
Your Honor.
one car and you seated in the other car.
That's correct, Your
So
Honor.
would you confirm the statement of Ms. Acosta that she was instructed by the Vice President to give the 125 million to Colonel Lachica?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, I am not privy to that arrangement between Ms. Acosta and the Vice President.
One minute to declare.
Mr. Chair, Gina Acosta was rushed to the emergency room, so may I ask permission to join her, leave the hearing and assist my colleague in the Office of the Vice President? Okay, I'll join you in the next hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Session resumes.
I believe that I have no more questions to raise at the moment. So I'm yielding to my fellow members of the committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
can I just have a-
DS JJ Suarez.
point of clarification, and I'm unfortunately Ms. Gina Acosta is not here. There were some items where I'm trying to merge, and maybe Congresswoman Jinky can help me with this. Kanina po ba sinabi ni Ms. Gina Acosta may mga vault sa Office of the Vice President? Can you confirm this, Mr. Antonio? Would you know of these vaults? Or Tonyo?
I know of this vaults as mentioned earlier, Your Honor, just with the fact or information that she is the special
No,
disbursing.
but have you seen these vaults?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, I haven't seen these vaults po.
So who has seen these vaults?
I do not know who else has seen these vaults, but of course I assume it's Ms. Gina Acosta would have seen it, being the custodian.
So siya lang ang may alam ng vaults na yon.
I would assume, Your Honor.
No, because you are Assistant Chief of Staff,
Chief
correct?
of Staff, correct.
So I'm sure you would know of vaults because the vaults that she described were 4 feet high and 3, if I'm not mistaken. So you would know of these. I mean, it would be quite weird that an Assistant Chief of Staff wouldn't know of vaults in the office.
Yes.
So can you confirm these vaults, yes or no?
Yes, I confirmed the vaults, but I cannot confirm as to how many po.
Okay, so you've seen these vaults.
I have, as mentioned earlier, Your Honor, I haven't seen these.
So how can you
vaults po.
confirm something that you have not seen?
Based on the information that was shared to me po.
By whom?
Yeah. As mentioned po by Ms. Gina. And
So what you're saying is previous to Ms. Gina saying that there were vaults, you didn't know that there were vaults?
I knew of vaults in the possession of Ms. Gina, but again, Your Honor, I haven't seen these vaults po.
So okay, because I'm trying to determine your knowledge of these vaults because in our previous hearings, Ms. Sanchez, tinanong po namin kayo tungkol sa mga vaults. At ang sabi po ninyo, meron po kayong vault, kaso lang ang vault po ninyo ay para lang po sa payroll.
Petty cash.
And expenses and petty cash expenses, correct? Attorney Sanchez?
Attorney Sanchez, you are recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Yes. So I'm actually reading our transcripts here, no? So I'm aware of the vault as mentioned by the Director of Finance and Admin. It is used for, I think, payroll and other items.
And petty cash
Yeah,
expenses, Mr.
and then when we continued on with the interpolation, Attorney Sanchez, you did not speak of any other vaults in the Office of the Vice President.
That is correct, Mr. Chair, because
Yeah, and we even asked you, when it came to the confidential funds, where were the funds kept? You said, in an office.
Mr. Chair, I said that I have no personal knowledge.
Yeah. Okay, but in any case, so I'm just trying to put things together. So how many vaults are there in the Office of the Vice President?
Mr. Chair, I'm only aware of one vault, which is used by the cash division.
And then Mr. Ortonio would attest that there are 3 other vaults other than the vault that Attorney Sanchez is speaking about.
Other vaults, Your Honor, for as mentioned by Ms. Gina Acosta.
Hindi. Mr. Ortonio, walk me through here. You get the money from the banks.
That's correct, Your
Correct.
Honor.
And then the money is brought to where?
Brought to the office.
Brought to the office.
Yes.
And while in the office, where is the money placed?
Sorry, Your Honor?
While in the office, where is the money placed?
To be honest, Your Honor, I'm not familiar where Ms. Gina places it in the office, but yes, there is a room where Ms. Gina places the money.
Yes, I understand. But you have to understand, Mr. Ortonio, Ms. Gina Acosta has been excused because her blood pressure hit 150/100. And I'm sure in her state of health, she wouldn't be able to carry 125 million pesos by herself. Kayong dalawa ang mga personalidad na may kinalaman sa pagdadala ng pera. So ang sinasabi mo ba sa akin, nung dinala na ang pera sa OVP, sa Office of the Vice President, hindi mo na alam kung saan to idinala?
Yes, Your Honor. It's just Miss Acosta together with two
so now there are two other people.
Two VPSPG guards on duty at that day who helped Miss Acosta
Carry the
to bring
bags.
to bring the money. Yes.
So ang role mo hanggang sasakyan lang?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So who are these two VPSG? Can you identify them, please?
I cannot remember anymore who those VPSPG on duty that day because they are on rotation.
Yes, but I'm sure you would know their names. I mean, you're talking about 125 million here, Mr. Ortonio. I mean, if it was just like a mere envelope that was submitted to the office, I would understand. But something as 125 million, siguro po, iilan lang ang pwedeng pagkatiwalaan ng halagang ito. At napakahirap naman pong paniwalaan na sasabihin mo sa akin, hindi ko maalala yung dalawang tao na yon. Sino po yung dalawang tao na yon, Mr. Ortonio?
Really, Your Honor, I could not remember because, again, the VPSPG that are on duty at the office regularly rotates po.
So, are you trying to tell me, Mr. Ortonio, that this is the practice at the Office of the Vice President when you handle amounts amounting to 125 million pesos? Hindi nyo na po binibigyan ng masyadong pagpapahalaga at hindi nyo na po kinikilala yung mga taong dapat pagkatiwalaan upang siguraduhin na secure ang perang yon? Kasi kung hindi nyo po kilala, di parang nakakagulat po dahil malaking halaga po ito. At the very least, you should have certain protocols. I mean, from the delivery of the money to the office up to where it's being brought. I'm quite shocked, Mr. Ortonio, that you don't even know where the money is brought. Do you know where the money is brought?
As mentioned by Ms. Gina, it's brought to her extension office.
And the extension office is, this is where the vaults are, I presume.
Yes, I presume, Your
And,
Honor.
and however, you have not seen these vaults.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to get that clarified kasi medyo hindi lang po ako na... at saka dito lang sa Land Bank, can I just get back to you? Kasi medyo hindi po magtugma yung notes ko. Sabi po kasi ni Ms. Gina Acosta, may tumulong sa pagbubuhat. Sabi naman po ni Mr. Ortonio, inilagay po yung pera sa push cart po ba ang sinabi ninyo? Ano pong ginamit? Trolley.
Parang trolley.
Trolley, oo. So, from the Land Bank, what is the procedure when it comes to cash withdrawals? Is the bank actually allowed to facilitate or aid clients when it comes to bringing out cash out of the banks?
Your Honor, as courtesy po to our clients, na-extend lang po namin yung help sa kanila.
Again?
As courtesy po to our clients, na-extend lang po namin yung help na yon sa client po.
So you confirm that the bags were trolleyed off out of the bank with the help of Land Bank personnel?
Actually, hindi ko na po maalala yung mga panahon na yan, Your Honor.
Okay. Dito sa dalawang security guard, kayo po ba yung on duty nung panahon na... Ha? Si Nino, Mr. Nino Bora, kayo po yung on duty nung nilalabas po yung pera?
Opo, sir.
Opo. Nung nilalabas po yung pera, kayo din po ang tumulong sa pagbubuhat at pagtutulak?
Hindi po.
Eh, sino pong tumulong?
Hindi ko po maalala kung sino yung tumulong po.
Okay. Medyo hindi na tayo nagtutugma dito, ma'am. Kasi sabi nyo, as courtesy, tinulungan po sila. Kaso lang sinasabi po ng security personnel, hindi daw po. So, pwede po bang malaman natin kung ano po talaga ang nangyari?
Your Honor, yung pong pag-provide po siguro ng trolley, yun lang po yung
Yung?
extension ng pag-help namin. Pag-provide po ng trolley.
Yung pag-provide ng trolleys.
Yes,
Okay.
Your
So,
Honor.
sino po ang nagtulak ng trolleys?
Hindi ko na po maalala, Your Honor.
Mr. Ortonio?
Based on my recollection, Your Honor, as far as I can remember, someone helped us and ang recollection ko po is it was from Land Bank. That's my recollection.
But Land Bank is saying they just provided the trolleys. The security officer said, hindi daw po sila. Tapos ang sinasabi mo naman, taga Land Bank po ang tumulong. So, medyo hindi po nagtutugma yung statement nyo, Mr. Ortonio, sa statements po ng Land Bank. So, ano po ba talaga ang katotohanan?
Your Honor, that's what I can recall po as of this moment.
No, I'm not asking you of what you can remember as of this moment. What I'm asking you, Mr. Ortonio, is the truth and the fact. So, what is it?
Again, Your Honor, I'm relying on my memory right now, and that's what I can remember that happened that day.
In the 4 times that you withdrew money, siguro naman maaalala ninyo, 4 na beses, 125 million, 500 million pesos ang pinag-uusapan natin. Siguro naman malalagyan nyo ng konting pagpapahalaga, maalala nyo man lang kung sino ba ang tumulong sa inyo. Kasi dadalawa lang po kayo. Sabi niyo ikaw at saka si Miss Gina Acosta. So, ang tanong po, sino po ang kasama pa po ninyo dito po sa paglalabas ng pera mula sa bangko?
Again, Your Honor, as far as I can remember, Land Bank assisted us in terms of having to place the bags inside the vehicle. That's what I can remember.
As you know, that's against bank policy. Am I correct, Land Bank?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm correct? That is against bank policy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, it seems like meron po tayong problema dito. One of our resource person is insisting that Land Bank personnel help them take the money out of the bank and into the car. However, Land Bank is saying at most pinahiram po sila ng trolley. Kasi pagdating sa pagtutulak at pagpapasok sa pera, hindi po nila gagawin yon kasi labag po yun sa polisiya ng mga bangko. So, Mr. Ortonio, last chance. Let's not forget that you're already cited in contempt. Can you please inform us of these details? Who else were you with when you withdrew the money from Land Bank?
Again, Your Honor, respectfully, it was only me and Miss Gina who withdrew the money from the bank.
Let me read to you, Mr. Ortonio, letter C, under Section 11. Okay. Refusal to answer any relevant inquiry. So, Mr. Ortonio, wala naman pong mawawala kung magsasabi po kayo ng katotohanan. Yun lang po, simple lang po yung tanong namin. Sino po yung kasama ninyo nung inilabas nyo po yung pera? Hindi nyo po pwedeng sabihin na Land Bank kasi mismong Land Bank na, dalawa sa kanila nagsabi, labag sa kanilang polisiye yon at yung mismong security guard at that time sinabi din na hindi daw po sila. At hindi naman po pwede na hindi nyo po maalala kung sino pong kasama ninyo kasi 125 million pesos po ang pinag-uusapan natin. Other than Miss Gina Acosta, who else were you with when you brought the money out?
It was me and Miss Gina Acosta who were present, but of course, we also had guards on duty. But ang nag-withdraw lang po ng money, it's Miss Gina and me.
So sino pa nga po yung ibang kasama? Yung po tinatanong ko, sino pa po yung ibang kasama ninyo?
In terms of kasama po, we also had VPSPG on duty that day and the driver.
Oh, there you go. It wasn't so hard, di ba? So can you name these individuals?
I'll have to recall, Your Honor, kung sino po yung mga guards on duty that day. Because as mentioned earlier po, the guards on duty at the Office of the Vice President regularly rotates po.
So what you're telling me is, on those 4 occasions na naglabas kayo ng pera, ni isa sa mga taong nakasama ninyo, maliban kay Gina Acosta, hindi mo maalala kung sino?
I'll have to
Just
recall.
one person.
I'm just trying to recall po, Your Honor, kung if there are.
Mr. Chairman, ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito, kalahating bilyong piso. Pwede ba yun? Di mo alam kung sino yung nag-drive? Maski isang beses lang, sabi nyo 2 sasakyan kayo, hindi nyo alam kung sino nagmaneho? Hindi nyo alam kung sino ang pangalan ng security? Pwede ba yun? Napaka-imposible po nun. That is very... I'm sorry, Mr. Tony, that is very hard to accept. I am of the position that you are purposely hiding the identities of these people for reasons I do not know. Number one, Land Bank already said it wasn't them that helped you push the trolleys. Maski sinabi mo na Land Bank, strike 1 ka na doon. Pangalawa, tinatanong kita kung sinong kasama mo. Ni isa, hindi mo maalala maliban kay Ms. Gina Acosta. Para naman napakahirap naman paniwalaan yon, Mr. Ortonio. Bigla naman kayo nagkaroon ng case of amnesia.
Your Honor, if my memory serves me right, one of the guards who was with us is, I just do not know yung kanyang, ano tawag nito? Yung kanyang position, yung kanyang title, yung rank niya, but it's Mr. Guerrero po, one of the drivers.
Colonel La Chica, your excuse.
Mr. Chairman, 1 minute suspension.
1 minute suspension is declared by the chair. Committee hearing resumes. Please continue, Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez.
So Mr. Antonio, dahil napakahalagang pera ang pinag-uusapan po natin, so you mentioned Guerrero. So maliban po kay Guerrero, sino pa po ang kasama ninyo?
I tried to recall po the names. Mr. Guerrero and
But
Miss-
Guerrero is a very vague name. No? A lot of people share that last name. Would you know his first name?
Your Honor, would it be possible, considering these are names of the VP-SPG, would it be possible if I just give the names to you and not
So-
publicly mention them already? Because I am not sure on the protocols, the security protocols that VP-SPG has in terms of having to share the names of their personnel.
So you're concerned about the security aspect.
Truthfully, Your Honor.
So you
yes,
want to
Your Honor.
write it in a piece of paper?
I can provide you, Your Honor.
Chairman, just as
Before
you-
I recognize Congressman Paduano, the Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Arnan Panaligan from the 1st District of Oriental Mindoro, the Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong from the 1st District of Lanao del Sur, Honorable Julien Jam Baronda, Deputy Majority Leader from the Lone District of Iloilo City, the Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda from the 4th District of Manila, the Honorable Horacio P. Swansing Jr. from the 2nd District of Sultan Kudarat, the Honorable Ma Rene Ann Lourdes Matibag from the 1st District of Laguna, the Honorable Bonifacio L. Busita from One Rider Party List. Yes, Congressman Paduano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the Chairman, I will just address my query to Mr. Ortonio. Kasi sir, kanina sabi mo, you have to refresh your memory, di ba? Ano ba talagang totoo? Kasi, sandali po, please wait to be recognized by the Chairman. Di ba ako tapos? Kasi po, sa akin po, you're concealing information. And that's in violation of our internal rules with regards to Section 11. Concealment of information. So ano ba talaga? Nakalimutan mo o dahil doon sa question of protocol?
To tell you the truth po, Your Honor, it's really on the protocols, Your Honor. It's really on the protocols.
Okay, could you please give us the names of the security personnel? Submit it to COMSEC. Okay, next to interpolate. Si Congressman Zia. Ay, J. Congressman J. Konghun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I direct my questions to Ms. Sunshine Farda?
Yes, please. Ms. Sunshine Parda.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good
Ms.
evening
Sunshine
po.
Farda, kayo po ay nagtrabaho sa ilalim ni Vice President Sara noong siya po ay mayor pa ng Davao City. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kailan po ito?
It was in 2011, Mr. Chair.
Ano ang nahawakan mong posisyon nung ikaw ay nagtatrabaho sa Davao?
When I started working for the Office of the City Mayor, Mr. Chair, I was under a contract of service. It was, I think, Operations Assistant was the designation, Mr. Chair.
Ano ang tungkulin mo sa posisyong ito?
My work at that time, Mr. Chair, was to write technical letters, technical writing, preparation of MOA, drafting of executive orders, and also attending meetings on behalf of the City Mayor's Office.
Abogado po ba kayo? Abogado po kayo, tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kailan po kayo nakapasa sa bar exam?
I passed, Mr. Chair, in 2019 because I took the 2018 bar examination.
Kasabay niyo po si Attorney Michael Powa.
I believe so, Mr. Chair, yes.
At noong si Vice President Sara ay naging DepEd Secretary, kayo ay unang naging Head Executive Assistant niya sa Department of Education. Tama po ba?
Yes, I confirm that, Mr. Chair.
Hanggang kailan ito?
It was from July 1, 2022 until, I believe, around April, Mr. Chair, 2023.
At nung matapos ito, kayo naman ay inatasan niya maging Assistant Secretary ng Office of the Secretary sa DepEd. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was appointed by the President po as Assistant Secretary of the Office of the Secretary.
Bilang ASEC, ano ang iyong tungkulin?
I was in charge of the administration of the entire Office of the Secretary, Mr. Chair. I was also assisting the Vice President in technical matters like in meetings. I also assisted her during the field visitations and also helped out in managing the staff in the entire Office of the Secretary proper po.
At kayo rin ay bumitiw sa Department of Education sa inyong posisyon noong July 9, 2024. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasabay-
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it wasn't July 9 po. I believe I started with the Office of the Vice President, Mr. Chair, July 16 po.
Okay. Kasabay mong nag-resign, no, sa Department of Education, sila retired Major General Mempin, Mr. Munsayak, Mr. Powa, at si Mr. Baluyan. Tama ba?
Bali po, Mr. Chair, nauna po ako ng ilang araw, nag-send po ako ng aking resignation letter. Nauna po ako ng ilang araw sa kanila, Mr. Chair.
Dahil ito sa kadahilan ng nagbitiw na si Vice President Sara bilang Secretary ng Department of Education.
That's one of the reasons, Mr. Chair, and I also wanted to respect the decision of the next secretary as to whom he should be, who he wants to be appointed for the position that I was handling at that time.
At nung kayo ay nag-resign sa Department of Education, kayo naman ay nailipat sa Office of the Vice President. Tama po ba?
I applied, Mr. Chair, as one of the employees po of the Vice President's office.
Ano ang posisyon mo sa Office of the Vice President?
At the moment, Mr. Chair, I'm the Director for the Strategic Management Operations. Strategic Management Office, SMO Office po.
Ano yung layunin ng iyong ano ang layunin ng Strategic Management Office?
I handle
ano yung trabaho mo?
Mr. Chair. Okay, I handle 3 divisions po, the Knowledge Management Division, the Management Information Systems Division, as well as the Planning Division po. So we handle the matters on planning, on the knowledge management, as well as the information systems po, like yung sa technology IT po na division.
Ano ang experience ninyo at ikaw ay nilagay, no, bilang direktor ng Strategic Management Office? Sa iyong palagay, kwalipikado ka ba?
I believe so, Mr. Chair, because my papers and my application was submitted to the Civil Service Commission and it was also approved by them.
Okay. Balikan natin ulit, no, noong November 11, 2024, nag-issue ang committee ito ng contempt order or arrest order laban sa'yo dahil hindi ka nag-a-attend ng hearing.
Yes, Mr.
Noong
Chair.
November 14, 2024, nakatanggap ang committee ito ng letter na nagsasabi na ikaw nasa official business sa Southern Mindanao Satellite Office noong November 9 up to November 15. Tama ba?
I received a travel order, Mr. Chair, and I left Manila po on November 9 so that I can help out or monitor the Thanksgiving activities in Davao City, supposedly.
Sa mga aktibidades na ito, ano ang partisipasyon ninyo?
Supposedly, Mr. Chair, I was to monitor the Thanksgiving activities. Unfortunately, I wasn't really able to attend any of these because when the arrest order came out po November 11, I was so afraid already. I did not go out of the house anymore. So I informed po the office that I actually informed the office and the Vice President that I did not attend the activities, Mr. Chair, because medyo natakot po talaga ako nung lumabas na yung arrest order. So nagstay lang po ako sa bahay ng ate ko sa Davao City.
So hindi ka nag-participate sa ginawang activities ng OVP sa Southern Mindanao Satellite Office?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I did not participate and due to fear po of being seen because of the arrest order, Mr. Chair.
Kanino mo sinabi na nasa bahay ka lang o hindi ka nag-participate?
I actually informed the Vice President, Mr. Chair, and I also texted Asek Lemuel, but I'm not sure if he received it because hindi rin ako naka-receive ng response at that time.
Okay. Hindi ka nagpaalam kay Attorney Zuleika Lopez?
Hindi po ako nagpaalam direct sa kanya because I was thinking, Mr. Chair, that she was still in the United States at that time. I did not know that she already went home or went back home.
Okay. Kilala mo si Miss Zuleika Lopez?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gaano na kayo katagal magkakilala?
When I started working for the Office of the City Mayor, Mr. Chair, in 2011, she was already the city administrator at that time.
Siya ang chief of staff, no? At undersecretary ng OVP nung panahon kayo ay nagtatrabaho sa Department of Education. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, balik po tayo unti, no? Nung panahong nasa Department of Education po kayo, habang kayo po ay HEA o Assistant Secretary ni Vice President sa DepEd, madalas ka rin bang pumunta sa Office of the Vice President?
Actually, Mr. Chair, hindi po. Kasi hindi ko po maiwan yung Office of the Secretary. So, mabibilang pa lang po ng 5 daliri ko yung pagpunta ko doon. Depende lang po pag mayroon silang ni-invite. Like, I was invited in one of their events, like yung Halloween po, na judging ng kanilang mga events. Ganun po na klase lang ang pagpunta ko doon.
So, hindi ka madalas ipatawag ni
No,
Vice
Mr.
President
Chair.
Sara? Okay. Asawa mo si Ginoong Edward Fajarda.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama po ba? Si Edward ba ay nagtatrabaho rin sa ilalim ni VP Sara noong mayor pa siya ng Davao?
No, Mr. Chair. He wasn't.
Okay. Si Edward, siya yung na-appoint, di ba, na bilang Special Disbursing Officer sa DepEd, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sabay kayo ni Edward na nagtrabaho sa Department of Education?
Nauna rin lang po ako ng 1 month, Mr. Chair. He started with the Department of Education in August 1. I started July 1, 2022 po.
At noong July 2024, kayo ay nag-resign sa Department of Education. Kasabay nila Yusek Michael Powa, Asek Reynold Monsayak, Yusek Nolasco Mempin, at Asek Baluyan, tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At ikaw din ay nag-resign sa DepEd kasama ni Mr. Edward Fajarda. Tama ba?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Ngayong panahon na ito, ano ang tungkulin mo o responsibilidad mo sa OVP?
As I've mentioned already kanina, Mr. Chair, I'm the Director for the Strategic Management Office po.
Okay. Kung maaalala ho natin, no, noong nakaraang hearing, sinabi, no, ni Yusek Gloria Jumamil Mercado na inabutan mo siya ng puting envelope na may nakasulat na hope. Ang ibig sabihin ng hope, tingin mo ano ibig sabihin ng hope?
I believe that's the head of procuring entity, Your Honor.
Okay. So, yun nga ang sinabi niya, inabutan mo siya ng sobre na nagkakalaman ng 50,000.
Allegedly, Mr. Chair, yes.
Kaya nga, yun nga yung sinabi niya, no?
Yes po.
At sinabi rin ni Ms. Catalan, ang Chief Accountant ng DepEd, sinabi rin niya noon na inabutan mo rin siya ng pera na galing sa confidential fund. Ms. Shine, matagal na kayong nagtatrabaho kay VP Sara. Masasabi mo ba na loyal ka sa kanya?
I am loyal, Mr. Chair, to anybody whom I'm working for because that's part of my job po as an employee.
Siyempre, no? Siguro naman, dahil sa sobrang tagal nyo na magkakilala ni Vice President Sara Duterte, hinire ka niya sa Davao, tapos dinala ka niya o nag-apply ka at tinanggap ka niya sa Department of Education, at nung nag-resign ka, nag-apply ka rin sa Office of the Vice President at ikaw tinanggap niya, masasabi natin na talagang loyal ka, no? Kay Vice President Sara.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At dahil sa matagal na kayong nagtatrabaho kay VP Sara, no? Naging heya ka niya sa Department of Education. Ano ang kadalasang trabaho na pinapagawa niya sa iyo?
As Head Executive Assistant, Mr. Chair, it's actually similar to my role as ASEC. Mas nadagdagan lang po yung ASEC. It's still administration po, general administration of the Office of the Secretary proper, supervision of the people inside the Office of the Secretary proper, assisting her during the field visitations, helping her with meetings and technical na requirements. And there was also a time when I was helping her or drafting department orders on behalf of the Office of the Secretary.
Talagang napakadami mong ginagawa sa kanya, at talagang masasabi natin dahil sa sobrang dami ng iyong obligasyon sa iyong trabaho sa kanya, talagang masasabi natin na pinagkakatiwalaan ka niya. Tama ba?
I believe so, Mr. Chair.
Nung naging heya at Assistant Secretary ka ng DepEd, kilala nyo si Yusek Gloria Mercado, tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Si Director Resty Osayas?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Si Miss Runa Catalan?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, balikan natin, no? Nung yung sinabi ni Yusek Gloria Mercado. Sinabi nila noong nakaraang hearing, isiniwalat nila sa committee ito na inabutan mo daw sila ng puting envelope na naglalaman, no, ng malaking pera. So dahil hindi ka nagpakita sa mga panahong ito, hindi ka nabigyan ng pagkakataon para sagutin, no, yung mga akusasyong ito. Totoo ba na inabutan mo sila ng sobre o nagsisinungaling silang tatlo?
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, I would not want to answer that question. May I explain if I be allowed? In the previous hearings, Mr. Chair, there have been those allegations which insinuated that I committed these illegal acts. There were actually some crimes that were mentioned. And as such, if I'm going to answer those allegations, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I would want to answer them in a proper forum wherein I will be able to present my defenses based on the completeness of the said allegations, Mr. Chair.
Hindi, tinatanong lang naman kita kung meron kang inabot o wala. It is answerable by yes or no. Kung wala, sabihin mo wala. Kung meron, sabihin mo meron.
I will not answer, Mr. Chair, respectfully po. I already stated my reason for such.
So you are invoking your right for self-incrimination?
I will not answering, Mr. Chair, as I've already informed you of the reason for such.
Okay. Go ahead. Sige, interject ka. If you want.
Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, I hope you understand po, with the respectfully through the chairman, Attorney Fajarda, we have rules po kasi in the committee, and refusal to answer is a ground for contempt. We would much prefer, if you would choose to invoke your right, please do so. Do not say that you are refusing to answer. If you are very welcome to invoke your right, but we need to hear it from you po.
I stand by my answer in the previous answer that I've given to Honorable Kongkun, Mr. Chair.
That you refuse to answer.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because I will only answer in a proper forum where I will be able to present my defenses po.
You refuse to answer, yet you do not invoke the right.
It's in the same manner, Mr. Chair, that I am saying that I refuse to answer such questions po.
Well, Mr. Chair, we leave it to the committee on how they would appreciate that answer. We just had to clarify whether this was an invocation of the right. Thank you, Ms. Fajardo.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I interject? May I follow up, Mr. Chair? Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, Mr. Chair. So again, I would like to reiterate the question of Congressman Roger Gutierrez. Your answer, would that in effect invoking your right against self-incrimination?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah. Because you've mentioned about the proper forum, so I would presume that the proper forum is the court. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you are invoking your right against self-incrimination?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But Mr. Chair, but that does not mean that she is denying the allegation. She's just merely invoking her right against self-incrimination. To me, Mr. Chair, that's my own interpretation is that's one way of saying that I admit, but this is not the proper code to discuss that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a manifestation po. And that is my personal interpretation.
I understand, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we will respect your right against self-incrimination. Next. Yes, please continue, Congressman Kong.
So, base sa tatlong opisyales no, ng Department of Education, katulad sa mga pahayag nila Yusek Mercado, Ms. Catalan, at Director Usayas, kayo po ay nagbigay no, sa kanila, no, o Director Usayas, no, kayo po ay nagbigay sa kanila ng sobre, binigyan niyo po sila ng pera, at katulad nga po ng sinasabi nila, ito ay galing no, sa confidential fund ng Department of Education. Ngayon, kung hindi niyo po masasagot ng diretso ito, igagalang ko po yung inyong karapatan na hindi sagutin. Kaya lang hindi mo maiiwasan no, ang committee ito no, na mag-isip no, kung totoo nga ba no, ang sinasabi ni Yusek Mercado, ni Ms. Catalan at ni Director Osayas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The next to interpolate is Congressman Sia Alonto Adjong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to, again, be enlightened. And if you may, Ms. Fajardo, you walk me through on how the utilization of the confidential funds pertaining to the issuances of the disbursement, liquidation report, the checks, and the disbursement vouchers, if you may. This is also in line with the attempt of this representation to really fully understand on how you comply with the joint circular. No? So you just walk me through. Ms. Fajardo, last hearing, Yusek Mercado says na ikaw ang nag-abot sa kanya. Ikaw nag-abot sa kanya ng cheque na nagkakalaga ng 37.5 million. These are 3 checks, which amounts to 112.5 million in total. Para kanyang pirmahan yung releasing of the confidential funds ng DepEd noong 2023. Would you confirm that, Ms. Fajardo?
That is false, Mr. Chair. I never gave any checks to Ms. Mercado, number one. And number two, Mr. Chair, I am not involved in any way in the utilization of the confidential funds. Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you are saying that you never in any way secured the signatures of Ms. Yusek Mercado.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I never
Categorically.
secured any of her signatures.
So what you're saying is that Ms. Yusek Mercado is the one lying. Is that correct?
I'm not also saying that, Mr. Chair. I wasn't really able to listen to what she said, but I did not give her any checks, nor did I request her to sign any checks.
Okay. According to Ms. Mercado also, the checks that were requested for her to sign should also be supported by a signature from Annalyn Sevilla. Would you know Annalyn Sevilla?
Yes, Mr. Chair. She's under a secretary of the Department of Education.
Okay. What is your participation, Frieza? Can you walk me through what is exactly your participation in so far as the securing of the signatures for the disbursement to secure the disbursement vouchers?
My participation, Mr. Chair, is ministerial in nature because our setup in the Office of the Secretary, since I am in charge of the admin work, is that the documents for signature of the Vice President goes through me, and then...
Wait,
yes.
po, kasi para maintindihan ko po. Sige, can you please, ano?
My participation, Mr. Chair, in the securing of signatures is ministerial in nature.
Meaning?
Meaning that all the documents in the Office of the Secretary that are for signature of the Vice President goes through me or go through me so that I can have it signed by her.
Yeah, that's correct. So meaning to say, when it comes to, like for example, can we request the COMSEC to show us the disbursement voucher?
COMSEC?
Yeah. So all of these three disbursement vouchers are signed by Vice President Sara Duterte. Now, prior to the signing or releasing of the checks, you have to secure first the disbursement voucher. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And so the signature of the Vice President, Sara Duterte, with that of Annalyn Sevilla, as indicated here in the disbursement voucher, if we are to take your answer that you are to secure the signatures, does that mean that you also, in a way, required for this disbursement voucher to present this to Yusek Mercado for the release of the checks?
No, Mr. Chair, I have no transaction whatsoever with Ms. Mercado in relation to the confidential funds.
Okay, so what does the needed signature of the Vice President for the disbursement voucher, what is it for? In this particular monitor, is it for the releasing of the 3 checks? Is it correct?
I believe, Mr. Chair, that is for the processing of the disbursement voucher for the confidential fund.
That's correct. That is correct, and that's what Yusek Mercado said in the previous hearing. In fact, the testimony of Yusek Mercado is it's reinforced and corroborated by the statement of Ms. Catalan. So that voucher is needed to secure the release of the checks. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because it is routed to our office from the accounting office.
So where do you give the vouchers after having all these signatures attached in this? Where do you go from here?
After securing the signature of the Vice President, it has to be returned to the SDO, and then the SDO will be the one to return it to the accounting office.
You mean to say SDO in this case is your husband?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So it goes back to the SDO?
Yes, because he's the one carrying the documents back to the accounting office.
So your husband is the one going, so siya pupunta doon sa accounting office for the release of this?
Yes, because he's the SDO, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Would you confirm that all these 3 disbursement vouchers correspond to the 37.5 million pesos that were in cash by your husband, Mr. Fajarda?
I do not have the copies of the 3 vouchers, Mr. Chair. But I cannot confirm that because, again, I am not the one involved with the confidential funds. I just request the Vice President to sign, and then it is returned to the accounting office for the standard operating procedure in the processing of said vouchers.
According to the testimony of Land Bank, nagkaroon po ng pirmahan. The checks that were released were signed by Yusek Mercado and Yusek Sevilla on February 20, 2023, April 19, 2023, and July 11, 2023. Would you confirm this, Ms. Sunshine?
I cannot confirm that, Mr. Chair, because again, I am not involved in the confidential funds po.
Okay. Well, could you at least your husband confirm these dates?
Your Honor, hindi lang po ako sure doon sa exact date, but yan po yung month.
Kayo po ba, Mr. Edward, ang payee sa mga cheque na ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So you confirm that three checks ay 37 million, 3 pong nirelease ito. Can we show that again? $37 million amounting to 11.2 million pesos. Tama po ba? Do we confirm that?
3 po yung 37.5 million. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Edward Harda, ano po yung ginagawa nyo after you have encashed this check?
Your Honor, pag nasa akin na po yung pera, nasa office na po yan, tatawagan ko na po ang security officer na magdi-disburse po ako sa kanya ng pera.
Okay. But before the disbursement, let me go back to Ms. Fajarda. Who ordered you to secure the signature of the Vice President and for other signatures that you needed to affix on the disbursement voucher?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Can you please repeat the question?
Who gave you who ordered you, who told you to secure these signatures?
Mr. Chair, it's part of my job. It's a ministerial...
I know, but who told you that? I mean, I know it's part of your job, but I'm sure somebody has to tell you that we need to secure these checks, get the signatures for the disbursement voucher for the release of these checks. Who told you that?
The accounting office, Mr. Chair, gives us the documents so that it will be signed with the secretary.
Yeah, but who told the accounting office?
May I ask the specific question, Mr. Chair, as to what you are pertaining to po?
I'm trying to understand the confidential part. It cannot be released without the signature and the approval of the principal. Is it correct?
That's the question,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
I want to understand precisely because what you're saying is your job is only technical, attending meetings, that these are your answers, no? When you were asked before. Technical lang yung yung trabaho mo, and you're also in charge of attending the meetings.
Mr. Chair, that was before in the City Mayor's office in 2011 po.
Okay, but what is your job now in the Office of the Department of Education?
My job before in the Office of the Office of the Secretary in the Department of Education. In July 2022, Mr. Chair, I was the head executive assistant. In April of 2023, I became the assistant secretary of the Office of the Secretary.
Okay, I want to understand, prior to the submission and the securing of the signatures and the vouchers, gusto ko lang po maintindihan. Is it the accounting that is telling you that you need to secure the signatures?
I believe, Mr. Chair, it's the SDO which already informs the accounting because after he mentioned a while ago that there is a fiscal and financial plan. After that, he is the one who informs the accounting.
Do you have that fiscal and financial plan with you?
I do not have a copy of that
Chair?
document, though.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I request that we require the submission of this technical and
Fiscal and financial plan.
Fiscal and financial plan, Mr. Chair. That's a motion so that we can understand how the workings within your department when it's come to the utilization of the confidential funds. We want to understand that because
Mr. Chair, it has already been submitted po, I believe.
Can we ask the COMSEC if we can confirm that there is also already a submission of that?
Your Honor, the Secretariat has yet to receive or has not yet received the PFP, Your Honor.
So, do you stand by with your answer that you have already submitted?
I believe that it was already submitted by COA, Mr. Chair, because it is part of the submissions of the DepEd.
Wala pa. Wala pa? COMSEC?
None, Chair. What was submitted was part of the confidential funds, which was also submitted to the Committee on Appropriations, subject of a different subpoena duces tecum by this committee to the Commission on Audit. There was no PFP attached, only disbursement vouchers, liquidation reports. Yun lang pong maalala ko sa
So
documents
at
namin,
any
sir.
rate, I move that we request for the submission of the financial plan. Physical and financial
Mr.
plan.
Fajardo will submit, Mr. Chair, because he's the one handling the documents po for the confidential funds.
I don't care who's going to submit that. We just require for your department to submit it to the committee, okay? Now, let me go back to Mr. Fajardo. Just want to understand. Tama po ba you in cash personally?
Yes, Your Honor.
O, kasi yun po yung sinabi ng land bank kanina. So, you are using duffel bags for the encashment of this 112 million pesos, no? 0.5.
37 po per quarter. 37.5
Per quarter, yeah.
Opo.
So, amounting to 112.5 million pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's correct. So, ano po yung ginagawa nyo dito before the releasing of these confidential funds or the distribution or the payment for rewards or whatever? What do you do with that? Do you directly use that and go to the areas where you do the payment? Or,
Your Honor, hindi po.
ano pong ginagawa nyo doon?
Dinidisburse ko lang po yan sa security officer.
Sino po yung security officer ninyo?
Si
Right away?
Your Honor, tumatawag po ako sa kanya. Then magkikita po kami sa DepEd.
Saan po kayo nagkikita doon sa DepEd?
Sa DepEd po. Minsan po sa office po ng BPSPG. Minsan sa bar. Kung saan po safe. Pero sa DepEd lang po.
Within the DepEd?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano pong pangalan nila?
Colonel Nolasco po. Dennis Nolasco. Colonel Dennis Nolasco po.
Dennis Nolasco. So, hindi nyo siya dinadala sa office or din-deposit?
Nasa office po siya pero hindi ko po din-deposit.
Yeah, how big is your office pala? Yung office space?
Malaki po, malaki. Hindi naman po kalakihan pero tama lang po.
Okay. Let me go back to Ms. Fajardo. The previous hearing, Ms. Catalan also said to this committee that ikaw ang nag-request sa kanya ng mag-sign sa mga liquidation reports for the first, second, and third quarter ng 2023 pertaining to the confidential funds. Is this correct? Do you confirm this?
No, Mr. Chair, I want to correct that. I did not request her to sign. What I said was prepare the documents because the SDO already has to sign it po. Because Ms. Catalan, before she signs, I believe the SDO has to sign first, and then from the SDO, it's to the principal, and then Ms. Catalan. So they have to prepare the documents for the signature of the 3 signatories.
Bakit kayo po yung nagre-request sa kanya? Hindi ho ba dapat si Mr. Fajardo because you're the pay, and you're the one who's supposed to, who knows how you have utilized, yeah? Bakit si Miss Sunshine yung nagre-request kay kay Miss Catalan instead of you? Because you're the one who encashed the amount, and you're supposed to be the one to know on how exactly these funds are being spent.
Actually, Your Honor, pag nagperma na po ako sa liquidation, ibibigay ko po kay Asek Shine. Siya po kasi ang magpapaperma sa head of the agency.
Ano po?
Pag napermahan ko na po yung liquidation, ibigay ko po sa kanya para papermahin po niya kay BP Sara.
So everything goes to Ms. Fajarda?
Basta po pag kay BP na ang peperma, sa kanya po muna dumadaan.
Okay. Ms. Fajarda, do you ask Ms. Catalan to sign the liquidation report without even providing her any attachment?
The SDO will be the one to answer that, Your Honor.
No, because that's what Ms. Catalan said in the previous hearing, that you require her to sign the liquidation report without even giving, showing her any acknowledgement receipts. Acknowledgement receipts, yes, that's correct.
I'm going to correct that again, Your Honor. I did not request her to sign. What we requested was for the papers to be prepared already, but not for her to sign anything, Your Honor.
Yeah, but if she does not sign, what will happen, di ba? Hindi magpo-push through yung liquidation report, is it correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah,
but
but that's why-
it's the SDO, Your Honor, which actually explains the accounting on how
but
the
according
liquidation
to-
report
yes,
is to be
I know,
accomplished.
but supposedly dapat siya. But according to Ms. Catalan, you're the one who goes to her office and then asks her to sign without even showing her acknowledgement receipts. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct, Your Honor. Again, I'm going to correct that. I did not ask her to sign. We just request for the documents to be prepared, all the documents for the attachment of the liquidation.
So you have nothing to do with securing the signatures of Ms. Catalan? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have nothing to do with it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Fajarda, di ba dapat ikaw yung nagsasubmit ng liquidation report? Kasi you're the payee.
Your Honor, nagsasubmit
ng liquidation, preparing for the liquidation report.
Kanino? I mean,
For the liquidation report of the confidential funds.
you mean sa COA po?
Yeah?
Ang
Prior to that, for the securing of the signatures, hindi ba, what is your participation? Kasi ang sabi ni Ms. Catalan dito, gusto kong pabangga yung testimony ni Ms. Catalan for us to really understand, no? Kasi mukhang within the workings of your office, parang somebody is lying. Yusek Mercado says na you are asking her to sign the checks corroborated with Ms. Catalan, saying that Ms. Sunshine Fajarda is the one requiring Ms. Catalan to sign the signatures. Even you gave her that envelope. Yung sinasabi nilang white amount, may mga amounts naka-enclose doon sa mga envelope. So, I'm just trying to understand your participation, Ms. Sunshine, no, Fajarda. Gusto ko lang maintindihan. Supposedly, dapat, yung asawa mo, as the payee, will be the one to ask Ms. Catalan to sign the liquidation report. Kasi siya nga po yung payee and he's the one more knowledgeable on how these funds are being spent. Now, gusto kong malaman yon. Is it you or is Mr. Fajarda?
Your Honor, ganito po kasi yan. Kapag nagpirma na po ako sa liquidation report, ibigay ko po kay Sunshine, and then siya po kasi ang magpapaperma kay BP Sara.
Ano po?
Siya po ang magpapasign kay BP Sara. Basta po, ang paperma na po ay si BP Sara, dadaan po muna sa kanya.
Si Ms. Sunshine?
Opo, sa kanya po ang papers.
Mr. Chair, maybe perhaps in the next committee hearing, I would pursue a request asking questions once we have the financial plan, fiscal plan, covering
Physical and
physical
financial
and financial plan, covering the confidential funds, because it will give us more information and knowledge on how the workings within that your department, and so far as the securing of signatures, releasing of disbursement vouchers, and ultimately the releasing of these checks. I have trouble, Mr. Chair, understanding which role, task are given between the couple, Ms. Sunshine and Mr. Fajarda. So gusto ko lang pong malaman, prior to that, I would just like to hopefully by next time, request Undersecretary Mercado to come. Maybe we can invite her again. Ms. Catalan also, if we can invite her again, so that we can finally really shed light on this questionable dealings and transactions. Ms. Yusek Mercado is not around, so it's not, gusto ko sanang siyang tanungin. But since she's not here in Ms. Catalan, it will be hard na ibangga yung mga testimonies
Yusek
nila.
Mercado is present.
Former Yusek Mercado was invited, but she's not here. For Miss Catalan, I believe she's present, Your Honor.
Ms. Catalan?
Can you please take your seat, Miss Rayuna Catalan?
Okay.
Umalis na daw
Maybe
po.
in the next hearing, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And I would like to reserve and avail of the interpellation once Yusek Mercado and Ms. Catalan are both present in the next hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Farda, and thank you, Mr. Farda.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you
Zia
po.
Alonto. Jong? Yes, Congressman Jude.
Just a brief interjection para hindi humawala yung train no nung mga tanong po ni ni Congressman Zia. Kay Mr. Farda, gaano po kayo katagal na SDO sa DepEd? Or at least empleyado sa DepEd?
Nag-start po ako August 2022.
Okay. So mga 2 taon din po, no?
Apa, mga ganyan.
Sa panahon po yun, meron bang pagkakataon na kayo po ay nag-reach out sa mga principal, superintendents, mga regional directors o empleyado ng DepEd para humingi po ng kanilang mga bank accounts ng mga empleyadong ito?
Sa superintendent po, Your Honor.
Yes, that's the reason exactly why I'm asking, Mr. Chair, because may mga kumakalat pong photos sa social media involving exchanges between yung mga superintendent po sa Region 7, ang mga messages. Can we request the Secretariat? Baka pwede pong ma-flash.
Secretariat.
Itong messages na to nagme-mention na may pangalang Edward from the CO, which I think refers to a central office, or OSEC. Sa pagkakaintindi ko po, ito po ay Office of the Secretary. Can we ask the Secretary to show it? Meron po. Then the next. May ipapakita po akong numero sa inyo. Ilalapit ko po. Mr. Chair, with your permission. Just for him to
Please.
confirm.
Congressman Nasidre.
Meron po akong pinakitang number kay Mr. Fajardo at sabi po niya, malamang sa hindi, yun po ay pagkaari niyang number.
Fajarda.
Mr. Fajarda, na itong number po ay sa kanya po.
Do you confirm, Mr. Parda?
I-confirm ko po.
Yes, okay.
At dahil po sa I'll also show you a screen cap of the portion of the affidavit of former Yusek Mercado, a former employee in DepEd. Basahin ko po. Number 5. Although the exact date evades recollection, sometime during the course of my tenure with the DepEd, a member of my staff informed me that an inquiry was made by one of our officers in the field that Mr. Fajarda had made inquiries about the bank accounts of several individuals. And if divulging such information to Mr. Fajarda was permitted, my office confirmed that it was upon the instruction of the Office of the Secretary. Evidently, it would appear that regional directors and other employees on the field would also receive sums on top of their regular salaries. So, Mr. Fajarda, bakit po kayo humingi ng mga bank details nila?
Mr. Chair, ang nakalagay po kasi dito ay regional directors.
Pero ang sinasabi niyo po, sino po yung hiningan niyo?
Superintendent po. Superintendent
Whether
po.
superintendents po or regional directors, bakit po kailangan humingi ng personal bank details?
Actually po, I was instructed by VP Sara.
Based po sa instruction ni VP Sara.
Yes,
Nagpapadala po ba kayo ng pera sa mga accounts na to?
May napadalhan po ako pero hindi po, I mean hindi siya lahat.
Hindi lahat ng superintendents.
Yes, Your Honor.
Paano po pinipili kung sinong padadalan at hindi padadalan?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, yung pong nagbigay ng mga account numbers, kasi during po kasi sa pag-iikot ni BP Sara, nakita po niyo doon na yung pong superintendent gumagastos po ng sariling pera nila sa kanilang office field work ko nila.
Pero Mr. Fajardo, kung titignan mo sa screenshot, yung lahat po ng superintendent sa Region 7 ay inyo pong kinontak at hiningan. Ibig sabihin silang lahat to na bigyan?
Your Honor, actually hindi ko kilala lahat ng superintendent. I'm not sure kung, basta ang alam ko lang po hindi po lahat.
So, granted no, kung ano yung sinabi, yung reply mo. Ang tanong ko po, pag nagpapadala po kayo ng pera dito, personal account yung pong ginagamit or official account ng DepEd?
I mean, account number po nila.
Account number nila. Saan po nanggagaling yung pera na pinapadala po ninyo?
Binibigay po yun sa akin ni VP Sara.
Si VP Sara mismo, hindi through Attorney Sunshine?
Si VP Sara po, yung pong for that specific instruction.
So ito pong lahat ng pagkakataon, pag naging panauhin po namin ang mga superintendents at regional directors, we would expect that that would be the response, no, na hindi ho lahat at hindi po regular.
Hindi po lahat kasi kasi sobrang dami po niyan at hindi po regular.
Okay. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you po.
Yes, the Honorable Dan Fernandez is recognized.
Thank you so much. After 10 hours. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman, but maikli lamang po to. Since wala naman, tatlo lang yung taong nakakaalam ng confidential funds. Si BP Sara, si Mr. Ortonio, saka si Gina Acosta. Since wala na si Gina Acosta, wala na rin si BP Sara, ikaw na lang, Mr. Ortonio, ang natitira dito. Kaya ikaw na lang tatanungin ko. According kay Attorney Lopez, Mr. Ortonio, people who should be asked about confidential funds ay ikaw at si Gina Acosta. Is this correct?
Your Honor, first of all, I would like to clarify that...
No. Sagutin mo muna yung tanong, Mr. Ortonio. Kasi sinabi ni Attorney Lopez that the people that should be asked about confidential funds ay ikaw, Gina Acosta, and the Vice President. Is this correct?
In terms of the information on the confidential funds, I'm not privy to all the information pertaining
No, we're
to...
talking about the confidential funds. Confidential funds lamang po pinag-uusapan natin, and it was manifested by Attorney Lopez under oath that the person that is responsible for confidential funds ay ikaw, si Gina Acosta, and the Vice President herself. So you are now under oath. Would you confirm the statement of Attorney Lopez?
Okay.
Yes, yun naman tinatanong ko lang kung tama yung sinabi ni Attorney Lopez. Kung kayong tatlo nakakaalam sa confidential funds, tama ba sinabi ni Attorney Lopez? Yes or no po? I mean, napakasimple tinatanong ko, tama po ba yung sinasabi ni Attorney Lopez?
No, Your Honor, because I am not...
So wait, kung no ang sagot po ninyo, hindi lamang kayo nakakaalam tungkol sa confidential funds.
No, Your Honor, I am not privy to the information or activities in the use of the confidential activities. However, I do know some information because in the drafting of the replies to the AOMs that the Office of the Vice President received, I got information from the Special Disbursing Officer and the Security Officer. That's the only extent of information that I know pertaining to the confidential funds.
So in other words, partly, the totality of the confidential funds, alam mo, but the totality of it, not.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So, binanggit din dito ni Attorney Lopez sa last hearing na yung approach ni Vice President is compartmentalized, no? Yun yung approach niya. At sinasabi niya nga dito, and because of this procedure, which was also used by Attorney Poa in the DepEd, that's the reason why si Attorney Lopez was not consulted one way or the other pagdating po doon sa confidential funds. Mr. Antonio, ikaw yung the only person who accompanied sa land bank ni Ms. Acosta. Is this correct?
That's correct.
But a while ago, you changed your testimony na meron na kayong kasama na dalawang military guy. Am I correct?
Yes, VPSPG guard to accompany us. But it was only me and
Yes.
Ms. Gina Acosta who
And
entrusted.
bilang chief of staff, no, assistant, COS, you work directly under the office of Attorney Lopez. Correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So lumalabas dito na kung walang kinalaman si Attorney Lopez sa confidential